swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Those who wanna play by the rules end up last with nothing to obtain. So let's level up to remain. 'Cause I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? 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 I'm riding the wave tonight. Gonna try it while the world's bright. Got room for one if that's alright. That's alright. Do you wanna go? 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 Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Touch the fire with your hands, 'cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned, 'cause you're gonna get burned. There you go, without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and fill in the blanks. You're a star, but you've forgotten how to follow. Gonna leave a scar if you don't take the time to heal everything underneath this. You're watching the hours are ticking away. So turn around and fill in the blanks. I gotta say that you could do so much better. Like a vagabond, you're lost in your own ways, stranded in your desert. I hit you up, but there's no one there. If I want something distant, I would have found just what I want in you. But I'm not really like that, don't you
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. Now this. Ooh. Next.
Damn! What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC. We're continuing today with the last week of action, the last opportunity for these teams to try and claw themselves into Division 1 if you are in Div 2, and of course the last chance for the Div 1 teams to book their tickets to the Stockholm Major. We are here, of course, today. We're going to be starting things off with an incredibly interesting matchup. Sparking Arrow Gaming, who still have to sort of solidify their placement here in the league standings. They're taking on the side of Aster.A, who is very, very, very close to securing qualification into Division 1. So this is a series that they scarcely can afford to play badly. We're going to see how they play it out, of course, with myself, Snare, and I'm joined by B-Cop and Dragon Drop. B-Cop, I'm going to start with you. You've been in China for a young minute, right? You've been seeing the lay of the land. If I told you at the start of the season that come today, it would be Aster.A, not Invictus Gaming, about to book the second ticket to Division 1, would you have believed me?
I feel like there's a little bit inside of me that says yes. I like the Kaka curse. It's happened too many times before. It's like IG didn't read history. They didn't look at Keen Gaming. They didn't look at Newbie. And there's one more in there. But there's 3 teams before IG, that have felt the wrath of the Kaka curse. That's like getting to King Tut's tomb and being like, don't go in, curse inside. All right, guys, blow it open. Like, that's what you did. And here we are. I'm not surprised. I'm actually super excited because I need this curse to like last. And I almost feel like for Kaka's future team, it's a permanent residency. Anybody who picks him up from here on out can't get rid of him. Unless they get rid of the whole team. Not just him.
The whole team indeed would have to be gotten rid of to make sure that you can elide the curse as it stands. But Dragon Drop, as we see the standings at the moment, Aster.A is 1 game away from securing qualification with Dandelion Esports into Division 1. The one team, though, that has the potential to change that is Sparking Arrow Gaming, their opponent for the day. And Sparking Arrow have to play 4 series over the course of the next 3 days. What do you make of their chances of being able to make it over and above Aster.A into Div 1? We saw them a lot in Div 2. Do you think they've leveled up enough to be able to make that transition?
It's a really good question. Like, we haven't obviously seen them play in almost a month. I mean, the last game was 26 days ago. That was against Shenzhen. And they actually lost that series. And Shenzhen is not exactly one of the... I mean, they're sitting at 4-3. Like, it's not like they've been slouches. But I don't think they're on the same level that Aster.A is playing at right now. The Dandelion would be playing at right now. So it's kind of hard for me to judge what kind of training they might have done in the intervening time, in the intervening 26 days. They certainly have a chance. They have a clear goal to play for. Like, they need to win everything, and then they can contest for that second slot into Division 1. Like, they've got a lot to play for, and even if they just win every game except perhaps the one against IG, you might even have a 3-way tiebreaker for that second slot. So there's some shenanigans possible, but it's all down to Sparking Arrow's performance here. They need to win. They need to win a lot in very short time, as I said. They had not played any series last week. It's all the next few days. That's when it's going to be decided.
The next few days indeed will decide everything for them. And Bcop, what do you think of Sparking Arrow? Let's say they win, right? Let's say they actually clock all of these games, get to the point where they somehow secure qualification into Div 1. From what you've seen, do you think they're good enough to stay there, if they get there at all?
I wonder, I guess that's the big question, like if they get there, right? Because Flyby is playing with RNG right now. The rumor is that Ghost is going to take over on RNG. And like there's all these rumors that are just going on. It's how much do SAG feel like they have to try at this point in time, right? Like, if you're going to lose Flyby, if you're going to lose Ghost, maybe they're just hoping to stay in Division 2. Like, I don't think they're going to get relegated or anything, but maybe the hope is just like, or maybe it's like an organizational thing, right? Because RNG and SAG are, I believe, academy teams. Or connected, because it used to be Royal, the other RNG team, and SAG or something like that, or RNG, but now it's just these two teams. They pass players back and forth all the time. I wonder if the idea is to just keep SAG down here so their development team can develop in Division 2. Like, I have no idea. Like, this is the only series that matters. If SAG lose this series, it doesn't even matter anymore. They have 2 losses. Aster.A goes 6-1, and they solidify it. Like, it's over.
Yep.
So I don't know. Like there's so many different factors that I think about. Like I'd like to see this team go to Division 1, but then I don't know what team is gonna be in Division 1. I don't know what players are gonna be in Division 1.
One thing that will definitely help them, though, getting there and staying there is, of course, the draft, which we have before us. And it seems here, Dragon Drop, that Aster.A, they really want to get themselves into Division 1 because they are going for these extremely high win rate strats here. No messing about. First to Io Medusa. I know how much you love the Snake Lady as well. This is a Snake Lady friendly panel. But what do you make of this opening here from Aster.A? It feels pretty strong, but it also has baited SAG into going for this Ancient Apparition pick. We've seen this happen a few times, and almost every time the AA still ends up losing, despite being on paper a soft counter.
Yeah, I mean, Io Medusa is pretty much the meta opener if you can get away with it. Like, very rarely that is the case. But Ares, like, obviously they've got an Io player, they've got a Medusa player. If you don't have that as a team, certainly in this patch, you're gonna have to be on the back foot. But yeah, the Ancient Apparition as the counter is very powerful, but only if you hit that Ice Blast, and if you have enough of a follow-up from the rest of your team to actually kill them off. Like, with the Conquer already on the field, you'd think that should be enough to bring down the Io. Then if you isolate the Medusa, and if she's not super farmed, you should be able to bring her down as well, but it's not a given, you know, it's not an auto win by any means. You still have to hit that Ice Blast, you still have to keep up in terms of network across your team, like you can't fall so far behind. And at some point the Medusa, if she gets free farm, she's gonna turn into that main battle tank that just A-clicks across the map and there's nothing you can do about it.
Let's see here. The options against Medusa that we've seen in recent times, or rather the successful option, has been this Juggernaut hero. More than once we've seen it actually get the dub over the Medusa. Not sure if Aster.A are going to be trending in that direction here, but Ulu has indeed played Juggernaut, so it's something that he has done, so he knows how to play against it, presumably. Not sure if we've seen Ghost on the other side play the Jug either. Bcop, what about you? How are you feeling about like supposed Medusa counters? We have a pseudo Io counter now with the Ancient Apparition. Do you think they double down and make sure that they counter the entire duo here on the side of SAG?
I think you have to, right? It's not just about out drafting or trying to draft the counters. It's also about taking care of the Medusa in the triangle and making sure that they can't fall back. How many times this season have we seen and said the same thing? Medusa goes back to the stacks and just tries to farm them. You have to stop that. 22 minutes in, I'm talking to my analyst, and they're saying they did not stop the going back to the stacks, and then we know that game is over. I swear we're on repeat here, guys. I am in Groundhog's Day. This is just insane.
Chill, dude. The game hasn't even started yet. Come on.
He's already mad. He's like, nah, what the hell is this? I hope that right now XAJ is busy taking notes, listening, and saying, okay, y'all, okay. I don't know what else are y'all doing, but Marana, just go make sure you're camping those stacks. Make sure that we always have some kind of option to be able to get onto the Medusa quickly. It would help if they had a spirit type hero, which we see Aster.A grabbing for themselves to close reach onto the Ancient Apparition if needed. We don't know what the last pick is going to be from SAG just yet, so it'll still be quite useful. But they also here drag and drop, go for an old classic, Ogre Magi for Red Panda with the Medusa, make this hero even stronger.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, there is a Tiny on the other side who gets that like 15-minute Battle Fury, but in this game, you get 2 free farming tools instead of just 1. Isn't that so nice?
That's amazing. You just have Magnus on top, and you have to build your own carry strat, you know, where you can just replace the Medusa with literally any other hero. They'd have attack speeds, they'd have damage, they'd have some sustain. So yeah, it can be pretty powerful. Yeah, I like the Ogre, you know, but only if he has such a hero set, because that's when it turns into the best hero. We'll wait and see. I also like the Ember Spirit, as I said, just jump on the Ancient Apparition, get the free kill, chase down Marana, and try and kite the Tiny. I think that's what it's gonna end up coming down to. Like, Tiny Medusa matchup is a bit interesting, because it really depends on how they start the fights. Like, if Tiny gets to go in and blow up the IO, I think that's still gonna be the main thing. And then isolate the Medusa, you're gonna have a good chance. But again, if Medusa gets too strong, SAG are gonna have some issues. It's I don't think the Tiny changes that all that much.
Fortunately, though, with this Tiny, there is some burst, like you mentioned, from the Ember, but not that much. And Ember shouldn't really be prioritizing Tiny anyway. Overall, not that much disable either. So presumably, Ghost should be able to play these fights in the edges quite well with his team. If that can happen, then even as they go later and later, Medusa can still find herself dealing with some issues, especially considering that she's going to be playing into this Ancient Apparition as well. Do they have, who builds the Vessel here on the side of SAG? We still haven't seen the offlane pick for them. Of course, Doom been banned against them. There's no Night Stalker, no Underlord in this game. What do you think here, B-Cup? Is this going to be still a last pick offlaner for SAG, for Fishman, or have we already seen the offlaner with the first pick Hunker, and they're looking for a mid to round out the draft?
Actually, I know Ghost has played the Kunkka before. I wonder if they're going to just throw the Tiny mid or something like that. A little curious to see what their deal is. But I like the Swardar pick. I'm going to just go to the next pick over here because I don't know if they're going to make that change. I'm going to try and cover that up by saying Swardar is a great hero. Oh my god. But yeah, I like Swardar. AoE stuns, always fun. And the minus armor could be a good counter against this Tiny. Like, he still has that opportunity to blow up people, but if you've got IO having a good game, has that sustainability for potentially whoever's getting God on, then you've got the minus armor and the AoE stun, and the lockdown here from Aster.A is pretty decent. Searing Chains, stun from Ogre, stun from Swardar. I think you're all right.
Yeah, I agree. I think they needed something like that out of the offlane. It's gonna link up with the IO early on to stabilize the lane. Should be pretty good. And then, I mean, there's not a huge amount of crazy team fights coming up from Aster.A in the sense of these big spells. The backing arrow has the Kunkka, but apart from that, it's also not huge. So we're gonna probably see a lot of skirmishes here and a lot of chasing back and forth. And this is where the Ember Spirit and the Slaughter really come into their own. You know, just constantly go back in for another crush on that very low cooldown AoE stun. So yeah, very very much like that. If they can get away with it in lane, and it does seem like no matter what SAG does here, they should be able to. And there's more fishes.
Okay.
Good Fishman,
Fishy
good
for
Type
Fishman.
Hunter, good Slaughter. A lot of fishies.
Fishies. We got fishes, water. Okay. Intriguing that they go in for this last pick Tide Hunter here on the side of SAG. I suppose they were a little bit worried about having reliable big team fight. D-Stones, of course, does have access to a ghost ship, but not always the easiest way to run down these heroes. Every time I do see Ancient Apparition as well, I was talking to Black about this like last week. I want to see at least one spell on the team that allows them to land the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast flush. Ravage does give you that, and it's a way to be able to lock down Medusa, accepting that she's probably not going to buy an early BKB. So I do like that it's decent enough. However, it does consign the entire SAG draft to being a very, very melee focused in terms of how the draft's going to play out. I've seen this before, and I've seen it against Medusas. In B-Cup, all melee drafts against Medusas don't really have the greatest track record on Earth. So what do you make of this last pick Tide Hunter? Does it give SAG what they need to move the game fast enough to deal with this Medusa hero?
It certainly gives them like team fight opportunity. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Like you say, the Ancient Apparition, it gives him the lineup to get the Ice Blast, but what I'm expecting is he's going to be standing still looking for the Ice Blast, and then here comes Ember Spirit killing him instead. And then that's probably how it's going to go. And then Medusa just goes, oh, okay, and now I Stone Gaze, and you're all dead. Look at me, I got my stacks in the jungle. Something like that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that this time around, though, Sparking Arrow Gaming do enough to try and prevent those Medusa stacks, because otherwise it's going to be an easy ride for Aster.A. To find out whether or not that is going to be happening, we need two incredible casters. And good news is that we've got them. We've got Dragon Drop, we've got B-Cup, we've got Dota. So boys, take it away, and good luck, have fun.
Is this really Dota? It's Medusa.
Also was like you was talking about we need two incredible casters, and my instant thought was, what the hell, where are we gonna get two more casters from?
We can afford Owen?
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is insane. How did we get that budget? I'm really not happy for this. I mean, I don't know. I'm just so over Medusa. And we're not too far into this patch, but like, you know, hopefully the major happens, or season 2 ends and they do what I would always wanted. They just have a big patch drop before the major and everybody's on an equal playing field.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah, I know. But a man can dream.
Can you imagine the salt though from all the players?
Everybody's on the same playing field. I don't know why there would be salt. Everybody has the same amount of time to figure out.
Dota. Everyone's the same means everyone is salty together. It's not that everyone's happy together. It's just not a possibility. There's some back and forth shenanigans already, but yeah, Morana's gonna snag another one. 2 for 2 trade overall by the looks of it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this Tidehunter. I don't really love it, honestly. Like, they have that fight that Snail was also talking about, like, oh yeah, Ravage into Ice Blast and everything, and is there gonna be enough damage though? And what are they gonna do with those team fights? Like, where's the push gonna come from until Tiny really gets going? Will they be able to really restrict Medusa's farm and space enough?
Yeah, I think you have to have good warding, have the pressure. I don't even know if they have the damage to take away Medusa's potential stacks. I guess realistically, the stacks still have to be made, right? And with a Slardar IO lane, that's very strong. First of all, I love this lane. It does hit pretty hard. But I don't know if it's exactly the lane where TK is going to have the opportunity to back away, at least immediately, and make those stacks.
Yeah. Like, lane's pushing in like this, like, you can leave the slot under the tower. Try and find a place, a little bit of time to just grab it for a moment. Make a stack of 2, whereas up top, actually, Red Panda super low, but so Son Goku, they're committing for the most part. One more click will not reach him. 10 health points. I'll let Mirana ahead at the end, but I'll let you need it.
Typical ogre things. Just run at you. Oh look, I have 7 armor. And half a brain between the two of us. Also, I just love that he has the Jakiro like wings on, but I really wish he would commit to the entire set.
Absolutely wanted to have that bloody Arcana, which I do not enjoy.
Kind of a weird one. Kind of a weird one.
Yeah. I was not happy when that came out.
I don't understand the ogre, like what it's supposed to be. What inspired it being red and yellow like that? The lore or anything behind it? Just don't know.
Yeah. Big question marks we had as the bottom Bit of back and forth. Let's talk about mid a little bit, because these stones right now super low actually. Still tanky enough. Now a bit of a turnaround here. He's giving as much as he's getting. But yeah, is there anything else that you would expect here in this matchup?
I think it's very even in terms of player potential. Like, E and D-Stones have had similar careers and similar lineups. XCJ.
Yep.
We were in unison on that one.
Guess that was just a matter of time, you know. You got too far right against the starter.
Yeah.
You know?
Against the starter IO where he's just hitting hard. And I was like, the XCJ's playing really forward. He's going to regret this eventually. And then here we are 3 minutes later, and he's very melted.
Overcharge is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, certainly is, and certainly makes this lane much more fun for Aster.A and SS.
Certainly with this observer what in as well. It's keeping an eye on everything.
Ghost has to deal with that too. Those right clicks, and he's actually behind this Slardar. That's just not fun at all. And SS is doing a good job of just putting the pressure on these two heroes down bottom.
Yeah. He's got a big number of creeps farm under the tower now, so we should be able to equalize. If you can hit all of those. But yeah, overall, Ares, pretty good start to this bottom lane. Up top, you've got Ulu. Not doing too badly either, but there's only so much you can do to harass out a Tidehunter, you know, even with the Mystic Snake kind of bouncing in on him.
Just trying to look around and see if there's any stacks within the jungle at all. Goku's actually fully making stacks in his own triangle, which means they're gonna have to protect those too, and that kind of worries me. If these get spotted, and Aster.A certainly at level 6 on a couple of these heroes have the damage to contest. Like, how many stacks are you really willing to make if you're SAG, especially if you don't end up protecting them?
Certainly gonna have to keep vision over that area, make sure the Medusa doesn't sneak in. So that would be not so great, if you allow the understatement.
Blue looking for a high five, flashing the mana shield.
So far, so good.
Yeah, pretty slow start overall.
Yeah. The first lot with the overextension, but not much else beyond that. Like XCJ learned from his errors. Was staying behind Ghost. Forward, so it's about the 6-minute runes. It did spawn bottom though, that's a region for the Ember.
Ooh. Good for you.
Very nice.
Especially if you can use this level 6 timing and this level 7 actually to get something going on. Ooh, all right.
Got
Nicely
the
done.
X back. Yeah,
He was all waiting for it. I was like, is he gonna be able to pull this off? I'm excited. Like, little things like that I get excited about.
This is just on a single unit too, right? Just on the catapult, I believe. That was crazy. Yeah, Red Panda is gonna find the ward. Probably think, maybe there's some stacks there, but invading that is gonna be a different story altogether. Especially once these ultimates do come out for the Tidehunter. It's only a matter of time.
Did he spot it? I didn't take a look.
Not really, no, but maybe use figuring.
Oh, I only got one on that. Didn't get that ancient camp to stack. Yeah, there haven't been a lot of stacks made. Actually, I only think there's been one stack made on the Dire side, and one of those creeps, or two of those big creeps were already taken. So that's not great, not fun.
DK is at the join up of Slaughter off a little bit too much. No triangle stacks, but this is bottom mid, XCJ. Lingering around Rosie with Red Panda.
Actually going over to Son Goku. He's fine.
Yeah.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt at all.
Where's that deep sentry? Just walk a random camp in the middle of the enemy jungle.
Of all places, too.
Sure, yes.
Like, yeah, that's definitely the one they're going to, by the way, guys. Ooh, yeah. It's fine. Again.
Yeah, I was never worried.
Never in doubt. Every time.
Yeah.
Every single time. Midas, okay.
Oh, God.
Midas Tiny.
Was it told me that it's actually pretty good?
Was it Nomad?
You?
No, it definitely wasn't me. I don't say anything's good.
Yeah.
Everything is bad. It might have been Nomad.
Nomad, Black Hole, this sort of thing. I feel like I've seen this on a Tiny before, like a few days ago.
I don't know if either Black or Lizard would say this is good.
I don't know.
Kind of knowing what they would say about Midas. You want to be fighting now?
I'd been
How would
Nomad
you ever
then.
get Midas?
It is better on Tiny than on others for that same old argument. Oh, the attack speed is really good though. Tiny actually needs it, so.
I hope that's one specific person that you know who that was making fun of, like, specifically.
Yeah, I wish it was only one person too, but it's a few more than one, unfortunately.
It's the embodiment of all of Reddit. But the attack speed.
Pretty much. Anyone who really loves Midas and buys it on every hero is going to say something like that in a similar tone.
I went through such a phase of buying Midas first item apparition. And ended. Eventually.
Well, it's brave of you to admit that live on stream.
That's it, yeah. So, the attack speed.
Yes.
What is he going for after this mine? Okay, thank God. Treads Echo Saber. I don't really think he's gonna do anything to Uru here, though. Like, he's top, like, cool, but I don't do something to him. Now they're working on some
not going for the
stats.
moonshot, but Ember, they're gonna try again, but it's just not enough lockdown. They need arrow on top, but it's not long enough. It's remnants out. Oh man. We talked about like a push on SAG, yeah, but Ares also really doesn't have any push whatsoever until Medusa really gets super strong, so I feel like this pace favors them, you know, Medusa can just click creeps, sitting near the top of the net worth chart right now. And SAG, they're the ones that are more on more of a timer.
Yeah, I wonder how confident they are with all this. Like, just letting the pace of this game be like that. And if he gets into a decent timed BKB, what do you even do?
Yeah. I've got Titan to almost level 9, it's got the Helm of the Dominator. I've not seen any Ravage yet. I feel like you might want to try and use it aggressively. You've got also got the Ice Boss ready to go now. They try to make plays, but they try to make it on Ember without having the proper chain lockdown, which is kind of hard to get on him, like, granted. Because they're more of a big team fights kind of oriented draft rather than just the pick-off that Ares will end up having.
You have to line up the arrow into the X to really get that chain lockdown, and like Cold Feet doesn't go off immediately unless you're willing to expend the Ravage. I don't think you're really set up to get those kills.
Yeah. If you're gonna expend the Ravage, you might as well do it for a fight around the tower, you know? Scoop up, get a T1 mid. Let's see if they want to do that.
Alright. Here's
Now
the
the
two-man smoke.
Yeah.
They're already like Gone. Unless they invade the triangle, but they don't have any wards up here like this. All right, Midas for... You know, I don't hate Midas on Sardar as much as I hate Midas on Tiny. Truthfully.
Because of the attack speed.
Where my attack speed? I guess, yeah. I mean, it's more like, yeah, cool. Attack speed for Sardar is actually fine. Whereas, like, I just seen the cookie cutter build for Tiny work so many times.
Yeah. The difference with Slada is that he also doesn't have any other farming tools, whereas Tiny has plenty of those. There's perhaps a fighting mid here, Kunkka being gone on, but has the boat to protect himself. Okay, Embersbird actually stunned up, out of mana at the moment. Enough of the team is there to help him out, relocate in. Get a ward on the way out. There's an X though, it's gonna bring back Io.
Yeah, he's coming back anyway, he just did it earlier.
Don't want to keep fighting though, Embersbird joining in, he has the region going from earlier. Is perfectly ready to fight, and that's enough of a threat for them to not even get that extra kill on the Io.
They have not put anything together. Not to be rude, but it has not come together at all for SAG. It feels like my pubs. Go. Ping. What was that? You guys are all bad at the game. No, you're bad at the game. All right. Here we go. I'm just sitting there like, guys, please, PMA.
Yeah.
Come on, we can do this. No, you suck, Ancient Apparition. What is going on?
Everyone's terrible and you get blamed for it? Yeah, that sounds about right. Welcome to Dota.
2K lead
Why
for
did you not
Aster.A.
press your ultimate? It was on cooldown! Why did
dead.
you tell me? Well, you can easily see that yourself, my dude. If you just check, you know. It's always great how people communicate after everything's already gone wrong, you know. Rather than saying, hey, can you do this when I go in? They say, why didn't you do this?
Yeah, I don't, and it's like, well, why didn't you survive?
Yeah.
They're grouped up top, but
Red Panther's in trouble.
okay. First kill on the board. Ogre Magi. But Aster.A's now, can hear the stacks. Medusa's going for stacks, guys.
Oh!
Did anybody hear my spiel before the game? You need to contest these. Why is this every Medusa game? I don't understand. This is every Medusa game. They make stacks in the triangle and they don't get contested.
Do you need some time, Pika? Do you need Snare to jump in for a moment?
I'm having a crisis.
Oh no.
Every Medusa game, man.
Medusa farming stacks, gets Slaughter using Midas. Tiny as well, I guess. He's also doing both of those, but yeah, Iron is certainly a little bit more successful for the moment in the network department. 15 minutes in, only 3 kills, it is not a whole lot.
If they can test these stacks on the Dire side and go in and get these stacks out of the Tiny's hands, I'm actually going to walk away.
Yeah.
Because that's the ultimate big win there for Medusa, right?
Yeah.
Who do they have? Like, I guess they can have Tide and Tiny take these stacks, but it's not exactly easy the more stacks that are built there.
It's going to take a little while, right? The other question is, why would Ares go there? It's still a bit dangerous here, but now another Ice once again on the same target.
Guys, Tanozer, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
That is his job.
Uno though clicking away at Fishman, literally doing no damage. It's a bit awkward right here. Maxed out, Kraken Shell, the Ember rejoining in.
Ooh, Sardar.
Fine, but Slada, yeah, a lot of trouble here. 4 against 1. PK unable to link up with him.
Very unsure there from Aster.A. Like, they were unsure if they wanted to go in, and then SS kind of made that decision. He was like, all right, let's go, guys. And they were dead.
Midas is off cooldown.
There we go. Ghost taking the stacks now. Well done.
Crisis averted. B-Cup gets to live.
And he's got the Midas off cooldown. Let's get that efficiency going. Come on.
There's no creeps. No creeps anywhere. Ah. Ah. Ah, there's more creeps. Okay, it's fine.
Where are they?
Well, this is awkward.
Isn't that just the sound from Sing Sing stream?
I have no idea.
Doo-doo-doo.
Maybe spamming that voice line.
I would
The sound on stream is this voice line. You know, maybe it's the other way around.
No, he's had it for years. Decades. Forever.
Does Slaughter know that this is happening?
He's got about a half second to react. He better call the Fine Brothers.
It's not X yet. What's the range of X? It's pretty big. It doesn't actually show during the pause.
1,000. So I'm gonna guess it's got the line is probably to about the creeps.
Yep. It's already moving upwards, so maybe he already has an idea that this is probably not safe. Like, they don't see anyone on the map. Bottom lane is pushing in, they don't see anyone mid. So maybe he has an inkling, and then he's walking away. Ember's not really fight ready. Yeah, if they get the initiation on him with the Ice Blast, they probably get the kill. Let's see. And he has no idea. Here comes the Ice Blast, and they actually go for Red Panda instead.
I'm here.
And I hate the ogre so much.
Well, they got him.
I sure did.
Medusa almost has Mantiscotty.
It's terrifying.
Yeah. 0, 0, and 0.
With almost 200 last hits. Very nice.
Still 1,000 gold ahead of this Tiny. Okay.
I did also promise some stacks, you know. Okay, there we go. That's different. Can really TP out with all the stuns coming in, so
He's gonna have Ravage too.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, you see that? You may be right.
Get in. Ember's Spurt joining in. Medusa's still pretty healthy here with that extra burst seal. Still being controlled up. XCJ is burning down. No more popsicle, but
E? Can you do this? Fishman, D-Stoned.
hello.
They're still down here. They still want more. BKB from D-Stones and damage. Right clicks. Sordar, why'd you back away? I think they had him. They just right clicked him. They might have had him.
All right.
Oh no. What happened, B-Cup? How did this all go south? That's a huge fight to end up losing on the side of Aster.A.
All right. I am now on own internet.
Welcome back. Own internet. Snare,
Well, let's see,
I will answer your question. If you want to stick around, the three of us can do it. I don't know what happened there. They did not get they did not get the heal on the Medusa. They find, you know what? Good. They didn't get the heal on the Medusa. All those stacks, and even that save, and Ulu can survive.
To me, the most surprising thing about how that fight broke down, though, is, like you mentioned, they didn't get those saves onto the Medusa, but it's not like the initiation from SAG was perfect either. They actually missed a lot of their spells initially. Just though, okay, this should be a dead red panda.
Gosh, it is always a dead red panda.
It's BKB though.
Yeah, Red Panda
fight
went
here.
back
Look
in.
at the slaughter.
Oh, the right click.
Tearing the tiny
Come
new
on.
one. Just bash him to pieces on the cup of that BKB. What?
He's so big, Sardar. Oh God, it's so great. I dislike when Medusa just gets to do stack things, but overcharge on Sardar is awesome.
Oh man, there's a reason that the Slaughter hero right now I think has like it's only the second China pick for the Slaughter in Div 2, but overall in the world it's like 60% win rate right now. Pretty high, and funnily enough, it's actually not lost. The third time that Midas gets picked up this patch on this hero, and it has not lost a single time. When that happens, 100% win rate. So already GG. Shang-Chi's gonna win the game, man. This is the new carry. Who needs Medusa?
Oh, wow.
Got Slaughters in the game now.
How many times has that happened? Slardar Midas combo.
2.
Give me some anecdotal stats there.
Hey, it's still 100%. It's still 100%. 2 out of 2 is 100%, man. That's the issue. Stats don't lie.
Oh, I missed the Haas.
Well, for this game, they might not have been able to contest a lot of these stacks here, BCOP, but one thing that they have been able to do on the side of SAG is that they have been able to fight decently, and they haven't fallen behind on their farm. Usually when you see these games against Dusa, the scariest thing is she just starts accelerating from this like 18 to 25 minute timer way past your carry. But Ghost is actually doing pretty decently. You know, this Midas build that all the Chinese have been going for, it's working. It's working for him. Got for high net worth. Went for the Blink Dagger instead of the early Shadow Blade, but still going back for the Silver Edge. That might be, in my opinion, a bit too much commitment for mobility, but so far, it seems to be keeping him up in the farm rate at the very least.
Have all the Chinese been going for Midas? The first one I've seen. I feel like I've seen a lot of Chinese.
Lately. Yeah, they've been doing it lately.
Yeah. I feel like it's a newer build, like not second half of the patch, because I don't know if this patch is going to last 2 years, but at first, I feel like it wasn't being done. Let me check. There's been 11 tiny games. Only 27% win rate in Division 1. So I guess I should be looking at Division 2, but I've gone in too far already. Yeah, Midas.
Lol. I think the first person to do it was Ulu. It's interesting that he's the one that's in this game. I think we were in that game together, Drag and Drop. Like, we saw Ulu do it for the first time, and we were like, yeah? What the hell is this? What's going on? But it won, you know? So everyone's cribbing.
Yeah, because Vici didn't do it yesterday. I know that. With the tiny... But it's definitely like a preference build. It's certainly becoming a preference build. I'd like to see which carries, when we get further and further into having that being built more often, is who's going to have that preference, right? Like...
Yeah. Next big brain play though is to just go for the moonshot on Tiny instead of the Midas.
Yeah, we saw that last week, didn't we? Was it this week or last week? I think it wasn't Ame, it was actually, it might have actually been Flyby that did it. Hold on, I'm gonna go check quickly.
Do that as we see the smoke gank ready to go. It's Blink Dagger freshly completed on Slaughter, so they find the ancient apparition. Tiny was hidden inside the trees, very lucky for him. Definitely lose that hero, but it's very important one to take Roche, or to defend Roche here. So Ares make a beeline straight into it, the arrow to help them out.
I was thinking the same thing.
Still walking in though. Is available. Blinks down on these stones. Can take down the Scorpions with big BKB protecting here. These stones, he is dead. ED rune on Ember Spirit. Oh, this is gone from bad to worse here. SAG. Not a great situation.
Yeah, SAG losing the Kunkka. Corrosive Haze, right clicks coming in. Very difficult for them to maintain on that Kunkka. He's still with this Roche. Ooh. He's back for real this time, and this time Ulu has the Aegis. For real this time.
Thankfully nothing happened. I did see the Ice Blast coming in, and then my internet briefly had another hiccup again.
Just a small hiccup. Yeah. All right, I found the game. It wasn't in China. I was casting a South American game where HFN went for this build, the first item into the moonshot, and it looked really, really strong as well. But it does seem to be the case that everybody is trying to adopt a style of playing with more attack speed early on. Because I know usually the attack speed option was this Shadow Blade, but it kind of feels right now in Dota that unless you get Silver Edge, Shadow Blade doesn't feel super great. So I think that might have been why people started being like, well, let's get Midas, bit farm rate, some attack speed as well, and we don't have to worry about getting Silver Edge. In the first 2 movements you make around the map with it, you get nothing. Then you're like, well, this kind of sucks. Wish I could still farm elsewhere on the map. So I'm okay with it, but you know, you kind of still have to be able to play quickly enough with this Midas on the Tiny. How do you feel about how this game's going so far, though, boys? Is your deja vu sparking yet to pick up? Do you feel terrible about this booster? As Son Goku almost dodged the slaughter. Doesn't manage to do it the first time around, but nice Yules gets him away nonetheless. I must say, I'm very much enjoying what Son Goku's been doing on this Mirana this game.
Boy June, aka Son Goku, killing the game. He's doing all right, actually. I like him on the Piranha. You've got like a weird amalgamation of some like really classic players on this team of SAG, right? Like D-Stones had his moment. He was known as the Invoker guy who came into the China region and started playing with like Aster. Oh my god, yeah, so fast.
Quick jump, he can to protect himself, relocate from the Medusa.
Back bottom. Look at that.
With these stones, you got Tiny, who's also a bit of a stone. Not really helping them all that much. Like they're still being crumbled every chance they get.
Almost like
seems to be working out much better.
Well, it's almost like they've got a Medusa that only died once and then got an Aegis and now sits 3k ahead of the Tiny. But nobody saw this coming. Yeah, I know. Just going back to the SAG thing, like you've got Son Goku June, who used to play with IG. You've got Flyby, who had his fun, and we've known him for what, forever? It seems like Flyby's been around doing his own thing. He's played with like CDC and RNG and Royal and all that. He's gone back and forth. But like even XCJ, former Serenity guy. I like it.
This is like, you know, sometimes you hear people calling Dota heroes by their Dota 1 names and stuff. And you know, you're just like, damn, you're an old person. Whenever I hear you talk about like the history of China, I'm like, yo, Peacock, you've been around the block.
I remember.
We've been out here.
It was back then, Serenity. Back when GG.
Yo,
it was the only best of 7 in Dota. It was a reverse sweep.
Oh my god.
It's just,
that was so funny.
I just like a lot of these older names. It reminds me of like, I love OP. He's like one of my favorite guys in China. Just because of his Tinker play during DAC was my favorite time. I know everybody hates Tinker, so you guys can take a collective ugh. But yeah, I don't know. He really knew how to dominate with that hero.
Nah, man, if I'm thinking DAC, because that was like DAC 2017, right, that he was playing there. When I think DAC, though, my mind still goes back to the first one. 2015 DAC Troll Sniper meta, man. Nothing is more disgusting than that. So anything that's come since is like, oh, this was unfortunate, but still okay. As XCJ gets taken down by this. Right? You know what I've just realized as well about how this game is panning out for SAG? I think the problem with having such a farm slaughter and the Midas is going into that as well. We might have to talk about it after this fight, though. They're going in here, Drop.
They are indeed. The BKB to protect him. Ice Blaster to try and turn this around. They still have the Ravage to work with the arrow. Not quite hitting the mark. So Ares can walk away. They still, they don't have the DD anymore on Ulu, but they don't need him. They're just clicking away. You've got the Ogre Shot to protect him, and okay, there we go. Stoned up, Ghosts controlled. He's just dead. Nothing to protect him there. No BKB, no IO, no Force Staff, no nothing. Red Panda. Okay, that's a lot of damage there coming in from the Tide Hunter.
Bullying my ogre.
Only on an ogre Magi. Like, what do you do to stop this now? This is a farm Medusa. I feel like no one could have seen this coming.
It's very tough.
Most unlikely outcome of this game pace.
Oh, he's just expiring. Do they still go for it? You think they're gonna go through it?
Yeah, of course they do.
Like through rack? Do they go for racks? Are they gonna go through it? Are they gonna not get punished for this? Medusa not getting punished? What is new? The news at 9 coming.
It is pretty tough at this point.
I've never seen before.
If you don't have the Tiny to do damage. Guts. Well, Ravage on top of the Ice Blast. So far so good. The boat combo. It brings Ulu down to half health. Wow. It's everything they had, by the way.
I was just impressed that he got the Ravage off. It looked like he was getting stun locked, and then with like a sliver of health gets the Ravage.
Okay, that's something. This is something, you know, Slaughter dies. This Slaughter has been such a huge problem for SAG. He's gotten way too much farm out of this early game. With the Midas, he also got to this corrosive haze levels sooner than expected. So, you know, normally when you're playing this tiny, you don't try to build any tank ability items because you're like, well, I'm tiny, man. I want to get this bonus armor. I've got a decent strength gain. I don't have to worry myself. But suddenly that bonus armor no longer a factor when you're playing into the Slaughter. He just dies so quickly whenever he's on the front lines. Feels like he doesn't actually have a option to stay alive and fighting. And unfortunately, he doesn't have like an IO behind him to just top him up reliably all the time. He sort of actually has to go in first, which is a bit of a problem. He's also the one that bought the Blink Dagger, so he can't even feel like, well, it's fine, let me go back to farming. He's hard committed to this more fighting route. And if the fights aren't working out, then what do you do on this tiny, especially now that the Medusa has BKB? So suddenly the Ice Blast does nothing, Ravage does nothing. It's a full 9-seconder as well. Oh god. If they don't win this next fight, it feels like the game is just GG at this point, basically.
Yeah.
Everything to go right.
Just like SAG need everything to go right, not only in this game, but this series. It feels like the whole world is against them. They're up against it all. I guess you could...
Conspiracy theory you were mentioning is true. And they're like, yes, all according to plan, boys. Stay in development.
I'm just saying.
Why else would they not ban the Medusa, right?
I mean, yeah.
Well, let's relocate. Fight coming in here. BKB already used. Ghost controlled up. He's just falling apart. Crumbling to dust so fast.
I guess off cooldown too.
It's actually making its way out. It's fine. Oh, on the other side, that's the IO returning.
Rude.
That's something, you know? IO traded out for Tiny, yay. Hashtag worth. Kappa, cope.
Snare, no. It's too much copium.
Alright, look at it this way. Check this out, right? Hear me out. Without IO, that's the other half of the combo that saves the Medusa gone. So if they had buyback on Tiny right now, they could have bought back, go in for a smoke play, and then kill the Medusa. So maybe it could be worth it. The next one, it'll be fine, boys. It'll be all okay.
A few small problems with that. First, Tiny doesn't have buyback. Second, if he did, Ares would just back off until IO was back.
No, they wouldn't. They'd stay pushing, man.
Snare, that is a lot of copium.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a
Get addicted to it.
industrial grade canister right next to me.
Sir.
Taking in as much as I can.
Sir, come out. Don't use the copium. This is what you'll sound like.
What? Look at how much damage this Roshan is taking. Oh no, that's a. Haven't you been hearing these vocal effects from B-Cop, you know?
I have
They're
not.
all just
no.
my voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely don't have a mixer here that I accidentally press buttons on.
Yes, of course.
That was actually not even the one I wanted to use, but sure.
Well,
know
smoke and
why
smoke
you-
action here. Might see a fight breaking out. The winner chat also makes things a bit more awkward here. Smoke will break on Ares. Do they know
don't
what's
even
going on? They do now. Blink forward. Crush right on top of Sun
no,
God.
look what they found.
Ghost, I mean, he's just dead.
What?
No buyback.
Did they have a ward on that?
Nope.
Did they just
did not.
guess?
Yep.
They scanned? No. What? Production, can I get a
Let's
replay
look
on
at
that
the ref
back
in here.
hack that
Yeah.
just happened? What's that? I must have missed it. Someone in chat's gonna be like, they had a hawk or something. And I'm like, there's no Beastmaster in this game.
Well, this is what it is. They got the big target and no buyback. Ulu front. There's very little to oppose them here, even if they. Like, this fight happens 15 minutes ago, that Ravage, Ice Blast, and everything might have still been an issue. But this Medusa is almost 27k net worth. Ulu does not give a shit. He's just walking in. Just takes every torrent, every arrow, everything. All the
Gosh.
things.
Tower shots.
Yeah, he's just
The
tanking up.
disarms.
Out of mana now, of course, still has that Aegis. But we have to keep clicking away. And he's back in a couple of seconds though, so Ares might back off or fake back, but we might just, again, face tank it.
I want to say you have to kill him without Ravage the first time to have any chance of killing him the second time.
can jump in. Ice Blast comes through, catches a couple, but the BKBs protect most of them. These stones caught in front, but the BKB will also allow him to walk away. Despite the slot missing him, and that's Ravage to start with. And this will protect the Aya. Medusa, super freaking low. Gets a couple of right clicks out, but that stage is being used. Arrow dodged. Now you have to leave, you cannot engage. Second time around, but with the rest of Ares still ready to fight.
Okay, I mean, they sort of defend, I guess. Cope. Yeah, but once this is part of the problem, right? They don't have Refresher on Tide, so until they get that item, there's, like you guys were mentioning now, they need the double Ravage for the second life. Every single time Ares comes in with a Roshan, they can guarantee at least one building plus an escape. To make matters worse here, boys, click on the slaughter, see what he's got in the inventory. Full AC completed on the big Fishman. This is a very scary, well, it's the wrong Fishman. Fishman for flyby. He doesn't have an AC right now, unfortunately. They're just starting to like fall behind in pretty much every category here. And Ghost is now at danger of actually being overtaken by the slaughter, and not just in terms of net worth, but in overall carry potential. Just the items on the slaughter are more suited for the game state right now than the items that we see from the Tiny. And I bet you right now, y'all, that he's really regretting having gone for Blink Silver Edge, like double up on those two items, feeling like, man, if I'd gone in for more hardcore farming, maybe life would be different. But unfortunately, this is the big fear of B-Cup, that we live in Groundhog Day, the Medusa life. This is what happens, man, every single game.
I see the Silver Edge, but yeah, the Blink Egg on top of that is just a little bit too much. Like, you needed a BKB, I think, to protect yourself from all the rest. Or some of the rest, at least. Because, like, every single team fight, he's just been gone on, controlled up, and killed so quickly because of the Slava. The Ember as well. It's not even that the Medusa's the only problem.
Ember got Daedalus? Oh, don't y'all miss the days of Battle Fury Ember Spirit with huge cleaves and crits? I honestly miss those days so much. Like the good old Eternal Envy bots Daedalus build. They used to do it every game. It was so much fun.
It's crazy that that's exactly who I was thinking about.
Well,
oh god, Kunkka.
That was
what
that was something. Slide a fist and another right click to Medusa and almost kill the Ancient Apparition. Yeah, I think this game is over.
They don't even have buybacks on Kunkka, so they can't even go for like one more lost hurrah play. I don't know why they're not GGing out, honestly. They should be talking about the next game at this point, being like, well, boys, where did it all go wrong? All of them are thinking we should tell the coach to freaking ban Medusa. This is ridiculous right now. They lose Ghost for the last time with no BKB, Fishman dies, neither of them. Oh, Ghost finally does have buyback, but the rest of his team doesn't, so gonna buy back. Hey, wait, is this toss gonna work?
What?
Is this gonna work? Hey!
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh man, that doesn't matter. These calls.
At the very least, you got to punish the Ember Spirit, right?
Sure. Whatever you say.
Oh man, I love how much right now you can just hear the trauma in B-Cup's voice, being like, you know how many Medusa games I've seen, you know how many Snake Ladies I've come across, and unfortunately, the result of the Snake Lady is the same as it always is. She continues to be dominant here, especially in China, as she racks up another win under the belt there. Aster.A opening 2, Medusa will swim. There's a reason why you go opening 2 Medusa if it's left in the pool here in China. And they tried everything on the side there of Sparking Arrow Gaming. But ultimately, I think also as they started watching the game go longer and longer, Drag and Drop, didn't it also feel like they had the tools for the combination, but not necessarily the execution necessary to make that combination work against Dusa?
Yeah, I mean, they started moving across the map just a little bit, and then they killed Ogre 2 or 3 times. And that was it, you know. They never really looked for the Medusa. They never really threatened the other side of the map. And they were also doing it too late and too little. Like, they should have been using Ravage off cooldown the moment it became available to just try and increase the pace of the game. Just try and leverage this power while it was still mattering. You know, we saw it on the high growth defense, everything being used. Tiny being dead all the time also didn't really help but maybe that would have been different even then. But without the Tiny, you can use all the spells, but Medusa doesn't care. As long as your IO is behind, even if you can't recharge health, you can still recharge some mana, which is also helpful. They barely made a dent in her with that entire combo without the Tiny being super strong. It's just them playing passively in a game where that was a death sentence.
Yeah, because you keep hopping on, rightfully so, about the slow pace of Division 2 China Dota especially. And something that you've been talking about these last few days is the kill counts that end up happening in China. Even when the game ends at a decent time, the first 10, 12 minutes are extremely slow. This game, I think, an epitome of that. I think there were only like 3 kills on the map at like the 15-minute mark or something. It was crazy. Can you actually win a game of Dota against Medusa if the pace is going to be that slow?
I don't really think so, unless you have something that can compete with it in this like late game. And it just doesn't feel like they do at all. And I'm worried that this pace, not only regionally, is gonna look bad, but internationally might be a problem as well. Because I don't think it's just Division 2. Like, we've seen it in some of the Division 1 games too. Like, these teams are just snailing. And I'm kind of worried that that's going to be a bit of an issue. This is the one time they killed Ulu.
Yep.
Right there.
But considering what it took out of them, it required literally everything, and several heroes still ended up dying. But I think this is the fight where everything felt like everything is going to start going wrong. Ghost dying here with the reveal of Shang-Chi's BKB. At that point, I think Ghost had to realize that, wait a second, how do I ever actually approach these fights? And most of the highlights that we're going to see are going to include either a death timer on Ghost or him dying first in the fight. That does not bode well, because he's supposed to be the hero that helps you deal with the Medusa. How is he supposed to do that from beyond the grave here, Dragon Drop? And every time we'd see him being dead, they might kill 1 or 2 heroes, but Aster.A would just reset, prop Ulu back in fighting position, and then just go again.
Yeah, let's just stand on Medusa again in that sense, just have her sit on the high ground, have them waste tons and tons of spells on him, and then just jump in whenever you see a good chance here on Slaughter. And Embo also did an excellent job with that throughout this game. Just, seems like a neat little exercise for Ares, but nothing too strenuous.
Yeah, not at all.
Something else I want to talk about, like in the way that this game panned out, is the performance of the Slaughter in the offlane. It started after a while to be like, we actually don't necessarily have an offlaner. We're transitioning this into a secondary, maybe tertiary core. What do you boys think about this, like as an overall strategy, a way to approach the game? Not having your offlaner just be an initiator, but also being someone who can scale for fighting purposes later into the game. I'm just contrasting and comparing the performance of the Slaughter versus the Tidehunter, and it's like, damn, why don't we see more of these kind of Slaughters? Because if he can do this as the game scales later, provide additional damage as well as your initiation.
I think we don't see it because we don't see IO as much. IO is banned a lot, and IO is what enables this Slardar early. And without the IO, I think Slardar is not as viable as, say, just the Tidehunter alone. So, like, you get that early, like, right-click damage, the right-click speed from the IO, and if he's not there, I don't know. You're not going to see Slardar without him.
That, and I guess the Ogre matchup Bloodlust as well.
Yeah.
Him to actually be a carry, be a right click in later parts of the game. And without that, he still needs a bunch of defensive items. He needs the initiation items, like he needs Blink, BKB, stuff like that. But if you also need to buy attack speed on top of that, it's just a lot of stuff that you need before you become useful if you want to go down that route. So yeah, Slaughter is not a hero that we see every game for that exact reason, that he needs other heroes to enable him, and that's exactly what he did what he got in this game.
Yeah, he got all of that enablement and more. And Aster.A is off the back of an enabled Slaughter, but especially a hyper enabled Medusa from Ulu. They're able to secure themselves game number 1 here in an all-important series. Let us not forget what is at stake here. If they win this series, their last series, then that's it. They go to Division 1. There's 0% chance that anybody else can make it into Division 1 either, as they'll be locking up the final slot to go into promotion. And Sparking Arrow Gaming will once again have to make themselves comfortable with a potential mid-table finish, but no better than that. Sparking Arrow, they need to show us a different look in game number 2. Hopefully, they ban Medusa or pick it themselves in game 2. but we'll be seeing whether or not they can make that happen right after the short break. This is the spring tour of the China DPC. We've got Sparking Arrow Gaming versus Aster.A. in Game 2. We'll be back with you in just a second.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC as we continue today with some Division 2 action. The potential here for Aster.A is for them to grab promotion into Division 1, but of course, Sparking Arrow Gaming hoping to stop them and to try and begin their journey to lock up that second and final slot into Division 1 Dota. We've already completed Game 1 with Aster.A in the pole position, and now we'll be continuing with Game 2. I've got B-Cop, I've got Drag and Drop, and unfortunately, B-Cop, why weren't you praying? Because look, your favorite hero is back in the game. How happy are you to see this? Opening 2, Dusa, talk to us about why you're so excited to see the Snake Lady again.
The Mad Lad did it. He actually did it.
Oh man, Medusa again here. Well, on the bright side, to make things a little bit better, right? One of the heroes that generally finds herself or finds that they're able to help deal with the Medusa is this hero. Wait, am I muted? Oh, B-Cup's muted. B-Cup, apparently you're muted, sir. Apparently you are muted. So one of the heroes that we often see being a huge problem against the Medusa is not a huge problem, but can help, is the Sand King hero that we see coming out. And it gives them some initiation for Sparking Arrow Gaming. They have some very strong laning prowess with this Pugna as well, thanks to probably going to be the 5 position Pugna. Obviously, it's not necessarily enough versus the Medusa, but they do get even more magic damage. Okay, this is interesting here. Dragon Drop, talk to me about this. We used to see this Skywrath Mage a lot more early in the season. She dropped off quite a bit, but in this game, is it enough magic damage to bother the Medusa? Well, or is it enough to just force her to buy BKB and not be bothered?
Yeah, might end up getting a BKB here. Like, even Amanda style just throws a wrench into a lot of this because, like, Skywrath Pugna is incredibly annoying if you're bad at the game playing against it. You know, these two roam together, you just get blown up. At the moment, yeah, Medusa gets Amanda style. You can dispel the silence, you can dispel the Grappify. And then you can just walk away from the damage for the most part. And eventually, yeah, probably still want to get a BKB because there's also Sanking involved. This is a ton of magic damage, and this is once again a game where they have to play super fast, super active, where they have the ability to do so, where they can leverage that damage to try and make sure that the Medusa does not get to a point where she can just win the game. Right? I think that seems to be the plan here for SAG. That had to be the plan last game as well, and they didn't really do anything with it though, so this is why I'm a bit concerned still.
Yeah. B-Cup, how do you feel? Do they have enough in the tank so far from Sparking Arrow Gaming to deal with the Snake Lady, or is it still too much? I mean, on the bright side, they do have this Insta Silence versus the Brewmaster, so he won't have the easiest game in the world for Red Panda, but I don't know, man. I'm still a little bit skeptical over whether or not this is enough, especially because these aren't the heroes that I think come to mind first and foremost when I think of heroes that can invade the triangle to try and stop her farming.
Yeah, I do wonder. I just want to say I'm sad that my sample didn't go through, but I won't play it again in risk of copyright material. Something, copyright material. I'm wondering if Red Panda is going to be played on this Brewmaster. I think they'll make that decision later. I know it's very classic of him to do so. Shadow Shaman, because we've seen, I'm pretty sure it was Aster.A. They then moved the Brewmaster to the 4, which they can still do. They could still put the Shadow Shaman 5. I'm fine with that. Shadow Shaman just needs a little bit of experience. He gets level 6, he's fine. You get level 6, you take Roche with the Serpent Wards. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, it used to be about getting items, getting the Aether Lens, having the cast range. Now it's like, okay, I'll get a Blink, I'll get level 6 when I can and try and get it quickly so we can take a quick Roche. Brewmaster with a little bit of farm, getting the Ags is much better than me getting an Aether Lens. That's fine. And I worry that SAG, with these heroes, with this lockdown and this team fight, may not have the ability to play fast. Their idea is to play fast, and like Dragon Drop said, their idea in the last game was to play fast. Well, then maybe a team should contest some stats. I'm just saying.
No.
We need stack contesting heroes on SAG. Oh, mid-tusk, please. Hit me with the mid-tusk.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
This does look like it'll be the Yi-Tusk. I'll be very surprised if they don't play this mid. The only other way they could make it work is if they put like Shang-Chi offlane on the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
That's the option, but I don't know, man. This mid-Tusk has been looking increasingly good. The more I see it, the more I'm like, yeah, you should be able to play around this, especially in a game like this here where you already have the Medusa, so you don't necessarily worry about the late game. You just want to make sure that early mid game, you are winning most of the fights, creating space on the map, and you know that you can be confident that the Medusa will mop up that space, take advantage of it, and then go on to be a major threat. The one thing that they also have here, Dragon Drop, they've got this stupidly busted Shadow Shaman. So Aster.A not only have good ways to fight, not only have good ways to store for the Medusa, they also have this big Roche taking advantage that SAG don't really have for themselves. And SAG also don't have the best pushing power. Do they try to fix this by maybe getting a hero? I was going to actually suggest DK, but I see it's banned. What do they do to try and like keep up with Aster.A's objective take as well?
I mean, they've got the Pugna, right? You can just chip away towers with that. But yeah, wouldn't mind just to see them take up another hero that's not too bad at clicking towers down. Not sure what that would be. I do like the task though, right? Just for the saving potential as well. You can just go for the tiny again. You can also click towers if he's allowed to. But yeah, task pretty good snowball save against the Pagna Skyroth nonsense. Sand King as well. You can just dodge out a lot of the epicenter when you're just sitting it out on the snowball.
Snare, what was that stat you were giving us about Tiny against Medusa? I just want to know. I need, just...
It's not good.
For my sanity.
It's not good. It's like the ELO shift, which sort of denotes advantages between heroes played. Medusa's, of all the heroes currently being played in the safe lane, the only 3 heroes in the game that have a worse record against Medusa right now, ELO-wise that is, are Lone Druid, Bloodseeker, Riki, and the Naga Siren. Everything else is you're better off picking. You're literally, not figuratively, literally better off going for like safe lane Tidehunter or safe lane Lina rather than picking the Tiny. So they believe in the idea. It's not impossible to win, but certainly their backs are going to be against it. And there's already ways here to just stall the Tiny out, kite him around even during the BKB, make life complicated. How do you even burst this Medusa? I just realized that since they have the Tusk, also that big burst combo that SAG were relying on isn't necessarily going to work out for them in a reliable manner. So yeah, it's already looking pretty difficult. Not helped that it was already hard before the Tiny came out, but now that Tiny is out, it gets a little bit harder. But it might be one of those things, B-Cop, where they just have the most comfort on Tiny, so they feel, well, if we're gonna lose, let's at least lose what we're comfortable with instead of trying something new and getting bodied anyway.
Dude, Ghost has 12,000 MMR. He is comfortable with plenty of things. Like, come on, man. Like, I know you've got more. I know it. I know you do. You're so good at the game. Show me the money. Show it to me. You got this. Please, Ghost. Tell me that's just a mid-tiny, and they're going to pick up something else right here.
All right. It's mid-tiny. Don't worry. This is going to be like South America. Yeah. They'll go mid-tiny into... I saw...
Mid-tiny into Viper. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
If that's not just like Viper 5. Okay.
All right, Lina.
All right.
Okay. This is actually a little bit intriguing. So the fact that they have this Lina hero, it's not just more magical damage, but potentially they were worried in the last game where they started just getting outscaled physically. This Lina will at least help you in that regard. She can also build into these right-click damage items. She can create some range and distance for you. You can scale pretty decently as well into the latter portions of the game. And this game, they don't have the slaughter on the side of Aster.A, so they don't have that insta jump into the backlines. So she might be able to survive the fight a little bit longer. I don't think it's the worst pick in the world here to go for this last pick, Lina. Dragon Drop, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah.
Is this a hero that can allow SAG to win and take us to a game 3?
No. I like it as a matchup. It is going to be the task mid after all, and the offlane Viper as we expected. And Decent's going to win that matchup, but it's not something that a task is not used to, right? You don't pick task to win the mid lane and crush your opponent there. You just pick task to get that mid game transition going and just enable the rest of the team and just get strong that way. And they have ways to get on top of Lina, right? They've got the Brewmaster control. They've got, again, a lot of it is going to be on tasks to just snowball in and threaten her with some extra help. Especially with the Viper in the offlane, like he's not the type of hero that does a whole lot in the sense of controlling up people, chasing them down. So yeah, it's the way Sparking Arrow Gaming is played last game makes me not feel confident in the lineup. If they had made a better effort there, maybe I would think differently. But yeah, they certainly have to convince me that they can do it before I can believe in them like that.
Pickup, you as a old school China fan, let's pretend Medusa wasn't in the game, right? How would you feel about seeing D-Stones back again on this Lina? He's been spending a lot more time in this season playing a more tempo-orientated role. Are you okay seeing him back on a somewhat semi-carry type of position?
Okay, well, first I'm going to need to take my copium. Hold on.
Office. Yes.
Okay.
Actual copium.
So here's how this is going.
Yes.
SAG are going to crush the lanes. They are going to crush the lanes. That's where it all starts. That's what they're gonna do. This Lina gonna beat up on Yi mid, absolutely obliterating the Tusk. This is a matchup that you should be able to do it with, and then you start moving around the map. Here you go, Laguna Blade, bang, bang, bang. Start destroying these heroes. You take out Shadow Shaman a bunch of times because everybody knows that Red Panda is just going to get killed 50 times. I mean, that's what he does. He literally just tanks skanks. And then all of a sudden you've made enough space for Sand King to get a Blink Dagger and Skywrath Mage to get level 6. And it's Blink, Burrow Strike, Mystic Flare, Life Drain, as well as the Laguna Blade. It's all onto the Medusa. And then Medusa pops Stone Gaze and turns around because she got her stacks in the jungle, and Aster.A are gonna win. I had you in the first half. Down second half. There is no way they beat this Medusa. I just don't see it. If this was, I don't know if anybody watches Around the Horn, very American sports show, but bing, 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 give me the points. There it is. I just tricked you all. Aster.A's 2-0. SAG have literally absolutely less than 0 chance because you let the Medusa through and then you pick Tiny into it. Guys,
what a roller coaster of emotions.
That's some low-grade copium that did not last long at all.
Copium wore off extremely fast.
Expired. Okay, that's what I
Okay,
oh my God. Well, the expired copium, we're going to see, hopefully, if SAG have a little bit higher grade copium in their particular bootcamp right now, so they can use the strength of their draft to try and get a dub over Aster.A. Let us find out together. Let's get into the game right now. Game 2, potentially the game that gets Aster.A. into Division 1. Let us hope they can make it happen. Let's hope it's going to be an exciting one. Let's hope that this game is going to be as much of a roller coaster as B-Cop's copium journey that he took us all on. So let's get into it. The finale, hopefully not. I want a game 3. I've been harsh on D-Stones for many years. I've been talking trash about this guy for quite a long time, if I'm honest. And, for a long time, I used to feel that unless he was playing Invoker, he couldn't win games. But there was like a 2-month stretch where I saw him win quite a few Lina games. And I was like, oh, I'm decently impressed with what he's doing here. Kind of hoping that he can pull out that same kind of strength again. But it is a very, very contentious situation. It is a difficult time to be in.
You first have to reconnect. Like, we're still waiting on him. We're currently paused, and D-Stones is still disconnected. So
he ran to the
play Lina.
closet.
He's not actually in the game. So,
or water closet.
Yeah,
he's going to find some copium, boys. I mean, now that we do have a little bit more time to talk about how this draft ended, right? I have a big worry, though. The presence of this Viper hero. Whenever I see these Vipers, Viper has this potential to just completely ruin your laning phase. They already know they're going to be playing into the Tiny, so not the hardest lane at all for the Viper to play into. Unfortunately, this does also mean that we're going to be having slightly slower start for Ghost. So the thing that scares me about that is how integral he's going to be to providing the damage, because we can see that they have a lot of magical burst elsewhere on the map. It quickly runs out, right? At about like 15, 20-minute mark, if you're not winning all of those fights, soon thereafter, Medusa has like Scotty, BKB, then there's no damage at all. So what do you think they should do here, Dragon Drop, to try and ensure that Ghost, despite an unfavorable start to the lane, should be able to recover later on in the game so he can keep pace with the Medusa?
Well, you can make stacks of your own. You can also, again play aggressively, just get the Tiny involved into maybe some smoke gangs if he's too far behind. Maybe see if you can actually exploit this Viper somewhat. Like, it's not a hero that is particularly tanky. It's a hero that can overextend in lane. Maybe just bring in an extra hero early on. Maybe try to go for this first blood thing where you have 3 heroes in one lane before TPing out. So there's ways to deal with that. But it's gonna come down to whether Ares lets them to some extent. At the very least, lane,
No Midas on Tiny. That's what needs to happen. They cannot. You need to be. You have to. I like. Yeah, Midas is okay, but like, you need to play quicker than that. You can't play that slow. Like, Midas just led to Tiny being slower. Yeah, sure. Go for it. I don't know. I like the Echo Saber, Blink or whatever. Echo Saber, Shadow Blade. If you want to go straight to it, but I think Midas before it all is very tough. It's not fun.
Right now, though, as we are into the game, gentlemen, one other thing to mind about the game, as we're seeing people just posture for these bounties, I have a little bit of fear here for the side of SAG, in the sense that as time goes on, this young Lina hero. If Lina gets jumped in this game, they have so much damage on the side of Aster.A. But the thing that really worries me is once they get Aghanim Scepter onto the Tuskar, you just like normally Lina relies on being able to play these ranges, but he can just jump in, kick you out, and then that's it. You're always gonna die. And there doesn't seem to be much counterplay for SAG. Do you think it's worth it to buy like that somebody on the team to try and look for like an early Lotus Orb, maybe even a couple of 4-stars just to get her back into position after the kick?
I mean, it's the kick too, but it's also like the snowball saving. I feel like a lot of it's going to be tough. I don't know if you have to really coordinate 4 staffs to make sure that you can get D-Stones back into the fight, right? Yeah, that's coordination I don't know if this team has. It's going to be very rough.
Yeah, the kick's going to be very dangerous.
If he goes for that, I wonder. I guess
it is so powerful.
I guess Tiny, like, yeah, the kick is powerful. Like Tiny, yeah, you'd want to kick him away, but I don't even know if it's worth the 4,200 gold to do something like that.
That's just the initiation that you get for that. Right? Like, who else is going to initiate in that same manner? It's very few heroes in Dota that can actually do that, because you're not just blinking in and stunning somebody like the Shadow Shaman could if he gets a blink. You're just blinking in, and then basically you're isolating whatever target you go on from their own team, while just kicking them into your team so they can get killed very quickly. There's very few other heroes that do that. I mean, Tusk would go, not Tusk, Punch would come to mind with Hook, you know.
I remember it was
like that.
I forget which TI it was, but they were, I think it was Aoi and somebody else, but they were having a discussion about how broken the mechanic of like manipulation of positioning.
Yeah.
And all the heroes that do it is just insane. Like Pudge, Lasso sucks to play into.
Exactly.
This kick is just ridiculous. Anything that just repositions you that you can't stop is a bit busted, honestly. And oh no, Red Panda, don't do it. Don't do it. Is he gonna die? Hey, he's
fine.
Oh.
I said
Tango is gonna maybe juked a bit more.
49 more times to go. It's just tradition for Red Panda. Like I don't know. It's fine. I think he knows how to play this hero well. Give it a little bit of aggression. Yeah, you die, but then you lure them in. He's gonna bring over Ulu's Band of Elven Skin. He's just being a courier. He's being a good dude.
Always want a fly style of playing support. Never feeding, always feeding support, boys.
Who's the most feedy support? Do you think it's always on the fly? You think he's more feedy than Pylite Diamond?
Pylite is like half a step above, always on the fly.
I think I think they're both in there, you know? When both guys are, their nicknames can be turned into always want to die or die.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, yeah.
Have we had we haven't had a very feedy Chinese player in a while, unfortunately. The region has stabilized over the years. I miss the days when the feed position was the off lane in this region. It was so nice. It was much more exciting Dota back then. Now things are so more professional these days. Speaking of professional things, I'm a bit worried here, B-Cup. You were talking, you know, your greatest fear, the stacks of this Medusa. Unfortunately, this game 1, they actually had heroes that could reasonably find themselves in that area to contest. Here, they literally have nothing. Like, how on earth do they stop the stacks from happening? We don't even have a hero to scout vision for you in that area.
How do SAG contest the stacks? I don't know. Skywrath Mage is one of those heroes that kind of roams around the map a little bit and like catch a glimpse of it. I think the early burst damage from D-Stones, especially if you catch somebody a little bit too low going for these stacks, you throw a Laguna Blade out there, you've got the stuns. And if Fishman really wants to make the rotation all the way across the map, he can go over, but I think that would have to also require them to then turn that into like a tier 1 taking. It's going to be interesting because, like, I don't know, Ares to defend the stacks early doesn't exactly feel that great. Like, right now, he is getting killed mid. I don't know what they're going to be able to do. Yeah, it is to be expected. It's about, what, you getting that level 6 and then moving around and using that big burst damage of the Walrus Punch and the control of the Snowball and the Shards to, like, maybe make something happen too, right?
Yeah. Do you maybe want the face boots for that? And before we really start moving around, like, we'll see how early you decide to do that. But yeah, it's generally the idea. Like, you're not gonna win lanes on Tusk. Certainly not against Lina, right? It's one of the heroes with not a whole lot of bad matchups in that lane.
Yeah, now already level 6.
On top. Let's toss him away. It's fine. Oh, is it? Ghost already. 3, 4 stacks of poison on him. He's gonna take out to this. TK will be the trade. And Viper can't quite keep up with XCJ. He's also trouble dodging the blast here. That might have saved his life. Son Goku. 1, 2. Not much more than that. As Shang-Chi has to leave. Probably have his support bring salve for him.
Yeah.
TK has one ready to go.
And that'll keep him in the lane. I'm interested to see the Viper's build, because we've seen Viper mid a couple times and they've kind of fallen into this trap of going all into the poison attack and nothing into the nether toxin. You've already got a hero like the Tusk who really isn't going to farm that well, which we've seen a couple times. It's like, yeah, you know, he gets involved and early he's effective, but his farm doesn't keep up. The Vipers we've seen have gone heavy into the poison attack, and then their nether toxin isn't high and their farms suffers so much from just having one level in the nether toxin.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that SS does something a little bit different.
Again, one single level is pretty damn good already. It's actually insane how good that is. At least farming creeper, it's like if you have to tank a camp, it gets a little bit more annoying if you don't have to sustain for it. Let's see.
It's actually kind of wild to me right now when I'm looking at the presence of this Viper in this game. It's kind of nuts to me just how good this Viper is going to be. Like, Viper Strike is such a value skill in a game versus Tiny and Lina, both of whom kind of require lots of right-click damage to be effective in the middle of these fights, both of whom need BKBs. Son Goku, is he dead?
He should be. Walrus Punch is there for the knockout blow. Came up behind him and I believe, yeah, I got the 6-minute invis rune that allowed him to do that. So that's the little bit of buff that he needs, because he didn't have a good lane at all. Now he's caught up to the leader.
Yeah, pretty much the same net worth. Fishman just slightly ahead right now. Just saw him straight get the epicenter going and stun Ulu just to get his mana down. It's a little bit awkward down in his bottom lane when there's no supports here, but well, speaking of supports, seeing a few in mid, Son Goku perhaps under threat as they walk in, but the final snowball on Son Goku. There's no shots to follow because of the silence, but there's the Shackle coming in. More TPs forced out. Okay. And no damage really for the Lina. That'll backfire heavily.
Yeah, definitely lack the damage there going in. A little bit surprised that they lack that damage, but at the end of the day, it is Red Panda the only one who goes down, which is no surprise, but TK, he's dead. He kind of walked up to this, and that was a bit of a mistake. But he did force Son Goku to grab the DD.
Oh, almost running into them.
God. So lucky for Shang-Chi there. If he dies, that's pretty great for Ghost
to
try and recover in the top lane, but they're going to get middle. Yeah.
Oh, great job by D-Stones setting up the LSA, knowing that the shackles were coming out.
Yeah, it saved his life. That's a different areas go for him a second time here when they know that there's not as many TPs ready to go. But
so that's 2 movements towards middle that Lina gets to survive and evade and not get brought down by. Pretty good for her, you know. They're going to be able to keep positioning around the tier 1 tower. There wasn't much action happening top because the 2 supports did come to defend Ghost. It's very intriguing to me for Aster.A because they realize that, to make this Tusk draft work, you need to be as hyperactive as possible on the map, hopefully try and bring down this Lina. If things stay in the current game state, I'm actually feeling fairly bullish about their chances. That they're going top with D-Stones, find a quick kill onto TK. Shang-Chi gets tossed back in. He probably dies here as well. And yeah, he's gone. That's going to be D-Stones with 2, but they lose XCJ. Who cares? He came in, but it's a little bit too late. It's stuff like that that really helps to recover a game like this. And things now are looking fairly decent for them on the net worth chart.
It's okay on the net worth chart. I don't know if I agree with it having to be this fast. Like, think about what they're doing on the map right now. You've sent 4 heroes top by SAG to defend this. You sent 3 heroes mid to defend the Lina. All this time is just allowing Ulu to have the freest of lanes down bottom. He's got just as much net worth as the Sand King. He's higher than the Tiny by about 1,000. He's going into the jungle, doing everything that he wants for free, and they're not punishing it yet. And Medusa, it's just Medusa things like that. Yeah. So I worry about that because these kills are great. You're up 6-3. Lina is doing really well. D-Stone is doing great. 301. I don't want to take that away from them. But at some point, and it doesn't have to be right now, but they have to know Medusa's getting a lot of farm, and we have to shut that down. Yep. I will say that they have not made any stacks from the Medusa. So right now, there isn't exactly acceleration and or recovery for Medusa at the moment.
Yeah, and all these skirmishes that SAG has been taking, they've been just taking it defensively, you know, as I said, to defend the Lina, to kick them out of top, get a couple of kills there, but they've not been able to get anything else off of that. No tier 1 tower, no deep wards. And this is snowballing now on top of Ghosts, but I need a bit more damage. Viper unable to fight it for the moment. Burst Strike comes through. Goodbye, maybe not. Viper still alive with a stink shot. Just the last tower shot, not enough. And XCJ just get the kill either here. Tiny is finally dead as TK goes in. Another snowball cross. Son Goku quite vulnerable here with Brewmaster returning back in his normal form though. And don't quite have to follow up. And the heals from XCJ to keep him going. Well, Viper did end up dropping something.
And D-Stones came over.
3 for 1. All is said and done. Man.
We're not done yet, middle.
Yep. Okay, damage being done. Medusa out of mana, but not out of health.
Okay. Trying to take a tier 1 mid while all that's going on. What's Tusk going for? Early BKB. Interesting.
Dude, Tusk almost died in that top fight, and he got really lucky. I think there was a little bit of misplay between Ghost and the rest of the squad, because Ghost went north behind the tower to try and survive a little bit, but had he gone to the east a little bit, then he would have actually found himself dragging this Tusker into the rest of the squad, into Fishman, and they probably get both him and TK. But still getting a 3-for-1 trade. Yeah, the Medusa was alive and farming, and she got a ton of net worth elsewhere on the map, but this is... Except for the fact that this Medusa is getting a lot of farm here. This game, well, except for that and the fact that they've managed to shut down Ghost for the most part, this game's not looking that easy. As we see top lane, they burst Shang-Chi. This is really, really nice to get because they might be able to push into the tier 1 tower over this. Or not, they smoke. They want to go and try... Oh my god, what they're going to do here. Peek up. Look at this. They've got a sentry. They're going to go block the Medusa stacks, baby.
They want to come over. They want to contest the stacks. Little do they know, only one stack's been made so far. This is the right idea. This is exactly what they need to do. And finally, a team's going to go for it. And they just didn't catch. And I believe that was... Yeah, they know that there's stacks there now. And they have blocked the ancient camp.
Nice snowball. He also dodging Burst Strike. Son Goku's still alive though. Medusa coming in. Couple more right clicks. Some heals are there, but now he's being stunned up by the Stone Gaze. So they get one.
God.
They get Stanking. No way out for him. XCJ next to fall.
And they've
Finally,
got serpent
Ares
wards.
found the team fight that they were looking for all along. Now straight
There
into
it
Roche.
is. Yeah.
What?
Freaking serpent wards, man. If they didn't have the buffed up serpent wards, there's no way they could take Roche at this point. Chonked down though.
This is kind of what I said was going to happen. They would get that level 6 on the Shadow Shaman and then just go for it. I'm surprised. Well, maybe not too surprised. They are giving the Aegis over to the Tusk.
Oh yeah.
He's going in deep, and maybe that's what they want. But
Hulu does not want to fight right now. He's just perfectly happy to.
they're going to know the sentry's here once they don't get this stack. Does he have a sentry on him? No. But they're going to know. The stack isn't made, and then they'll clean it up.
They're fighting top though.
Well, Viper.
Nice. Yeah, he's gone.
Just
Bye.
down. TK in trouble. Avalanche does not connect, so he'll drag him off to the side. He should still end up dying here. Oh, he's fighting. He's killing.
No,
he's
now
trying
that
to.
this life
Son Goku
breeze
once
there.
again being saved. But only
Does
for
he
a
get it?
moment.
Okay, cool.
TK just gets to walk away.
No
Okay,
way he
maybe not.
survives
There's
this, dude.
Burst right now. There's no one else coming to help him, but yeah, I mean,
He's still
tying
got
him
something.
up for a solid 20-30 seconds, getting a kill by himself. Can't say no to that.
Yeah, did a great job. Well, B-Cup, you always want to see stacks being contested. They tried, and it didn't work out for them. They lost 3 heroes. They found themselves not being able to contest fully because, like you said, the sentry got scouted. They find a bad fight after bad fight. Ghost is still trying to farm out, but we are at the point where this Medusa is going to start outstripping you. And it looked like it was a decent thing for SAG, but we've gone to hell in a handbasket, and very, very quickly we find ourselves in a similar position as in Game 1, where Ulu is top of the charts. Seems like he's going to have an uncontested time there for quite some time. I'm wondering here, for the side of SAG, what are we building for this Lina to try and cover this phase of the game? Because I think that they have also been spending a little bit too much time farming both Lina and the Tiny. One of them needs to start getting involved on the map so they can start making some of these movements to challenge Aster.A. But I suppose right now that there's no point because they still do have this Aegis on the Tusk.
I don't think they really need to make a move at the moment. Like, yeah, Medusa's getting the farm, and I do agree with that because that's been my, like, tantrum that I've been having is just, like, this is a Medusa that's going pretty much uncontested. But I look at these net worths, and I get a little bit worried for Aster.A. that at some point, all the pressure is going to be on Ulu. This isn't similar to last game where Slardar with the IO is going to be doing as much. You've got Tusk and Vipers kind of struggling. Maybe not so much the Tusk, but Viper's certainly struggling for net worth. He's got not a lot of gold. And he's continually dying. He's died 4 times. This means your offlaner is kind of irrelevant at the moment. And he's not really going to find that much space to become relevant, right? Like, he's going to farm the scraps of Medusa. Tusk is going to fight, and hopefully he's going to be able to make up that space. And I worry that without Viper, where it's not getting that equivalency of Slardar, SAG can take advantage.
Just smoke here, not dipping down south though just yet. Ghost kind of left alone. How do you not smoke towards the exposed person here? But caught by the ice shots. TPs are coming in to try and scramble. Can it get Ghost down first? Okay, that's Aegis being used. Meanwhile in the back, these stuns, Boots trouble in. Almost gets a kill of his own. Red Panda will die to the last right click. Now on the way back, the second life of the task is snowballed to the latest a little bit more. There's no real damage coming in from the side of Aster.A. So SAG,
wow,
well, we're down. Ghost tanky enough to just withstand this assault long enough for his team to just straight up TP in rather than already waiting there with the smoke.
Yeah, they're all in on Dusa. I think this lineup's all in on just Dusa. I think that's a little bit more scary than the first game. It's certainly doable here for Aster.A, but you can see, like, they just don't have any damage. Like, Viper's sitting there, they're tickling them. It's feathers.
Outside of the juice, you're actually right, that because they went in with all the heroes hoping for a way to kill Tiny, and Tiny was alone by himself. TPs were coming in to save him, but like Dragon Drop was mentioning, the smoke went completely the wrong direction. If you can't kill Tiny under those conditions at this phase of the game, things only get harder as time goes on. And I think it's like you were saying, Bicop, that because Shang-Chi they started rotating into him to make sure that he doesn't get uncontested farm. Now suddenly they can't do anything. You know, Tusk can initiate, Viper shows up, but okay, what else? And turns out not much else before this Medusa gets involved.
Yeah, the fights have to kind of be perfect here, right? Like, Fishman now does not have Epicenter. And if Aster.A can fight around that and do the dance of finding a perfect fight, then maybe they get away with something, but... they're gonna go.
Yeah, ice shots blocking them off. Fishman gets a blink out, but XCJ caught in the front. He should end up dying, and he does.
It's fine. That's a BKB for a 5 position. Well worth it.
They might even re-engage, fam. They're gonna go back in. Fishman has Epicenter in 5 seconds, so there's no reason to back off here. TK needs to be very careful about not revealing, otherwise they might just heads up kill him.
No problem.
The blink. He's keeping out those D-stones though. Looking for top instead. Red Panda just dies by himself. D-stones can stick around here. Burstback connects over on the Medusa here, but Zenking isolated too deep. The rest of the team could not follow up nearly fast enough.
Good shards.
They were ready for this. Done indeed. And now straight up a beeline towards top. They know a Ghost is hanging around here, but no real easy way to get at him without the Shadow Shaman.
TK?
That's okay. Can you get him?
No.
Alright, it's dead TK. This game for SAG is starting to improve quite markedly. Tusk, like you mentioned, BKB charge was used already. So starting to get a little bit more dicey about how will he initiate. He's queued up now this Blink Aghanim Scepter, so they still are going to be angling towards getting this kick. But once he gets Blink Dagger, that's still yet another situation where he gets more initiation, but not necessarily more damage. And it does seem that SAG have a little bit of an easier time getting these kills. So Aster.A, this is more about still stalling out the game and buying time for this Medusa. Ulu, that's it. Ulu's doing everything for the squad, but for SAG, seems like they have multiple sources of damage starting to stream in as time goes on. Nice tome to pick up for this Brewmaster. They need to get him a bit more leveled up. It feels like if TK keeps dying early in these fights, they need this additional control from the Brewmaster. But sadly, if we have all control on the entirety of the draft, it feels like they're just waiting for an opportunity to get out and involved in the map. While this is happening though, Sparking B-Cup, you were talking about it earlier, that they can just chill, sit back, and keep farming on their heroes. When do you think they want to start making moves on the map happen? Will they try and contest for this next Aegis, utilize that strength to try and challenge for tier 2 towers or anything?
I think they have to. Like, the next Roche is going to be really important. It gives Aster.A a way to just make sure that this Medusa gets to the Scotty and the BKB. And they take it really easily with these Serpent Wards. So you need to be ready for that. If they're not ready, which I think they have really good team fight around this Roche with the way they've been playing, we could see they just go to Aster.A, they'll get a shard, which potentially the shard even goes out onto the Medusa, giving cold-blooded, which is always a pain to work with or work against. Yeah. I am a little worried about SAG contesting this Roche, but they are in a good spot to do so.
As the number of BKB is limited, they still have the size as an advantage, but then again, Viper has his own at the moment.
And Tusk has his.
Tank up the barrage for a little bit. Yeah, Tusk still has it available.
The thing too is Brewmaster wants Ags, but like we were already talking about how Viper and Tusk are going to struggle to maintain their farm. I don't know where the hell TK gets farm.
He's got the money
it's just going to be that. Yeah, he's got the Philly Stone, Lacoste's favorite neutral item, but I just don't think like that's a lot of time for that to then turn into an Ags.
Yeah.
I'm gonna smoke up now on SAG, gonna look for a fight on the map. Fishman probably gonna be the one leading the charge here. The Radiant scan though is decent. It's not gonna connect though, but this fight might still go badly for them here, Dragon Drop.
Yeah, they're gonna try and burst on the Brewmaster. The snowball's safe though! He's still alive! Now the War Trap over on Sand King with a follow-up control. They punch him up, couple more right clicks. We'll finish off the Scorpion. Will be the end to it here. Brewmaster did not end up getting the ultimate out, so it's a 1-for-1 trade for the moment, and the Ulu
he's got Scotty. Jesus.
A bit of a problem here, yes. Scotty completed, and if you've already used all of your spells, it's not an easy way to get at her.
It's gonna be rough for the Lina and the Skywrath and the Pugna.
Hold out even slightly out of position, you're not gonna be able to walk away from her.
Oh, my game is bugged. I'm just hearing a constant whirlwind of like sound amid.
Okay.
I'm gonna reconnect. Oh my god. So loud.
As you all know, Dota 2 still in beta. Yeah. Still in beta. You know, still the small indie company Valve is still working on trying to fix some of these issues. So you know, you can't be too rough on these startups, man.
Yep. You can't possibly expect them to fix all the bugs.
No. Ghost almost has Silver Edge, he's got Shard, Blink, so he's kept up the same build that he went for last game, but he's trying to buttress this with the BKB this time around.
Yeah,
he gets to the BKB, but he might die here.
Well, there's
I don't know if they have the
damage here.
damage.
There's some help. XCJ and Son Goku bursting on Shaman. Now the help is coming in. TK pops the ultimate. Should be able to run down Son Goku. Yeah, XCJ also in front. Just the supports here, they'll be able to click them down eventually.
That sets them up for Roche. It's up right now. The problem is they actually don't have Shadow Shaman, and he doesn't have Serpent Wards.
I guess by the time he's respawned, he's gonna have the Serpent Wards.
I guess they're still.
There. So can start it off.
They're gonna do this?
The three most important heroes for SAG are available. They've got the big burst damage of Ghost. They have the quick nuke of the Laguna Blade, and if they have the Burrow Strike landing well from Fishman, I can see this going poorly. The timing has to be right from SAG.
Have a
he wants it. Oh, he got hit by the Cinder Brew. Great avalanche. Whoa!
Ghost, no hexed up as Red Panda returns and now turns to stone. Ironically enough, Tiny's going to fall here inside Sandstorm. DK dies, D-Stones finishes him off, but at what cost here? That's the game that's a shot in the hands of Vulu. Oh, this went so badly. It could have gone so good. Ares had to play cancelling that blink dagger, just nullifying the epicenter.
Dude, if they actually, if they lose this game on the side of SAG, it's actually gonna come down to this one fight. Like, I have no idea how that went so poorly. Like, they found, sure, they get Fishman and prevent the early blink, but if you're playing Fishman, you have to know that that's a position where the enemy team will be scouting you to try and disable your blink daggers. For want of not going for a slightly longer rotation, they end up completely losing the fight. Because he went in, right? He tells his team, yo boys, time to jump, activates epicenter. He's moving forward. By the time he realizes I have to retreat, already Tiny's gone all the way in. Lina doesn't have a blink dagger, so she's not following that deeply, but still gets caught. That was actually a disaster from SAG. Game losing stuff, if I'm honest. That should never happen, Fishman. That should never ever happen. That kind of initiation. Game losing.
It's not that it shouldn't happen. It's smart from TK, right? Like, Fishman's trying to stay behind the trees. TK comes over, throws a Cinder Brew, and just like stops the blink. The epicenter, like, they were timing it right. They've got a blink dagger on Tiny. They've got a blink dagger on the Sand King. Like, they're ready to go. They do have the burst damage, and that avalanche was fine. If they don't stop that blink on Fishman, which is a great move by TK, as they lose Red Panda here. Ooh, they might actually just lose Ghost though. They lose Red Panda, but Ghost is in trouble. But they gave up on the kill.
Oh, that's awkward. That is very
not
awkward.
awful though. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think if Sand King gets that blink burrow strike, that fight goes perfectly for them because the avalanche was on the money.
It's crazy that Ares did that without vision, you know? I don't think they had a ward out.
I don't believe they did either.
No, they had a Sentry and River, but that was about it, yeah.
It's a good spot to throw a random Cinder Brew or anything to stop the blink dagger.
Yeah. Game is hot for
now
SAG.
TK's close to the Ags, like he's getting closer. And Viper's actually making up a decent amount of farm to be ahead of the Sand King. Tusk still, like, we expected this to fall off, but their net worths aren't as drastically behind as, say, if they lost that fight and lost that Roche. Because I think that is a tipping point for both teams, right? Medusa now has the Crystallis going into the Silver Edge, has the Scotty ready to go. Oh, here they go. They want to go for this one. Red Panda, he spot her again, but it should turn into a kill out on XCJ. They'll now look over at Fishman. Fishman can't get out. Good Walrus Punch, half health to dead, and D-Stones pops the BKB, but so does E. And they've got Ghost on the back lines. Like, he is in such an awful spot. He's standing there to try and TP, but while that's happening, D-Stones is dead.
Oh, no.
And they're also gonna, they're gonna catch the Skywrath Mage.
Oh, no.
And a double damage.
Time to go for, oh wait, that had Roche already at least, but we can use that for TN2. What a great fight. Red Panda, super sacrificial again. He just goes in, initiates, consequences be damned. He's just tanking up so much of that initial burst, bites back into the fight. And the damage has already been done. These stones ran down.
They're gonna go high ground.
Yep. Why the hell not? 3 are still dead.
Jeez. You know,
that was... Why did SAG go back for that one, boys? Because it was already a 1-1 trade, right? They see the position of the Serpent Wards, and they were all either invis or far from the fight. I don't know why they didn't just back. There was no need for them to actually make that jump inside Radiant jungle, knowing for a fact Radiant would probably have better vision of them. And I don't know, that also felt like a bit of miscommunication because Ghost went in. Then after he gets in, he's like, oh snap, I'm a little bit alone on this one. He goes in after Fishman dies and after Lina's popped BKB and ran to the east. That was so bizarre. I don't know what's happening right now with Sparking Arrow game.
It's not communication, that's for sure. Like, going that far is just, it's such a rough spot to be in. Like, Ghost is just tunnel visioning on who he wants to, who he thinks he can blow up.
It's just a sense of pressure there. It's like, oh my god, guys, it's 30 minutes in, we have to really shut down the Medusa. How did that happen, you know? It's just the pressure that they feel that, alright, we gotta go, we gotta go.
Oh my god.
And fight right now
T-Stones.
because it's not gonna get better.
BKB though. Oh god.
Go again.
Well-
Viper also in for the. He's got the shots, so yeah, got the power attacks on buildings. TK just straight up with his ultimate, just by space, by the make the front line happen there. Now Epicenter being channeled up onto Ulu, but still very little damage that's actually being done. And now the turn run
Yes,
goes to
Stonegate.
BKB. Was going to be right click down. He can make it back up to the high ground, but can he survive? Ulu being body blocked by Zone, losing. It's a bit awkward. So with this, okay, Stonegate's kind of whiffed.
He just got the
Well,
axe.
back off. TK though, he has different plans.
Ah,
let's go with this one.
TK, your team, where are you? Yeah, it's letting you go back to form, dude. All right.
Team? Guys?
All right, thank you. Hey, what we're all thinking.
That was hilarious.
I'm pushing. Oh god.
That happens all the times in my pubs, man. Like somebody gets this new shiny item, they're like, "Oh, sweet boys, I've got the double Brewmaster form. I'm immortal. They can't kill. Oh wait, snap! They have lots of right-click damage. Team. Oh lol. On the bright side though, boys, and high ground for Sparking Arrow Gaming. They lost at tier 3, but the Roshan expired during the push, so you know it's still alive. They haven't lost racks just yet. The game is still going, but it's in a poor state, especially because they're about to find more gold maybe for a free kill on the Pugner. Or not, actually. As the Ares, are they gonna bait them into another bad fight, B-Cup? Is this actually gonna happen?
They might. They don't have Stonegaze at the moment, but they also lost mid set of racks. Like that fight took place a little bit after that, but they also lost the mid set of racks and that tier 3 top. Like they're salvaging, that's for sure. But it's gotta be a tougher, gotta be a harder salvage. Like Tiny coming in is gonna struggle every single time Stonegaze is available. This is when they should try to fight when Stonegaze, or well, not right now because Stonegaze is back up, but like when Stonegaze isn't up, that's when you should try to fight. If Viper gets to Scotty, I'm gonna be shocked. He has not really made up a lot of gold recently.
Not sure we need a second Scotty.
Got 3 Ichiros. It's alright for him. I don't
level
disagree.
45, so you've got the special modifiers. You're gonna apply it to everyone anyway. And again, what else would you buy? I'm not sure. Maybe that utility focus Viper, or just slowing people down. Yeah, it's. I don't hate it, but
Another kick.
it's not required. I don't think.
Even getting close is going to be tough. Kicked away.
High ground. It's gonna be break. Oh, he's just gonna go straight in. Death detection. BKB comes out. Need a bit of extra control. Medusa with the Stonegaze. Yeah, no way that you can TP out there.
Don't buy that.
Oh, that's the best target that could have gone into. TK found these stones. He is trying to TP out and cover BKB.
Nope.
And now the kick him out of the game.
No buyback either.
On the sidelines, no partner either. Oh no, SAG, what has happened?
That's GG.
The worst target that they could give up there.
Oh, why did Ghost blink forward?
Punch.
What was he doing?
I have no idea where Ares was.
Ghost! Oh my
They can't
god.
believe their luck right now, I'm sure. They're just... Oh no.
Yeah.
That's the buybacks. Yep. I'm not gonna be impressed by that. Red Panda might die, actually gets kicked away, fall off the stair. Snowball safe! Look at this!
Oh my god.
He's still fine right
They
now.
get literally nothing.
Damn.
Even
There's
Red
the
Panda
GG.
lives, you know that the game's over. Oh, what a way to end it. I mean, it was heading that way. It was Medusa getting stronger and stronger, but that just hurts to lose it like that. We just have your carry completely out of position. No idea where the enemy is at. It's all alone.
Oof. Pain and suffering, y'all. Pain and
Yeah.
suffering. How do you lose a game like that? literally every possible thing you could have done wrong, or that could have gone wrong, happens. You know, Tiny blinks randomly into a river, finds that, oh snap, I have to pop BKB immediately. No one else can come in to defend him. They just got, before that smoke started, seconds ago, they get the Tusk eggs. If that gank happens a minute ago, Lina can suddenly TP out with the BKB. There's still safety to them try and push back these waves. Maybe they still hold the game. But because he just gets the eggs, kicks her out of the TP attempt, everybody else is just dying. That was awful. That was not how it was supposed to end. But unfortunately, Dota 2 is a game of margins. And when the margins are favorable for you, everything falls into place. And here at BCOP, it felt like initially the margins were looking okay for Sparking Arrow Gaming. But that one fight around the Roshan pit where Fishman couldn't find his initiation because TK found the correct margin for his Cinder Brew. Suddenly afterwards, it just felt like not just the game state fell apart, but SAG as a squad, where did the communication go? It just felt like it became a pub game for them after that.
Yeah. You said it was looking good. The margins look good. It's exactly like when FaZe said they were going to save the children. It all looked good, and they made the cryptocurrency, and they're like, yeah, this is a great idea. And then they pull the rug out from under everybody, and they say, whoops, this is a horrible idea. It's not executing. And Medusa 7-0-7, and they win the game, and FaZe Banks is laughing all the way out to the bank. But, Aster.A, they get it done. And, Division 1, here we come. IG's definitely upset, I'll tell you that much.
Shots fired, man. You're on fire today, Biko.
I actually care about the children.
Right now, as you're seeing some of these highlights and drag and drop, look at the way that you can just see that SAG aren't necessarily always on the same page with how they fight, right? It always takes them a little bit longer to decide who we're all going to be targeting together. You can just see Aster.A, when they go in, they have a clear idea of who they want to kill, how long it's going to take them, and then who to move on to next. So for them, if you're the coach of SAG, right, now the rest of your games don't matter. How do you convince them to keep playing, to keep their heads in Dota, and to keep trying for Season 3?
Well, yeah, you can still look at it as a training exercise. Certainly some of that. I mean, be it communication, be it just captaining, be it just having a game plan and realizing what you need to do to accomplish it. Like they were playing good reactionary Dota, like early on. As Ares sort of extended a little bit, here they were just TPing in and fighting them, and quite successfully. But as BCOP kept pointing out, they just ignored the Medusa while all that was happening. Like Ares kind of were successful in that deception attempt, you know, just going in, throwing some bodies, throwing the Brewmaster in. Yeah, I think just having the overview, having an idea of the game that allows them to actually win it, play to win, and not just play it like a pub, if that makes sense.
BCOP, you know, you hate the Snake Lady. You've seen her too many times in this one. Oh, this was a nice play though from them. Would this have been a different story had Aster.A not been able to play Medusa? Say Sparking Arrow Gaming first banned this hero. Do you think we have a different outcome, or was it the case that Aster.A were just a better team overall and would likely have won regardless of the kind of draft presented to us?
That's tough to say. I think Aster.A certainly played well around this Medusa. They knew what their game plan was. Like, SAG, they had the right idea at first, and then they just couldn't execute at the end. But Aster.A, they've certainly been playing way better than SAG. Or not way better than SAG. I think that's not fair with the sample size we have at the moment. They've been playing well enough to be promoted to Division 1, and they've done a good job to do so. I think the idea is there for all 5 players, whereas for SAG, I think the idea of their game plan may have fizzled out, and it felt like they were playing as singular units at times. So different draft,
regrettably. Maybe. Well, unfortunately for them, they will now have to try and figure out those drafts in games that don't really matter. Oh my God, Fishman! Production, why you do this to me? That initiation literally hurts my soul. Oof.
The Ghost coming in, Red Panda returning for the control on him. It's just
literally everything that could go wrong, like all of it. Even that blink. Did you just see Yi dodging the Laguna Blade, blinking away like a mouse, robbing D-stones of an actual kill on a core? What a player. But everything starts to fall apart after this particular fight. Hulu has this Aegis. And this Medusa now, boys, 80% win rate in Division 2 of China. 15 picks, 80% win rate.
My God.
This has to be every game first ban, right? If you don't have first pick, how can you allow this hero to stay in the draft?
First pick was,
Yeah, it was second
They
pick.
let it through. SAG
yeah.
let it through.
SAG could have first picked it.
They picked Pugna Sand King instead.
Yeah.
That worked.
I think Aries. Wait, Aries the first pick Brewmaster, and then the 1-2 punch with the partner thinking. Yeah.
So even though they had
That's the
second
way it
pick,
was,
they
and then-
let
yeah.
it. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that
It wasn't
should not
first
be
pick,
allowed.
but it's let it through.
But why? Why do all these teams keep doing this? Why do they keep leaving the Snake Lady? Given what we've seen from her, game on game on game on game. I mean, the usual heroes that we see being banned in the first place is heroes like DK, heroes like DP. Okay, fine, Death Prophet, I understand that one. But honestly, if you give me the option of playing against a Death Prophet or Death Dragon Knight rather over Medusa, I'm taking the DK. Look at the performance Ulu did across these games. 7-0-7 in game number 2. Didn't die at all, completely untouched. Only died once in game 1. What's the deal with leaving Medusa in here, Drag and Drop? Why don't you just drill it into the coaches that ban it immediately? Don't allow this to happen.
These guys are crazy, Snare. They're crazy. That's all there is to it.
Oh,
agree.
man. Sparking Arrow Gaming, unfortunately, because they have faltered here, because they couldn't get the farm on all of these heroes, because they couldn't dish out the necessary damage onto the Medusa, Aster.A walk away with a 2-0 victory. And more than that, they've now found themselves their ticket. They've booked it. Look at that score there. 6-1 to end out their Division 2 journey. And this will be the step they needed to go into Division 1. They will be joining Dandelion Esports Club as our new representatives of Div 1. IG, extremely sad for them. They were watching this game being like, well, go Sparking Arrow, but Sparking Arrow let them down in the end. And there is now a situation where nobody else can find themselves in Div 1. We all thought it was going to be IG, but let's be honest, let's be fair. If we look at the style of play between Aster.A and Invictus Gaming, I feel like Aster.A has a more legitimate claim outside of not being as big an organization. They certainly, I think, played maybe not better, but more consistently than we saw IG. IG was a roller coaster team at the end of the day, and the roller coaster took them to a bad place here, B-Cup. So what does this mean for both of these squads, right? So for Aster.A, how do you think they fare once they get to Division 1? And for IG, what do you think the team mood must be like, knowing that they're going to be consigned not just to Division 2, but also locked out of the major cycle of this year?
So starting with IG, I think that obviously Aster.A is getting promoted, right? But I think there are many things that IG does better than Aster.A. I think they definitely play like a more Division 1 team than Aster.A, because Aster.A play a lot of these games that are just like, I feel like they're almost taking advantage of how slow Division 1 is, or Division 2 is. Like, they take advantage of the fact that these teams just don't know how to play that pace too well. They don't know how to sustain it. And they play these games like playing Medusa both games. You're taking advantage of the fact that these teams just don't know how to stop Medusa and pace it too well. I don't know if they'll get away with that in Division 1. But like IG, they do other things well. Like, they coordinate well. I think they just don't have a leader. They just don't have a Kaka kind of guy on their team anymore. And they're lost. They're lost within their own games. Aster.A, on the other hand, like, I just don't know if this gameplay beats Division 1 teams. Maybe you get away with beating Dandelion, but even then, that's a question mark. Like, I don't know. And they definitely need to clean up and do more than just playing the pace of other teams correctly. I'd like to see their ganks go a little bit better. I'd like to see their lanes go a little bit better. You're like, winning just the Medusa's lane is not going to beat LGD. It's not going to beat Aster. It's not going to beat potentially RNG and Extreme Gaming, because they're going to take advantage of the fact that you let both the Tusk and the Viper get crippled so much. They're going to take advantage of the fact that Viper died 4 times in the first 12 minutes of this game. I think, and I really do hope they do well in Division 1, but it's a tough road ahead, and there's a lot of things that they got to do better. But I don't want to take away from the fact that they did get to Division 1, and they should be really happy to make that jump up, because that's really big. And if they can get to the 3rd major, somehow break it through the Kings of China, it would be pretty nuts.
Yeah, would be pretty great. Dragon Drop, Aster.A, we've seen them, we saw them last tour in Division 2, not looking the hottest. They almost clawed their way out, but unfortunately weren't able to do so at the end. We've heard Big Up talk about their prospects in Div 1, but something I want to talk about with you as well is we've seen this team perform with White Album and without him, now that he has been replaced by Yi in this mid lane. How have the team performed even outside of having the superstar name in the mid lane? Do you think the team is better off now than they were back then? Or is it a situation where he might still be able to come back and improve the team once more?
Well, it certainly seems to not have hurt them all that much. It's they've been playing solid Dota for Division 2. Like, I also agree with Big Up that as high of a level of competition Division 2 is in China compared to other regions, Division 1 is another hefty step up, and we also see it when you look at teams like LGD and Magma, who are like right on the cusp. They're kind of too good for Division 2, but not good enough for Division 1. They just got absolutely trounced in this season. Aster.A is they're going to have to prove that. They're going to have to see whether this team dynamic without White Album maybe is even better than having that name, that superstar, on the roster instead. It can work that way. Like, you can have the best player in the world on your team, but if it doesn't gel well socially, like if there's friction within the team, then you're not going to get the most out of that player. So I think he's been doing good for them. He's been doing a lot of things to just enable their game. Just take charge somewhat here, especially when he gets to play heroes like Dusk, like we just saw in this game.
Yeah.
Speaking of Division 1, you're gonna say Biko?
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing. I don't know if White Album's off this team. I think it's a medical break that he's taking, and I think he's still technically on the roster. So that also says to me, hey, if you're not playing that well in mid, there's a guy named Yi who's played Division 1 before, who's played in the top echelon of Dota with Keen Gaming, or when he had that run with eHome. You want to secure your job, because this guy's coming for it. If he's not staying here with Aster.A, it might even just be White Album that's going to another team. Like, those are two guys, whether it's one of them, you got to watch out, because they'll come for your job, and they will play well wherever they go.
The Chinese region is competitive when there's competition, even in your own squad, for a particular role in the team. But speaking of that promotion we've been harping on about, we have now concluded Division 2 for the day, and we'll be moving on to Division 1 action for the rest of the proceedings. Before we take a quick break, I want some quick predictions from y'all. The first series is going to be PSG LGD taking on Extreme Gaming. Thereafter, we have, of course, a big series, Team Aster versus RNG. Drag and Drop, give me some score lines. I know you hate predictions. Of everyone I've ever met, you hate them the most. But what do you think? How are you feeling about what these series are going to look like for today?
Let me just find a coin somewhere. Don't need a coin for PSG LGD for XG, I think. I think PSG LGD is still one of the best teams that we've got. They're sitting at 5-0 right now, only dropping a single map. XG, no slouches either, but I still think PSG LGD's got the upper hand there. And yeah, I also want to go for Aster against RNG. It's also a bit, perhaps a bit out there, but it's I also bet on them last time we had this conversation a couple of days ago, and I ended up being right. So.
B-Cup, how about you? You're probably going to favor PSG LGD. We all know how we feel about that team, but the second series, the engaging one, not a great performance in the off-lane today for Fishman, aka Flyby. How do you think he fares later on in the day when he has to play in Div 1 against Team Aster there?
Just before I answer that, I think LGD is going to win 2-1. I actually think XG is going to take a game. But it also depends on how Lu plays. Like I said, LGD is a team that takes advantage of mistakes, and Lu sometimes has bad lanes, and they make you pay for that. On the other side of that, going to the RNG Aster series, RNG seem a little bit flustered at the moment, losing God King. Like, I do wonder what's going to happen, because they're coming off a 2-0 loss to LGD, but obviously that's kind of expected whether or not you have Flyby. You could probably have put 5 other guys out there, and the same result would have happened. It doesn't matter. But going up against Aster, what did happen? They lose. Yeah, they lost to eHome, which, so your eHome, you're hoping that Aster loses, because then you have a shot at the major. I think that goes 2-1. I'm rooting for RNG just because I like Chaos in the middle of the pack on this bracket. I'm a big fan of Chaos.
Chaos is fun, and Chaos might lead into some interesting tiebreakers. But to see whether or not it's going to be a chaotic day or perfectly ordered that will require Dota to be played, And that Dota is going to be played in about an hour's time. This series went a little bit faster than we expected, so we're going to be taking a fairly significant break. However, when we return, Division 1 action will kick off first with PSG LGD against the side of Extreme Gaming, followed up afterwards by Team Aster versus RNG. So go take a walk, get a glass of water, go breathe some fresh air, call someone in your life that you love, and let them know you love them. And for now, we're going to be signing out. B-Cop, Drag and Drop, thank you so much, gentlemen. And everybody, come back fresh in an hour for some more DPC, for more of the Spring Tour, for more incredible Dota 2 action.
acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights, even though they're so overdue. We had a fire, now we're watching it burn low. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. Losing my pride, but I guess that's what love do to people like us, struggling to come through. We had a fire that we watched it burn out. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 I'm acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights. Think I'm losing my mind, but I guess that's what love do. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 Demons pushing all my triggers.
Where are you? What's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the moonlight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending. what's going on. Simple truth, I'm low, let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing till the daylight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending, depending, depending on you. Into the city where the lights are, to turn it up and turn it on. Into the city where the night starts, depending on. I love the night, love the night. Let's do it all. I love the light, love the night. Let's do it all. We do it all.
I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC as we continue now not only on the road towards a major, but on the road towards deciding who else will be joining PSG LGD in participation on that major. We are here in Division 1, having seen Division 2 action wrap up with Aster.A gaining promotion into Division 1 for next season, but there's still some unfinished business here at the top of the card. Of course, starting off today's action will be PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. And Extreme Gaming looking to try and book their own major ticket. PSG LGD looking to be the only team in the DPC to have back-to-back runs, consecutive seasons without dropping a single series. We are now joined by Black and Lizard. Gentlemen, what's up? What's going on? Is there any hope today that PSG LGD loses? Black, you keep hyping up this team. You know, I've been hyping up Extreme Gaming. We're going to have war on our hands here. So the question for you is Lou going to be able to drag Extreme Gaming up to that 5-1 slot and deliver the first loss against PSG LGD?
I'm just going to go ahead and say probably not, because from what I've seen when RNG played against, was it RNG against Extreme?
No, it was Aster, I think.
Somebody made Extreme look really, it was Aster Extreme, yeah. They made Extreme Gaming look extremely weak compared to themselves. And then we've just seen yesterday, eHome beat Aster 2-1. So what does that mean for Extreme Gaming? If Aster 2-0 is Extreme, you know, I don't actually know. But
it just means that they had a bad day. You know,
they had a bad day. Sure, that's what we'll go with here.
You wake up.
Excuse.
You wake up. You were sleeping somehow on your shoulder or on your hand. You know,
my hand is cramping.
It's cramped. You couldn't use your BKB. You couldn't buy it even because of that. You know.
True. Yeah. That's why you go Manta style first. Cause Yasha BKB, I cannot buy. It's not possible.
It's just not possible. You go S and Y. No, that's what happens.
Lizard, back me up on
Black.
He's looking for backup here. You know, please come on, give us some hope more for Extreme Gaming here, Lizard. Or are you also going to be on this bandwagon of PSG LGD is just too good?
Bandwagon.
Look, it's not a bandwagon. It's literally the whole world that understands this. PSG LGD is really
a very
good.
big bandwagon, man. Yeah. It's a giant bandwagon, you know.
It's
worldwide.
What's the? Yeah, it's the Orient Express. Yeah, Orient Express, or what's it called? The Transylvania Railroad, whatever the hell. Siberian
Deutsche Bahn.
Deutsche Bahn, sure, Deutsche Bahn. Even though I heard Deutsche Bahn isn't that great lately. No,
not that good, no.
For real, PSG LGD, we all know who they are, what they are. We've been talking about them for ages. These are the guys, obviously, that got wrecked by Magnus in the finals of TI, but have been trying and attempting to get that belt, to get that Aegis for a really long while. And that's their goal, right? Their goal isn't to win versus XG here. Their goal isn't to just win and go to the major. Their goal is literally the Aegis. And because of that, they're a different league. They're a different league from anyone else. But Extreme Gaming, they're a little bit of a mystery. And you have to give that to them at least. They have this like, who knows? Like, I hope for the best because everyone else on that team is really solid. I think that when you have a position 1 surrounded by really solid players, he can grow immensely and in a really short time span. Just look at our fellow analyst, top right from you, Snare.
Hey.
Yeah, just look at him. That happened to him. And I believe that it can happen to Lou as well. Will it happen? It all depends on him and how much he can take the pressure.
You're way too nice, Lizard. Do you remember what happened? He took 3 arrows in his face and died without dealing any damage. 5,000 damage morphling in like 30 minutes.
Maybe he wore a lot of synthetic clothes. When you wear a lot of synthetic clothes, you get, you know, like magnetized.
Arrow magnet.
Magnet arrow.
It just went straight into him. Yeah, I am being nice. I am being nice, but that's what we're here for. We're not here just to flame players.
True.
I have to be nice to set myself up for all the flaming later on, right?
Right.
There we go. That's the right perspective. I mean, we've seen it in the past where we do have these carrier players who get that surroundment and then improve rapidly. But we've also seen the opposite direction where that person cannot rise to the occasion, rise to the challenge. Still not exactly certain where XG is right now. I think that game, Lu looked especially poor in that series against Aster, but I don't think the team overall looked good in general. So I'm not entirely sure if his improvement over performance would have made a big difference in that series. So hopefully they've gone back to the lab, gotten their heads game, and try to figure out some new stuff coming into this game. Against PSG LGD, though, Black, one of the big issues is the depth that this team has in terms of their understanding of Dota. How do you outdraft them? It does feel like that's what you kind of have to do something, is you're not going to likely beat them just heads up in an even game. Is there something that you've seen in the pockets of extreme gaming that you think could be a viable trump card against PSG LGD?
No, as you just said, like it's so hard to actually outdraft PSG LGD, let alone even have like an even draft. And even if you do have an outdraft or an even draft, beating them is still not easy. They always seem to be able to come back in these really weird scenarios where one of their guys suddenly has a super standout game and they end up winning anyway.
Yeah.
It's like this team, you can never count them out. Never.
Yeah, it's always someone that just picks up. You know, they completely. I remember in some of my teams, it was like someone comes and says, "Yeah, I had a bad game," and then we all huddle up, and it's like, "Yo, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a bad game once. We're gonna carry you." You know, but that never happened to my teams. But here in PSG, that's how it actually is. Like, if someone has a bad game, the rest of the team really picks up and compensates for that. It's always been like that for them. For XG, I really feel that last series versus Aster, the drafts weren't good. Like, that's something that needs to be said. It's not only the player performance, the drafts were off.
Yeah. Agreed completely.
Well, we'll be seeing if they can try and do something different in the drafting phase, as we are finally inside it here, gentlemen. Game 1, XG need to be able to get this W. If they win, I believe that will more or less guarantee their ticket to the major. They want to be the second team to do it and also deliver the first loss to PSG LGD across 2 DPC seasons. And that includes the finals. Remember that they won pretty handily there. So let's get into it now. PSG LGD get the first pick, Broken Hero, of this Pangolier. It is now being played a lot in the mid lane as well, so a lot of versatility for that. And on the other side for XG, Bane, Templar Assassin, Opener. Very, very safe couple of picks here, Black, to start off for XG.
Yeah, but then we have the little bit of a... Well, it's not really a surprise pick anymore because that was used against TA like a month back. Kind of fell out of fashion a little bit, the Jakiro. But like Pangolier, Jakiro, they will bully TA into submission probably by like level 2 or level 3. Like, he'll have to go jungle. I can't really see how TA is going to stay in that lane for longer than like 4 or 5 minutes. It's a super hard counter lane.
Do you even just at this point think about putting her mid? Like, you can consider it, right? Because like you said,
but does Lu, that's the thing, does Lu play anything that's not a hard carry? Because I always see him on like super hard carries only. You can't play super hard carry with a TA. That's not possible.
Yeah, I agree.
He does play the TA. He has played it before. Right now, he's enjoying a young 90% win rate on this hero. One of his more successful carries. So most likely for XG, that in situations like this, you don't want to put your carry player on something he's not comfortable with. So I imagine they're going to try and protect him for the rest of the draft. But like you're all already mentioning, there's issues with the laning phase against the Jakiro. Is there an option for them to try and switch up the lanes and do something a little bit different just to try and get a better start for Lu here?
Yeah, that's what we were questioning, right? Or you're thinking, can they put TA on Lu on mid lane? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm thinking like they can put him on safe lane still, but then they run like some aggro lane or something like that. Do like what the South Americans are doing now, where it's like every other game you go aggro try for the first 4 minutes.
SA is wild, man. SA has its own meta.
They do.
It's like, yeah.
And it's also harder with TA, right? Because TA is very, very, very level dependent. Like a trident with TA can probably work. It just doesn't feel very good for the TA at all. Because like, if you get beat in lane, the only fallback factor you have is that you have this like level 2 refraction. It can somewhat allow you to jungle. If you don't even have that, then yeah, all your combat mechanics are pretty much negated. And China doesn't really like tri-lanes, from what I've seen. Like, they've done like one like the entire season.
I think it's like 1 or 2, but it's very rare that we see that emerging. Something else that that's not really that popular in China, but every time it does come out, it's incredibly successful. This is a bad hero. Nev's been talking my ear off about it because it has some startlingly high win rate, like a global 70% win rate. Why is it that we don't see it all that often in China? And in a game like this, I could see some value for it by getting a nice strong dispel for your team.
Yeah, Lizard, why? Because we've actually seen this hero first picked in China, DPC, for like a week, and first phase banned even for a week, but then suddenly after that week, nobody picks it, nobody bans it.
Wait,
Like, what happened in
did you
one
say Abaddon or?
Yeah,
I'm. I didn't just hear the hero, but I guess what you were saying was Abaddon. I don't know. Like yesterday as well, he was ignored, and before he was first phased constantly. One of the heroes that countered him a bit was Rubik, that teams were trying to pick against, as you can steal that aphotic shield, and we see it here. But here it's more about the ice bat and whatnot. It's just I'm not sure why Abaddon wasn't picked. Like even like look, Abaddon right now for XG versus Jakiro and Beast would be like so insane. It would be insane, but it's very interesting that they picked Beast. Yeah, as I thought they already had their 3 and 4. But it looks like Pango is demoted to a 4, right?
Yeah, but I still think Jakiro will be playing with the Beastmaster in the off lane just to counter the TA, and then Pangolier plus whatever carry armor plays in the safe lane. Like, putting Beast Pango against TA it still sounds okay, but like, why would you pick the Jakiro in response to TA if you don't want to lane it against it? Makes no sense.
Yeah.
LGD is too smart to let that happen.
I mean, this could also be them. I'm still a little bit bullish on this particular Pango going into the mid lane. So that could be mid Pango and then the Beastmaster Jakiro combination going into the off lane. And that way you can still harass the TA, get a ton of farm onto the Beastmaster as well. Not that much that XG can do about it in the way that they're stacked up in the draft. I suppose it'll be revealed more once we find this 4th pick, the PSG LGD. And mid Pango. All right.
Yeah,
mid Pango at 4 Jakiro? Like 4 o'clock isn't as good as 4 Jakiro, right?
Offlane, it's yeah, it should be right. It should be 5 o'clock for Jakiro with Beast.
Yeah, but why clock? I like Bane. I mean, clock Jakiro makes sense, but is it good enough?
It's different. It's different, right? From I guess Jakiro plus clock versus TA. You just cog her in, macro pyre, bye TA until Rubik has like a 4-staff or that telekinesis thing where he can throw her out.
But it's like a hard counter, right? Like clock is hard counter by Rubik in the draft already.
Yeah,
like in the mid game.
Yeah.
Maybe they felt that they wanted some kind of additional guaranteed way to isolate TA at the back, not caring that much about Rubik, and being like, well, Rubik will do what he does, but we want a certified and guaranteed jump to make sure that lose game is as difficult as possible. I mean, before this, they had initiation with like with the Pango already, but I don't know. This is also most likely Shin-Q clock, I think, maybe? Or is it going to be Innocence clock? I know you're a bit worried about the laning phase here, but have you seen Shin-Q play Clockwork, man? It's too good. It's too good. Even if it's counted in the draft, I'm not sure it's going to be that deep. And Razor coming out from XG, this is somewhat peculiar. I would have expected this from PSG LGD into the TA of XG, but why did they go for it on their side here for XG? What does it do for the team here, Black?
Yeah, what does it do here? Like, it doesn't
What does it do,
anything,
Black?
really. It doesn't actually counter any of the heroes, right? And they have Beast already, which is
and
like
they have
one of the best
Beast,
answers to
exactly.
Razor.
Yeah, it's like one of the best.
And Pangolier doesn't care at all about Razor in the lane either.
But shouldn't you? I guess you should win the lane versus Pango, right?
Yeah.
Even
but
with
your
the
rotations
swashbuckle,
are so good with Pangolier. However, I want to remind you, Lizard, I'm sure you haven't forgotten.
Remind me. Yeah.
That game 1 where Nothing to Say played Pangolier against Team Spirit, that was probably one of the worst Pangolier performances I've ever seen in my life. Like, he looked so unpracticed on it. You think he practiced it a lot? Or?
So you just wanted to flame a little bit here, I see. We're back to the standards.
No. I was wondering
back
if you
to black.
think, do you think he put in the work, Lizard? Or is it another one of those trial picks?
I don't think he put in the work. Knowing nothing to say, he never practices Pango.
He's so lazy every time. Like, whenever he picks up a new hero, terrible performance. Except it's always almost perfect.
except the 99% of the time.
Ooh, dude,
lack of 1%.
Dirty, man.
PL
this
so
is dirty.
good. So good.
It's a great PL game.
They didn't even think, man, it's just dirty. Like, they knew the dirty soup.
And it's like,
what's
what
left
do
in
you-
the
what do
draft
you
to
do
help
here?
deal with this?
Like, what do you pick on offlane? Do you get some Underlord?
Sand King?
Do you get some... Okay, Sand King as well. Yeah, you need some... you need something to deal with these illusions, something that builds items versus them as well. Like,
I only see like Sand King or Underlord from the offlane at least. Legion Commanders is what some people pick, but I don't really like that too much.
yeah, I wouldn't like Legion as well. It would give you something against the Roar, but overall I wouldn't like it. Yeah, Sand King, nice call.
Okay,
Good,
Sand King,
good
last
stuff,
pick.
good stuff.
We on
This is
fire
going
today,
to be...
As always, man.
This is the first PL game,
1 out of
gentlemen,
10
of the
votes.
DPC. No other team has gotten this hero just yet. So, what do we make of it? We like it. I like the PL. I like the response from the Sand King on the side of XG. I'm still very, very confused by what this Razor is going to do. And remember, Lizard, you were asking earlier on in the draft, how are they going to roll with this TA on XG? Turns out Paparazzi's playing this hero in the mid lane, and Lou's going to be playing the Razor. I'm asking you about this because I know how Black feels about mid TA. Do you think it's going to be a successful usage of moving the roles around to put that hero mid and have Lou play something a little bit more quote unquote stable?
Shake the head. Get that neck stretch in, because I'm trying to get something out of this brain, but nothing's working. They don't have a playmaker on XG. That's my biggest problem. Like, Sand King needs to have a blast. He needs to have such a good game that he's the one that creates the most movements and the most plays for his side. But even
While
if he
also
creates
countering PL.
yeah, while also countering PL and getting a lot of farm later on to get those items that work against him. Plus, they have absolutely no way of taking objectives. I'm sorry, but I feel that this PL will roll out of control eventually, and you will not be able to constrict the map hard enough for him not to do that. Like, it doesn't matter for me. It's not even about the lanes. It's just the way the heroes work. Sand King needs to be a boss this match.
Yeah, like if it was like a 4 Sand King and they had like another offlaner, it would be a very different scenario because Sand King wouldn't have like 80% of the jobs like thrown onto him. But this game is literally he initiates, he has to counter PL while initiating somehow, and he also has to find all the, as Lizard said, all the ganks around the map. Like, it's just too much for a single Sand King. If he ever burrow strikes in, they can also just raw him and he's just instantly dead. Like, they don't even have a save for him either.
Of all the Sand King players you could be having in this kind of situation, if you want to put all your faith in him, let's hope Old 11 is up to the task. He's been able to put games on his back before, but this is the all-important one. Extreme Gaming, a victory here will put them into major contention, guaranteeing their ticket there. But for PSG LGD, a victory here will continue their steamroll towards being undefeated across 2 seasons. Let's see how it all goes. We've got Black, we've got Lizard, and because I know Lizard generally has abandonment issues in these games, turns out we'll have me as well. So let's get it, gentlemen. Where's the action going to be in this game? Which lane are you looking towards?
I have a lot of issues. I have a lot of issues overall. Don't just put it on one. I'm happy you're staying with us.
He's a man of many
issues. Problems, yeah.
Nice compliment.
Thank you. Nice.
Oh, thanks. I like it that you recognize that. So nice of you.
Thank you.
Like, what should be the most fun lane to watch? Probably bottom, right?
Yeah, there's just a lot of aggression from both sides. Top lane as well, right? Perhaps.
Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong, but Razor doesn't sound super strong against Beastmaster and Jakiro either, right? Like if you have the bow on you plus dual breath, like you're in trouble.
Was Razor ever that great versus Beast? Like overall, I guess. Yeah, like never.
Level 1, the boar, I guess they can kill with like
what do you do?
Brain Sap?
Yeah, do you get like Plasma Field for real and then just focus Brain Sap Field to kill off the boars?
I think you have to, right? Like, as soon as Beastmaster's level 3, it's gonna get so hard.
Yeah. You can't even like you will never be able to use Static Link on this lane. You will be slowed by Dual Breath, by the boar level 2.
He didn't even skill boar yet though. So maybe he will go really heavy into the axes, or maybe it's just level 1 to get lasted with it.
Talk to me about this top lane as well, gentlemen. With this PL here, we were talking about how we need this old 11 Sand King to pop off in this game. is this the kind of lane where you can find the necessary farm to do so? You were talking about how this Rubik, of course, does manifest a small counter against the Clockwork. Is that going to enable Sand King to get off to the roarer start that he needs in this game?
Sorry, I was a little bit lost in thought. But yes, against Phantom Lancer, like Sand King has a free lane against Phantom Lancer pretty much every time. Phantom Lancer is a very greedy carry hero where in the lane he doesn't really offer a whole lot of aggression or damage at all. Just like he can snowball super hard if he doesn't get shut down in lane. So
and Clock doesn't help with that. Like in this lane versus Sand King, Clock doesn't help. So overall, you should be seeing this. Sand King is just free farming. Meanwhile, Rubik is able to go and stack some camps up for TA. So there are some nice things from the lanes. Razor is dropping really low. See that? He's dead.
Razor is going to end up taking a tumble bottom. You were asking about the power of dual breath with the boar. But this time they throw out these axes, they find themselves this kill. That is huge deal. Lu getting brought down so early on the Razor. It's not even that the Beastmaster is incredibly strong just yet, but losing out on that first blood, this hero gets stronger than you. Is this lane even playable anymore for Lu?
It was even only level 2. It wasn't level 3 that is level 2 boar, it was level 1 boar.
Level 1 dual breath.
Level 1 dual breath that he fell to. Yeah, this is already a problem now for them.
A lot of issues that are already presenting themselves here early on for Extreme Gaming. They certainly need Lu to perform at his highest level. At least the top lane is going decently. Mid seems to be an even affair here with the Paparazzi Templar Assassin getting what he needs against the lane of Pango. You don't expect the TA to do badly in those circumstances. However, because they lack a playmaker here, does it become easier for Nothing to Say to be the one to make the first big rotation because Paparazzi kind of has to wait for the Sand King to be the one to start fights?
Yeah, 100%. Unless you find like a lucky haste rune on a TA, you can't really ever rotate, or maybe like a DD, and you can like sneak in a random 1 or 2 shot on a support hero. And it's gonna be very much on Nothing to Say to break open the map. Because right now the lane's actually going quite decently. Like Razor, despite getting first blooded, his lane is still okay. Like his net worth is acceptable at this point, but it's gonna get super much harder. And the more you constrict this Razor, the harder this game just gets for the Radiant. Because as you said, nobody can help them get back into the game other than the Sand King. Like Razor and TA will maybe have to farm at the same positions on the map, which is something you never want to do.
Yeah, they'll be hiding in their triangle. That's what Black is insinuating.
Oh, look at Lu, man. He's just burning. Like Jakiro's damage output is insane.
Exactly. Like you're talking about this net worth, and sure, I agree, but he's going to be spending a lot of that just bringing region, or Bane bringing a lot of region at least. Because like Jinkyu just stands in this lane and dual breaths him.
God.
That's it. What can a Razor do?
This is so grief-worthy. This Razor might actually die here. Eating the dual breath is a dangerous position. The wild axes fly through from Faith Beyond. Does he burn out? No. 29 HP. If Shinkyu had been able to land one more right click there with the liquid fire, that would have been a kill. And he's camping behind the tower as well, preventing any kind of retreat. They're trying to corral this Razor into the corner. Might be forced to TP out, but how does he walk away here? Shinkyu, at the very least, getting zoned back a little bit by DY, so that'll provide some safety. But once again, you were just mentioning it now, that they have to bring in more regen to allow him to stay in this lane, which is going to affect what he's able to do with this network, even if it looks decent at this point.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're just bringing in like tangles, right? Actually, no, he did get healing salve.
There was one salve on Bane. Yeah. Bane healed him up a bit.
He's a bro. But I'm just worried that if the Razor doesn't have a good laning phase, it's not a good comeback hero, right? Like in the mid game, you already play against the counter and the Beastmaster. It might be a game where TA has to do like everything, TA and Sand King together. And it's a very scary prospect against the Phantom Lancer, because PL can just completely snowball out of control when you play against TA like that.
Yep. I mean, we've seen Ame before in situations where he does have favorable matchups on the carry position, do really, really well in these kind of games. For now, though, he's still just farming himself away. Let's take a quick look at said PA that you were talking about that needs to do everything. Given that there is that increased importance on her, felt that Paparazzi might try for a different kind of build, or we're still going to just stick with what we've been seeing lately. You know, Blinks, the D-Lance, Desolator. Might be a quick kill here. Shinkyu, Nightmare, DY, is this going to be the setup? They've got the Psionic Trap out. the damage will emerge, and that's one kill. They're looking for a second one. Tank rotated in, looking for a telekinesis, but nothing to say. Wise enough to swashbuckle to the northeast, and he will be able to escape. All right, decent stuff, and that's the kind of stuff you need to make TA a little bit faster in this game. You know, sometimes it's nice when the kills come to you instead of you having to go find them.
Yeah, nothing to say. Is actually 3/4 behind of a level from the TA. So definitely something that Black talked about earlier. His Pango is struggling once again. He's almost 1,000 gold behind from Paparazzi. So this mid lane at least is going really well.
Yeah, once he sticks though, he will have to look for like a good rotation here or there. Another nightmare on him.
Nice
but
there's very low HP on the TA. TA gets dual breath here. Will be forced to try and flee. Swashbuckle, connect, flush. Do they have protection for refraction? Just came back on cooldown, but they might turn the fight around. Psionic Trap dropped down in front of Innocence as Old 11 also showing up to the fight. Can't find the angle for the Burrow Strike. Finally gets it onto the Clockwork. At the same time though, nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder. Only hit support.
Oh wait, he goes back in?
He might actually get himself brought down. He went back in.
He's dead.
He needs to watch himself. Psionic Track slow with the Fade Bolt and a right click. Paparazzi will be the one that gets responsibility for the kill. The lingering damage on the Psionic Trap enables them to win this fight middle, gentlemen.
That's a
fun time.
Yeah, that was the... yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna... Black, you have something to say maybe? Yeah?
No, it's okay.
No?
Let's see what happens in future team fights.
He was fine.
Yeah, like... He was fine, but then he just rolled back in.
Yeah. And also, this whole fight was a little bit misfortunate for PSG LGD because he needed literally like 5 XP to get that level 6 on Pango. If he gets it earlier, then they can kill off the TA. He gets it a bit too late, plus he oversteps his boundaries and gets punished for it.
Yeah, but he is having a very rough game so far. At least PL is free farming. And I spoke about this before, where when you reach level 10 on PL really fast, like it's a permanent plus 40 agility, basically. Because the duration and downtime is the same. Duration and cooldown, sorry. So it's super important to get fast 10. As we see DY go down to, was it a Raw? Not even a Raw.
Nah, they just ran him down.
Yeah. Bane hates playing against all these summons.
He actually used
Are you guys worried at all
Fury
about the Clockwork? I feel like he might be just useless in this game later on.
Hasn't been able to accomplish that much.
I see what you mean, but even just clogging someone like TA in feels useful to me versus Razor as well. I don't know. It's a 5 clock after all, right? It's not how much work.
I'm probably just biased. Oh, they put Lou back in, but they don't want to.
That's Hurricane. He's been using it well.
This push that they wanted to launch from PSG LGD, they brought several heroes down bottom, including this mini army of the Beastmaster and Jack. They didn't get to pressure this tier 1 at all. Looks like they're going to bring in even more heroes. They are desperate to find this tower. Extreme Gaming, looking for a response of their own. Look at Old 11. If you find him, you'll see that he just picked up this Blink Dagger, desperate to try and unleash it here. Epicenter being triggered in the trees. Will he be able to find the right target? Nothing to say. Coming in with the Rolling Thunder. There's going to be the Power Strike onto the big beyond Beastmaster, but where's the follow-up damage? It's just not there. Innocence keeping Lou from being able to chase into the fight with the cogs. Gives up his life for this, but it'll enable them to isolate and kill Old 11. And now here comes Ame looking for the cleanup, looking for Lou first and foremost, and he will be able to find him. Swashbuckle doesn't connect, but thanks to the rush of this PL, they get the kill after the connection of the Spirit Lance. All right, 3 for 2 ends up happening. Bottom PSG LGD come up aces in that fight. It looked like it might be decent for XG, but why did they initiate on the Beastmaster first?
It was difficult for him. He was trying to land the Epi stun on 2 on Beast and Jakiro, but then they split up and Beast is a more important target, so he goes on him, but Beast is way too far and there's no follow-up, no extra damage to help you out. I can, seeing that occur, you can literally read Sand King's mind. You can see what's happening there. It's just that he chose the target that's of more importance, but there was no, sadly, follow-up, and they lose that fight quite convincingly. TA did finish off the Blink Dagger. It's flying over to Paparazzi, at least.
Yeah, it's just like hesitancy, right, that we saw from the Sand King. Like, he actually, the first time he channeled Epi, I thought, wow, this is gonna be GG, because all 3 of LGD were together, but then he cancelled it like 4 or 5 times. And then it's actually LGD going in first. So he felt even more pressure to get something done. We have all been there, right? We played as initiation heroes, and suddenly it's like, oh my god, I gotta do something now. I missed my best moment, but let's do it now better than never.
Yeah. When you hesitate, the moment goes away, right?
Yeah.
It just goes away
Like,
most of the
as
time.
soon as you see it, you gotta go, really. But it's easier said than done, because there's so much at stake every time. And as we already said, there's so much pressure on him, right?
Yep. He's the only one that can make those kind of moves for Extreme Gaming, and if he fails to do so, as we just saw in that fight, they kind of have nothing and they can easily get ran over by PSG LGD. To make matters worse, there's pressure from him to initiate, but also pressure on the game itself. He knows that his team is just one win away, just one, from getting themselves a ticket to the major. You know, of course, barring any weird circumstances happening due to lockdowns in China, you know, we'll talk about that at some other time. But for now, the game state could really be on his shoulders. They're going to try for another fight here. Ame gets caught with the Fiend's Grip. Old 11 is there. Will he find him with the Borrow Strike at the end of this duration? Of course he will. They are able to get this kill. Diffusal Blade did get completed just before he goes down. But nonetheless, that is a significant pickup. DY, great initiation from him, but Innocence gonna try and find some revenge, jumping in onto Old 11. And with the pushback into the Macro Pyre, there's no way out for the Clockwork. Innocence is very low, but because of how much damage is coming from Faith Beyond, Tank cannot pursue him. And they end up losing the Rubik as well. So a 2-for-1 trade. Given that they killed Ame, this will always feel like it's worth it for XG, but PSG LGD not making anything on the map easy for their compatriots on the other side.
Yeah, it was a massive pickoff on the PL because he just finished his Diffuser Blade. He was getting completely out of control. That one death is gonna slow him down a little bit, but like if he can find a good team fight now with his Diffuser Blade.
Stun mid.
He's nice 2-hero Borrow Strike coming in from Old 11. Faith Beyond will die to the epicenter. That's the moment that Old 11 needed. Will they get more out of this though? Ame also involved on the edge of the fight. Dual Breath coming in from the Jakiro as they go back in onto Old 11.
Ame has no doppelganger.
Almost down, but nothing to say. Gets Borrow Struck. He can't get close to anybody else. He's getting drained on the PL on the other side of the fight by Lu. So now Lu looking towards NTS. The shield crash though, doing way too much work. It keeps him alive for quite a while, but the stolen shield crash from Tank will enable them to kill him. Great kill happening onto Shin-Q as well. And suddenly 4 heroes have died. It's only Ame that's alive, but he's had all his damage drained away initially, so he had to flee. A bit too risky to come back in on the fight now. And hey, Old 11, when he finds that 2-hero Borrow Strike, when he finds that initiation, somehow XG then look like they can actually take the fight. But it's not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. Now
Nice
it's probably
deny
over.
on the tier 1. Okay, now it's over, yeah. Double Diffusal Blade. Pangolier also purchasing one now in the mid lane for them.
Yeah, without any
Do you like
bullets
that,
as well.
Lizard?
So far, I don't. If he was doing really well with it, I'd praise it, but it's not. It's not
It just
working
feels
out.
like, is it needed? Is it better than a Blink Dagger? Because much like Old 11, he's really the only guy that can initiate first.
Yeah.
And Blink Dagger will just help you to do so, right? He probably wants to scale a little bit more because he is playing that mid lane. But they're sorely lacking like a good initiation follow-up for Clockwork.
Yeah, he's playing that mid lane, plus his game was just horrible from the get-go. He's not really having.
Wouldn't you rather see Maelstrom then?
Would definitely.
back in.
Yeah, would definitely help you getting back in.
Diffusal Blade is like a fighting item, but yeah, we will see how it goes. I guess maybe we can praise it in a couple of minutes.
Does it have anything to do with TA? Maybe it works well against her or versus supports. Not sure. Yeah.
The mana burn is annoying, of course, but like PL will be doing most of that already.
Most of it, yeah. Overall, they need to, like, we've been talking about Old 11, that he needs to be a boss, and so far he truly has been. Like, he's been, yeah, that tier 1 bottom lane has been hard, but overall his performance is on point.
It's only going to get harder though, the stronger this PL gets.
They have to try and push their advantage on the map while it's possible, and they are looking towards the tier 1 tower to double their return, having claimed the tier 1 middle. At the same time, PSG LGD trying to siege onto this themselves, with Beastmaster and the Liquid Fire from Jakiro making this a lot easier. Doesn't seem like Extreme Gaming are going to try and counteract this, so they'll let the tower go, let it drop, and although this does buy them a little bit more space in Radiant Jungle, PSG LGD will start taking up space in Dire Jungle as well, because they need Ame to start farming up. He's being currently outstripped by both TA and the Sand King, but I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that these last few minutes, he's been playing a lot more safely with his squad, but finally does have time on the map to keep farming up. What build does he go for this game? We're not going to see any surprises, are we, on this PL, are we?
Nah. He's just choosing to go for the Sanj Yasha instead of Manta Style because there is the Sanking, of course, that offers a lot of lockdown and AoE damage. So the Manta Style wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. And then he's probably just gonna go... I mean, after that, it's really up to him. There's like Skadi is really good, but there's gonna be smoke coming in. Let's talk about that later.
Big
Xinq's gonna get
coming in
found.
from XG. Yep, Xinq, the first one out. And first one back into the fountain. They'll steal away the dual breath as well. Don't think they'll be able to claim much else. DY, yo, nothing to say. It took actually a pretty big risk, hoping that DY wasn't the one nearby to try and catch him, but he gets out to safety. This will open up an opportunity here, gentlemen, potentially for a Roche. If there's a DD around, maybe they try to go in for this. Let's see, 16 minutes. Oh, it's Arcane Rune. All right, never mind. Never mind.
They have talk with Rocket Spam to scout that out. And that whole engagement on top lane, Lu dodged the gank, and because of that they managed to come back in and get the edge hero. Can they even? I wonder, can they even contest this, even with all the info?
It's gonna be tough. Maybe just send some creeps and see what happens. But like Arcane Rune is the second best rune after DD, right? For TA, just because you get the melt strikes all the time. And Xinq is looking for it. Throws the fire in.
Why as well?
Fire's in. Okay, so that's Macro Pyre down though, and they're gonna smoke up immediately XG. They know there's no Macro Pyre for damage, so they can try and utilize that fact. Roche though is falling cripplingly low. Couple of right clicks from Paparazzi should be able to claim this one. And PSG LGD, they can't find a way in. They're still gonna try and find a fight. Old 11, nice connection there onto Innocence. And with the clockwork down, they do not want to play a 5v4. PSG LGD will sound the retreat, but that gives over the ages towards the Temper Assassin. Paparazzi now having the double life, and at the same time, Lu already sieging top. Tier 2 tower gonna start falling lower and lower. Extreme Gaming, yo. They might actually be doing it.
For now, the game is still young. You know, they have a lot of problems coming up with the PL potentially. Like PL is a very hit or miss hero too. Like if you can't find any good team fights as PL, you can also just completely fall off. I'm surprised so far that he hasn't really done much of anything, right, in any of these fights. They have been avoiding him very well.
I guess
now
he joined.
KB's up already.
Yeah, he joined the bottom fight in mid a little bit, but I don't think that overall, even though PSG LGD was moving around the pit, they weren't ready to contest it. And White died pretty much in a position in which you're trying to snatch ages, nothing else. You're a clockwork, you'll always attempt that, it doesn't really matter. The rest of the team was nearby, but they weren't ready. PL was down bottom.
PL. He is the one that has the responsibility of carrying this game. Of course, we've seen Ame do it several times on these off-kilter style heroes. And speaking of Ame, remember last season he played like very few heroes relative to his normal standard. This season he seems to be picking it up again, gentlemen, where he's being allowed to be a bit more dynamic in the drafts. What do you think this is down to? Are they practicing and trying to warm up more for TI, or did he just have more time to play pubs like you were telling us last time?
It's probably just a factor where like, he's very versatile as a player, and these heroes probably just fit into the draft that they're using, right? Like the moments when he's not being quote-unquote versatile is when they have like a set draft already, and like PA is just the best pick in that game, you know, and they pick it, and it might be the case for like 4 consecutive games.
Yeah, and it depends on the patch as well.
The versatility
right?
is still there. Yeah, of course. It depends on the
he
patch.
was never a player with a limited hero pool. So
yeah.
Just,
but very much so, like Xiaoba will always pick what he thinks is best for the game. Like, he doesn't care about any like hero stats.
Ooh, Old 11, great jump in onto Xinq, and with the double damage of Paparazzi, there's no more Xinq remaining. Innocence might find himself in similar amounts of trouble, dragged back by the tank Rubik. They will not allow this escape to happen. They will bring down both of these supports in the top lane, defending the tier 2 tower in the process. They didn't manage to snag the tier 2 of their own down middle, but great move from XG, getting more gold as well into the hands of the Temper Assassin.
It feels a little bit weird from LGD though. Like, they were all up top, but Pangolier was farming the jungle. So I don't know how well communicated it was or what, but if you want to fight, your Pangolier is a must-have hero.
maybe they're just trying to spread the map, buy some time while the Aegis is there, and you know, get that PL going.
Yeah, just then why put 4 heroes top, because it's so risky.
Yeah, it's You can see the way they're moving. They understand. Yeah, these guys are in our jungle. Let's go bottom. Let's support the PL. Get some wards on their side of the map. The only question is, will XG maybe even try to force more than the tier 2? Because that's also a possibility. Overall, this game, I believe when you look at the drafts, you expect PSG LGD to be in this position. You expect them to be in command, but they aren't. They're, the mid lane, I believe, is the biggest issue so far. From
He's alone there, Old11. Only one to be coming in
is
now.
alone down bottom, and they're coming in Rolling Thunder. They revealed the Blink Dagger just recently picked up on Nothing to Say. Old11 is still alive, and there's the Rubik stolen Rolling Thunder coming in from Tank. Gonna buy time because Old11 might die, but they're allowing Lu and Paparazzi to dish out the damage. Lu shows up with the BKB Eye of the Storm. Too much damage to keep Paparazzi alive.
Who's actually in trouble?
Will lose his first life. Lu now in danger as the BKB will expire. Ame cleans him up on the way out. There's a 2-for-2 trade here. Mid and off lane for mid and off lane. However, Extreme Gaming also give up the Aegis and the tier 2 tower bottom in the process. That fight initially looked so much better for them, but they spent so much time fighting inside the Jakiro Macropire, and everybody could not stand for long enough. Alright, at the very least they keep Paparazzi alive though, so that's something.
Felt like a pretty tough fight for them to take, honestly. Like, after Rubik stole the Rolling Thunder, I thought for sure they were gonna lose that team fight, because Ame was getting bounced up like 4 or 5 times there. And despite that fact, they still convincingly won the fight. Well, not convincingly, but they did win the fight, and PL's was getting stronger and stronger.
Is it maybe because Paparazzi used the BKB too early, and then he gets roared and whatnot, and just he needs to bail after the Aegis? Like,
well, what happened to Razor, by the way? He kind of came into the fight with half HP. Was he just tanking the top tower, or what happened to him?
Collateral damage.
Collateral damage? I'm sure it's called that. But yeah, like, if you are Nothing to Say, you cannot give away your role. It is way too important. Old11 again.
Old11, where is he making this jump right now? Inside the Radiant jungle. He's still alive though. He's been caught outside by 4 PSG LGD heroes. He remains alive. Buying time once again is this Rubik. Old11 does now die, but at what cost? Innocence will get taken down. He ate the Fiend's Grip from DY, so they won't have it available for the rest of the fight. With Lu being available with the BKB, they want to maybe take the rest of this fight. Tank falling very low. Ame trying to chase him down with this PL. They might have gone a little bit too far. And they need to remember on PSG LGD, they are playing 3v4 right now, having lost Pango in the Clockwork. And somehow, that took so long to kill Old11, and Extreme Gaming used that time to at least get a little bit of revenge here.
He used that Yules in the right position, bought a lot of time for himself. Pango as well got Zinkyu. I think he might be in some problems here. They used
well, there's no problems being dead, man. The fountain's a nice place to be.
Yeah, yeah. The Rolling Thunder was not on point. It got stuck. He got stuck between the cliff and the cogs. So that was also a big issue for them. plus PYW still had it, right? Rolling Thunder. So he
Old11 is looking
countered.
for Amen. I can't find him. But yeah, like, it's a little bit concerning that we see like all these team fights, but we never have anything positive to say about Pangolier. Damn. I hope soon. Because it feels like right now the Rubik is a stronger Pangolier. But the roll times out now. Like, you really can never give away Rolling Thunder. It's a massive, massive misplay if that happens. Because Rubik with it is so strong.
And the fact that he actually got the Rolling Thunder stolen away from him when they were moving bottom, he had a lot of time to shield crash to make sure that wouldn't happen, but didn't have taking advantage of it. They're gonna smoke up now though from Extreme Gaming. They've got a Blink Dagger on this Rubik, so he can follow up with Old11. Unfortunately for them, Ame got an Invis Rune and just picked up the Heart of Tarask, so not a very attractive target for the smoke. In which direction are they gonna go? Old11 might have revealed that the smoke is happening with this Epi Pulse middle. That's kind of annoying whenever I see this happening. We'll see if they're cognizant that this gank is en route. Nothing to say. Does he get out? He's fine. Nice.
Did the pulse trigger even though he was smoked? It's not supposed to.
Yeah, triggered onto that random creep camp middle. Like onto the creep that was walking past the wave coming in. Like the first creep got hit, I think.
Huge smoke up coming from PSG LGD now.
Yeah, they're ready to fight with that heart.
Yeah. Plus they know exactly where everyone else
DY,
is.
oh, they were so cocky.
Hook shot will connect onto him, but they don't follow up with the swashbuckle.
Old11?
Nightmare to buy some time. Now Old11 going back in with the epicenter, connecting onto Innocence. PSG LGD need to try and run themselves away.
There's a
Nothing
champion,
to say
be
yet
careful.
again. Rolling Thunder stolen once more. They at very least use it to kill Old 11. But how else
my
can they take this
God.
fight? Rolling Thunder connected onto Paparazzi. BKB activated by the TAs. It goes back into the fight. And they bring down Clockwork. Only 1-1
They'll
so
go back in.
far. As the BKB is finishing, Paparazzi afraid to stick around in the fight. Blinks back himself as well as the tank Rubik. Both of them will be able to survive this. Very nice playing of the edges there, quite nice, but it's a bit of a problem, gentlemen, that they still, despite being able to find a good jump with Old 11, didn't have a clean way to find any additional kills on top of the Clockwork.
That's the problem, though. Like, you're forced to jump in every time first, and if you die, PL just doesn't care at all. Like, he was full HP this entire fight. The only reason he ran away is because Razor linked him with a BKB. But, like, how do they stop him? Because that's exactly what Lizard spoke about. Sanking has way too many jobs. Like, if he doesn't jump there, the Bane just dies for free. So he has to do it, but he has to counter PL too. Like,
They pretty much had to roar the Razor there, right, as well, to get the PL away from the link. My biggest problem for XG right now is I still think that they can take the fights, but the problem is their BKBs are running shorter and shorter, lower and lower. Meanwhile, PSG LGD didn't even have to itemize into them. And now you have TA with 7 seconds. You can even see the way PSG LGD is playing. They sacrifice a hero or two for the BKBs, and then they try to re-engage. So far, that hasn't worked for them. It hasn't worked because XG is just way too fast. They blink out. They run away. But eventually, around the objectives, you will not be able to reset after you use those BKBs. And that's when PSG LGD will look like, yeah, that's it. We've got everything we need. The fight is ours.
what do you think about the item adjustment of the Razor going to Mjolnir?
Mjolnir? Yeah, I saw that as well.
Do you think it's viable, or because the damage isn't really super high of that?
I think it's wonky. It's one of those items that you want versus PL, usually, right? But would you like
Refresher Shivas just better?
Yeah, right?
Like, Refresher Shivas, as always, like, there's a reason it's a standard item build, right? It's just too good. And with double BKB, PL also doesn't really deal a whole lot of damage to you, because you don't take the mana burn.
Exactly, and you don't have to worry about all the boars and whatnot, all this collateral damage that usually brings him down low. So he has
We'll see. Post
total
BKB,
armor.
I can't see him do anything, but we'll see.
he's
Armin
going-
might be the one to break the smoke.
Yep. Even better, Innocent scouts out tank with the rocket flare, so this smoke really has
gotta be careful, you
a
can't
lot of
blink tank.
information given away, but Shin Q still ends up dying here. Rolling Thunder will now emerge
back.
from nothing to say, but he's losing so much health. The Daedalus on this Templar Assassin almost immediately killing nothing to say here. Rolling Thunder from Rubik following the other Rolling Thunder as they catch and kill the Clockwork. He buys back instantly, so does Shin Q. Old 11 has
Eyes
the
on
Aura
armor.
Strike coming up in a minute. Does manage to get away for a moment now. They're trying to avoid fighting headlong into this PL, as we see DY, he gets left behind as well, though, on the side of Extreme Gaming. Does have
Legit.
access to buyback if need be.
Do you
I don't
rush?
think we'll be seeing anyone else caught out. They go into the Roshan pit. Yeah, indeed. Buyback coming in now from Bane. He realizes that he needs to give his team the 5v5 and not give away the Roshan for free.
They're kiting the PL really nicely, so they're doing a good job with that, but how long can you really avoid him, you know? How long?
Nice smoke up, coming in. Remember, TA does not have a BKB. I think that's
Oh,
why
tank! Oh no! He has no escape!
BKB, oh no.
And no
Rubik, the first
buyback.
one caught, and no buyback either. 45 seconds in the grave. And that will be the ticket PSG LGD need to secure this Roshan. Old
They're still
11
happy, but now no blink
posturing
dagger.
a little bit like he wants to go back in, but like you just said, blinks up onto the high ground, so will not have the blink.
Oh, the 11 gets rot! No! he has
No,
no
Old
buyback.
11 roared on the low ground.
as well.
He's gonna die. Also doesn't have buyback. Also gives up the gem to Innocence. Now
And that's it.
Extreme Gaming really can do nothing. That's it. Roshan's gonna go away. They cannot contest this at all. And now the entire game stage feels like it's changed around as well.
Yeah, this might literally just be GG right here. That one Roshan. He gets a free shot on top on PL as well, so he doesn't even have to buy it himself. So he gets into his Octarine core much faster. Like, this is how the snowball really starts.
Their understanding of this game is just so cool. Both of these teams understand what they have to do, but PSG LGD are just one step ahead. Yeah,
they're faster.
XG. You can play this game with your BKBs. We will bait them out, and then you will run away. Sure, it's gonna happen twice, maybe 3 times, But the moment we approach an objective, you lose that. Like you lose the capability to go back. You need to force. You need to go and fight us. And if you don't have a BKBs, if you don't have your BKBs, you will lose the fight. That's literally what was happening here. That's like some. That's why the Sand King died, really, as well. He was trying something which was impossible to do.
Yeah. But at the same time, they also know if they give Aegis away to a PL like this, it's very bad news.
Yep.
But they don't even have to finish the game with this, right? Like, PL can literally just farm up one more item and maybe even one more after that with this Aegis, and then he's literally unstoppable. Like, once that Octarine core is online, it's just like so much cooldown reduction for the Doppelganger and the range on the Spirit Lance, right? Like, this is the like 1-year-old build at this point, where PL just becomes so obnoxious in all these team fights. He just keeps spamming the Lance.
Yep.
Which is interesting because he didn't even take the Lance cooldown. So I wonder if he made up his mind like a bit later. Because you usually want to take the Spirit Lance CD.
Are you gonna just spam it on Razor from distance?
Yeah, exactly. And you get like mana burned, and like they start splitting on you, and then after 2 seconds you throw the next one. You know, like it never stops.
Will this item help out? Speaking of itemization, they smoked up on PSG LGD, but they have completed now the nullifier on the Templar Assassin. Having access to that, of course, it's not that many active items on the side of PSG LGD. Is this going to help? Oh my god, she better not die here. Oh no! They have the gem, they have the jetpack on Clockwork, and they definitely have the ability to kill Paparazzi. Down for the count. Godlike streak ended. And 90 seconds on the Grove, no buyback, and 1800 gold, what?
Dude, Jakiro got 1100 gold from that kill. Almost Halbert now down on him. What is up with the Dota economy?
It's inflation, man. Haven't you heard? It's everywhere.
How did Jakiro get 1100 gold for that?
That's a lot of money.
I think he was like, yeah.
Is this potentially them gonna try Siege for a tier 3? I mean, they have this Aegis remaining for still quite some time.
That's what PL is really good at, you know?
Rex, right?
Yeah, you just keep throwing lances at a distance. Every time somebody shows, you throw a lance. And then it bounces to illusions, and it keeps happening. Lance of cooldown, do it again. It's so obnoxious.
Goodness. Did you just see what happened to Rubik? Yeah, Rubik also had to retreat to Fountain. Got like one lance and a big army.
Look again, look at all these
Look at this! These Illus by themselves, zoning back the rest of Extreme Gaming. They cannot do anything about this. Sand King as well, forced into a Revelatory's position, has to back off. They just easily take away the racks. They're not done yet either. It's gonna come bottom and say, well, even when TA comes back, he's not actually not strong enough to fight headlong into us through 2 lives. And the spam!
Stupid.
How do you deal with this here, Lizard? What are you supposed to do against these PL spam?
We're waiting for
they're committing now. They're hard committing now.
Okay,
are they? They're soft committing. They go back to Fountain,
open this up.
TA is up? Yeah, heal up. But
it's so lame.
LGD can do whatever. They can fight. They can go back. This is... Just end their misery, please. This is too lame.
They can't go in. He still has Aegis. 1 minute. No way. Oh, you can't die here.
Old 11 might actually end up losing his life, and they commit the Primal Roar onto the Sand King. They jump in, they kill him. He does have buyback, but he's already lost a life here. Razor running away from this army of illusions, forced into the base, and they just can't fight. They can't do anything. All of these heroes on the side of PSG LGD are still at full HP, and now they are going to lead themselves into the lane of Rax top, looking for Megas. Old 11 will fight back, able to isolate, at the very least, the Clockwork. Lu trying to chase him down. Do they have enough damage? They do with Paparazzi, and that's a dead Clockwork. Shinkyu's also gone earlier.
Aegis for 30.
So this might be the opportunity Extreme Gaming need. Aegis still up for another 25 seconds. Will they be able to chase him long enough to force the Aegis to get expired? It doesn't seem like it. He goes forward though. Power Strike does connect onto Ame. They lift him into the air. They will be able to bring down one of these lives, I think. And indeed, that's the case. Eye of the Storm is up. Grip is up. Do they have a way to kill him? And indeed they do, with stolen spells coming in from Rubik as well. Power Strike, Epi. And finally, they kill Ame, but it does come at the cost of 2 full lanes of racks back in the base. But PSG LGD have still given up their big PL hero. This might be the chance that Extreme Gaming need to mount something of a comeback.
How is the building damage looking? Can they get a Rex here? Pangoli is so good at defending though.
Yeah, maybe they can get a Rex. I don't see them taking more, as Jakiro is up in 20 seconds, so he'll be the one The big one defending, right? Maybe
Clock has, like, double hook shot
PSG
too.
yeah, maybe if PSG LGD is a bit too cocky, gets caught out of position, but that's
Nah,
that
it
just
already
never
looks like this
happens
is
to
it.
them.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, do you see if PL gets caught out, like away from all of his illusions, there's still, like, he's still easily killed. Like TA's damage is no joke. It's just approaching him is the big problem, right? Like, how do you get to him without losing half your health? That's the question I need to answer.
So if you're XG, you just need to not wait for anything. You actually have to be the ones going first. If
Yeah.
you wait around your objectives, you just get spammed to death. But right?
And you have to go on the PL, right? Like, if you ignore the PL, you will lose those fights.
Is it not possible for them to still take fights sort of the way they mounted this defense, where support's killed first and then you try and move on from there? Or does that require PSG LGD to be in a retreating position to make that kind of jump?
Yeah, because Jakiro was all by himself, right? Imagine if PL is just next to him and all these illusions are around you already. You need to pop the BKB very prematurely on the TA and the Razor. And once those BKBs are gone, what do you really do against the PL? Or even against the rest of the team as well. Because Pangolier against no BKB is also completely broken, of course, we know. And Razor is actually not going for the Refresher at all. He's going for the Radiance now. Like,
what?
I understand
It's
what the thought process is, but this is like such a pop mindset. Like, you can see that Lou is not very experienced at all in competitive Dota.
Yeah, I completely agree with the statement Black just made. It's Radiance is your this is the item you buy in pubs to deal with PL with all of his illusions, but you will be whittled down. It doesn't matter if you get that Radiance. You need okay, he switched it up. Okay, there you go. There you go, Black.
You need that.
How dare you call him inexperienced?
Good boy.
I'm pretty sure he just did that because I flamed him. Like, he was listening to the cast. Oh,
He's like, oh snap, my bad, you know?
sorry, Black. I'll switch it up. And they're smoking without the Razor, though. Careful.
Smoke action and Old 11. They come across Innocence first, but they committed 3 big spells onto him. They gripped him, they jumped him. And now, though, if he buys back, this might bode very badly for XG. Doesn't seem like PSG LGD, though, will want to fight since he doesn't actually have said buyback, so they will let this one go. It is so lucky for them that they used the grip so early, because otherwise XG might have felt that they could further that fight, but instead they might have to deal with the subsequent Roshan defense or a high ground defense without all their big spells. Well, it looks okay for now. It's fine. PSG LGD is not.
Very late Roche too. They're jumping on the Thunderhide. Okay, get it. I wonder if one of Lou's teammates actually saw the quick buy and they're like, hey, bro.
Buy a better item, fam. What are you doing?
Kind of looked like
from
that.
behind, he's just giving him a stern look, you know. Looking down him.
Blink is like, if you do that, your contract's right here, like holding it over the fireplace, you know.
No. Speaking of itemization, though, gentlemen, click on the PL and you'll see that the Orchid is finished. The progression towards Bloodthorn is happening right now. This feels very, very good with these lowered durations on the BKBs and especially already having the Octarine online. Feels like life can become especially complicated for heroes like Old 11 as well, who kind of does need to be casting spells in the midst of these fights.
Yeah, it's like the usual PL build-up, and then at some point you will get rid of the boots. By a pistol or the hook on the Bane.
Oh, nice hook onto Bane, but unfortunately that just brings you right in front of Paparazzi. Okay.
Why do that?
Why wants to make the game entertaining, man? Why is
that's the second time he just like kind of fed in like that. 111, like he wants to take Pigu's #1 death spot.
The teammates were around, they were following, but they just cannot follow through all the hookshot range, so...
Yeah. They gotta be careful, man. Like, the gold is back to even, sure. Like, the longer the game goes, the less effective PL gets in this kind of scenario, right? Like, he's now at his peak, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Paparazzi queuing up a Rapier. So if this Aegis goes their way, he might even complete it.
Late game Dota, right? We all love it or hate it. I hate it.
Old 11.
Love it, man. Old 11 jumping in onto this Jakiro. Shinkyu will die to a massive crit coming out of Paparazzi. They did, though, get a BKB usage out of Paparazzi at this point, so he needs to be careful. Lift it forward. Rubik, thank God for picking up the Agamemnon shot, but great hook this time around from the Clockwork Goblin. DY tries to buy time, throwing the Nightmare onto Paparazzi, but it will not be good enough. Gonna be a huge kill.
Nice
Clockwork
cog.
not done either. Able
Buyback,
to get the
TA.
cogs out onto DY as well. But the turnaround with the Nightmare and the damage from Lu will actually get the Clockwork killed. And now look at this damage happening after Old 11 finds a huge stun. They're gonna be able to find these three heroes. Ame watches Pango and the Beastmaster die right in front of him. Can he escape? It doesn't seem like it. They found him with the Nullifier. They've got the Eye of the Storm out. The Refresher was revealed in this fight by Lu, and it
gets
turns
ult
out
11.
to be exactly what they needed.
No buyback
They
on
find the
PL.
kill. No buyback on PL. Jakiro also about to die. This is a dieback on the Twin-Headed Dragon. And that's a lot of heroes on the deck for PSG LGD. An open path towards a lane of Rax and potentially a Roshan attempt as well. Extreme Gaming have done everything they need to. It did require a buyback from Paparazzi, but hashtag worth in this kind of situation.
100%. The towers are in trouble, so they won't be able to really go for too many objectives other than Roshan. And maybe get the top Rex afterwards. But yeah, very, very big fight and very important too because he is going for that rapier.
So good for him. He used his buyback. Now he's going to get that Aegis and the rapier completed. PSG LGD did, they made a lot of mistakes in the last couple of minutes, didn't they? Innocence as well dying, then Xinkyu dying, then Innocence dying. These two supports, it felt like PSG LGD was always 4 versus 5, no matter what. They managed to kill Paparazzi, but that buyback just seals the deal. From him and the Sand King, they go back in, they take a convincing fight.
He went away from the rapier. Oh man.
Yeah, never mind. Not interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he knows they don't need the damage, to be honest. Like, PL melts, so you can isolate him. And you really saw that Refresher come in handy there. Like, the double BKB, if he doesn't have that, he is going to die super fast.
Yeah. It's Razor starting to get really, really strong right now with the build-up that he's gone for. TA, the switch up from the Divine Rapier will instead be a Swift Blink, so a moderate upgrade there for her damage output. And like y'all are saying, not necessary at this stage of the game against Ame. Ame is starting to struggle now, gentlemen. He can show face in the fight, can dish out some damage, but if they ever focus him, he seems to die really, really quickly. Is there anything he can do to try and fix that, or are we past the point in the game where he can function as that raid boss hero?
They definitely can, and so far they could. Maybe not any longer, but the main thing for me is Clock and Jakiro, they need to not die before the team fight happens. That's the main and most important aspect, because if that... it's so important that Jakiro lives, because if he lives, then you can force a BKB. If you can force a BKB, you can fight with PL afterwards, right? Like you can fight with everyone afterwards, with the Pango too. But if your supports die so fast, especially Jakiro, then the whole game, the whole fight is much easier and simpler for the Razor and the TA. By the way, Razor with the Satanic as well.
Yeah, it's one of the better ways because you can lifesteal against illusions now, of course. 5-man smoke. And these fights are following a very simple pattern, right? PL only dies if he's left alone.
Yeah.
So let's see.
They're going in.
Old 11.
Old 11. Ooh, he will break the smoke, able to blink away though. Vision is being given by the Faith Beyond Hawk, but Extreme Gaming position on the high ground. Lu just walking around with that static charge from the Mjolnir, making him a somewhat unappealing target since he also has the Refresher BKB. And PSG LGD found nothing with the smoke, so Extreme Gaming want to show them how it's done. We'll go on a smoke of their own. Will they find a viable target here? The first person caught out is nothing to say, but has a Lincoln Sphere, not able to die just yet. And he's gonna get the turnaround as Ame also sending illusions down the hill. Just to say hello, just to buy some time so that the entire team can walk away. Big Psionic Trap slow though. They might be thinking about jumping in tank, but with a long-range Macropire stolen away, Paparazzi move forward with the BKB, but Innocence there immediately, trapping him inside the cogs. Ame though, now isolated by Old 11, is able to get away with the doppelganger. Lu inside the cogs, but he has the Eye of the Storm damage. They bring down the Clockwork. Paparazzi not able to kill the Beastmaster just yet. Lu hoping to try and chase down Xinkyu. Doesn't happen. All of them have to be more careful instead about this Pangolier, who DY found roaming the edges of the fight, kept him in position, enables his team to kill him. And that's 2 minutes in the grave, no buyback on Pango. But if he doesn't go in like that, they probably find Beastmaster and Jakiro as well. So he made the sacrifice. XG, it's on them now to punish this particular move from PSG LGD.
Yeah,
This game actually looks insane. Yeah. Like, what do you actually do now as LGD? Like, this double BKB Razor just completely destroys you. You have no damage.
Okay, So I know you loved it. I know you loved Octarine Core. I did as well at the moment he bought it. But if he had went for like, let's say something like a Skadi, do you think that maybe they'd have better chances in these team fights that happen?
Yeah, potentially. But it's just, it's hard to fault them for it because like, he built it in when they were winning, right?
And they
it's
took
like
two sides
we're
with
winning
it,
item.
Yeah.
So if they were losing, probably he would have gone for another item build. But like, I don't know what to do now as SPL, because as you said, with this current item build, the double BKB, it's so hard to do anything. Maybe after the butterfly, he can just run in and actually be a real boss. But yeah, right now it looks really tough for them to take any sort of real engagement.
Yeah, they don't have any MKBs as well on the side of XG.
Do you have a blood
On bright side though, they do not. On the bright side though, as long as Ame is alive, they can furnish quite a significant amount of high ground defense without having to commit any of their heroes. So, you know, he can just hold this game. The Octarine Core coming in handy as well in this particular situation to spam out ever more illusions. So it might not have been as great for their fighting prowess, but it's still holding the game for them. And, you know, we still have to remember that because there are 2 lanes of racks up, we still feel like we're one strong fight from them away from winning out the entire game. The question is, how on earth do they find that fight now with how much tankier Extreme Gaming is getting? Hell, we even have a BKB on Sand King now, so he's a lot less worried about what happens during the initiation unless they commit the Primal Roar directly onto him.
You need to bait out the BKBs before you fight. Like, all the fights right now that are happening is always like head-on. The BKB charges are always used to kill like 2 or 3 heroes. They have to start the fight on their terms, LGD does, and they have to like bait out the BKBs, then disengage and re-engage afterwards. I can't see them win a straight like head-on 5v5 fight at this point. Maybe after the butterfly it will change, but with the current items, no chance.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do as we get some reconnects here back in from Extreme Gaming. 16k gold lead right now. It is a very strong showing from the squad overall. 1 game away from a qualification.
Did Luz sell his... He had Refresher Orb,
Refresher
right?
Orb? Yeah, where is that?
Wait, what?
Where is it?
Where is the Refresher Orb, actually?
On his courier, maybe?
Wait, what?
On his courier.
Is it on the courier? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why it's on the courier.
Why?
Because there's like double cooldown on the courier, but... Yeah, it makes no sense.
I was so confused for a second.
Usually what happens is you would just put the refresher in the inventory and the shard in the backpack, so it cools down properly.
Why is it in the courier?
I don't know.
Is there something amiss?
Maybe he wants to refresh the shield.
On the courier? Yeah.
Need to protect my courier, man.
Except
do not
if
let
you
your
use the
chickens
refresher.
die.
But, you know, if it could, that would be a play.
Do y'all remember when you could use items on the courier? Like,
Yep. There was a Dagon Crow strat.
Yeah, or Hex, or anything. Necrobooks.
Yeah.
Those good times. You've actually been through a lot in Dota, now that I think about it. A lot of mechanics that, in retrospect, you're like, why was this ever allowed, actually?
Yeah.
This should never have been allowed to work.
We still have the same thing. Why is Tiny allowed to 5-hit my base?
Why does Shadow Shaman... there was a game, was it 2 days ago, where there was that game where Shadow Shaman and Enchantress were taking Roshan alone at 11 minutes? It's like, oh, this seems fair and balanced.
Yeah. He can probably even solo it if he runs in and out of the pit.
Come on, you haters. Like, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of imbalance.
I mean, I would agree if everything was imbalanced. But some things are just too imbalanced, whereas the other things are too balanced.
That's how the Dota started, right? It was
Yeah, but you gotta make
a
everything
bunch of imbalanced things. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's either you make everything imbalanced or everything balanced. You can't have half-half.
So you make the
might only be
balance out
halfway
of
through
the
this game.
imbalance. Okay. Yeah. Is anything
Yeah.
imbalanced if everything is imbalanced?
Exactly, right? But right now there's some things that are imbalanced and some are balanced, which creates an uneven balance. So it's imbalanced.
But if some things are imbalanced and some things are balanced.
At this point, I'm just wondering, I hope somebody in chat is counting how many times the word balance has been said. We'll give you a cookie. Let us know.
Is that balance?
I don't think it's balanced.
How is that even balanced?
Well, gentlemen, we are firmly in the late game now of this Dota game. And although PSG LGD are on the back foot net worth-wise, on the back foot in these fights, they still command a objective and structural advantage in the game. So Extreme Gaming still has to deal with 2 lanes of super creeps. And we have a Roshan coming up here. And of course, you know, in late game Dota, anything can actually happen. So it becomes about these buybacks and any buyback cooldowns. Given that game state, right, for PSG LGD, if they can sneak away another Roche, does that buy them more time to try to figure out a way to win this game? We'll speak about it in a second, as Old 11 doesn't want to give them that time. He jumps onto Innocence. Paparazzi will swiftly remove Innocence from this game. Unfortunately for them, no Roshan to go and pick up, no tier 2s to claim, but damn, is Paparazzi looking terrifying if you're a support player in this game.
He went in the moment. They all went in the moment buyback status was back up. Like that's you were literally leading it in perfectly. Buybacks are the most important thing here. TA just got her back and they just strike instantly. They only get the clock 5, yeah, but and they'll be more aggressive from now on.
Yeah, and the clock is so important, as is the Jukiro. They might honestly be more important than the PL in some aspects. Because PL cannot fight unless you have these heroes bait out the BKBs for him.
Yeah.
Now, we've even seen this clockwork be hyper effective, just that being able to close in, lure Paparazzi, make them spend an extra second or 2 in a BKB inside of cogs instead of hitting heroes. So that certainly does make a difference. He does respawn now. And speaking of the PL, Lizard, you were talking earlier about his itemization, and he has now indeed gone in for the butterfly. There are still no MKBs on the side of Extreme Gaming, so having this available drastically improves his ability to survive these fights and dish out some additional damage between them as well.
Yeah, it helps, but buyback status. There's also that thing, right? And he doesn't have it any longer, so
100 gold
like
should be okay.
Ah, he has it in 150. Okay, okay.
Yeah, he's still pretty rich. What I'm most surprised by is that usually this Octarine Core build is so strong because you itemize and turn the Abyssal Blade afterwards, which has like a ton of range because of that. But he didn't do that yet. Hopefully he like sells Diffusal for it after, but like Abyssal Blade is so important on him.
PSG LGD, they're gonna want to reveal this butterfly. They've just gotten back the buyback timing on PL as well, so they smoke out, looking to leave their base. They know that Roshan should be respawning soon. If they can command a good fight and get the Roshan positioning, it could be so good. But the first person they come across is Lu, not a very appealing target. So I'm gonna choose not to really jump and harm him. Rubik did pick up a Linken's here, so he's throwing on, spamming that shield out onto his primary cores as much as he can. Innocence, see him on the edge of the fight. Can he find a way in? His beautiful hook shot onto 2, but they managed to save the Razor for now. They
no buyback on Rubik yet.
Kill onto the Rubik, 95 seconds, no buyback for him. 44 gold short of that particular milestone. Army in the meantime trying to chase down DY. DY just bought a full Aghanim Scepter, so no buyback for him either. Old 11 caught and killed as PSG LGD are tearing Extreme Gaming apart. Will they be able to kill Razor as well? Yes, they do.
No buyback on Razor.
They found him, they killed him, and he also has no buyback. Triple kill for the PL.
No.
And Roshan just respawned. Are you freaking kidding me? PSG LGD might just steal this game back here, gentlemen.
They would have gone for the GG if they knew there was no buybacks there, which they don't, of course. But you can exactly see how the fights are supposed to go if they initiate first. They like have to scramble away. PL just picks on targets, throws lances, just annoys the hell out of them, which gives Pangolier and Beastmaster so much time to set up like their abilities properly. This time around, perfect fight execution from LGD, and they're probably not going to stop. They want to force buybacks at least. And then they realize they don't have buybacks, they might even go for the GG.
That's just like, that's just PSG LGD. You give them a small window of opportunity, they will use it to the maximum. That hook shot on 2, killing off Rubik instantly without a buyback.
Yeah.
Then the
LGD is not
follow-up
going to go
on the
back.
TA.
They won't fall for this.
Yep. 2 buybacks have been forced already, but they're not retreating. Instead, they're actually going deeper into the fight. This time around, Nothing to Say doesn't allow the Rolling Thunder to get stolen. Tank can only get access to the shield crash.
Epicenter or nothing though.
And Epi gets connected onto by the Rolling Thunder, so they can't initiate, and now TA gets lifted back by Rubik. Thank God PYW is there with the shard, but there's still a lot of danger present. Old 11, BKB forced away from the fight, but here's a hook shot, beautifully done by Innocence, killing the Sand King. That's going to be a dieback on the SK. Primal Roar is stolen right now by Tank, but what can he do all by his lonesome? TA is with him. Razor's up in 5 seconds, but they don't have the all-important Sand King. They use the Primal Roar to try and delay as much as possible, or then expose the Ancient. PSG LGD are beating it down. They're putting out the damage. Blue rushing in, trying to buy time. DY will get a wonderful grip out onto the PL, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day. There's too much damage on the building. Too much push potential from PSG LGD and too much quality for the best team in China. GG, well played is called. Extreme Gaming, they came so close, boys. This close. They spent the whole game being this close at the very end there. One fight, it all turns away, and now you've lost the game. PSG LGD take game 1.
What an insane game. It was a fun match. It really was. One of the better games I watched in the DPC Season 2 of the Chinese region. It was just very good. I loved it. I actually can't even believe that XG managed to get back into it. On top of killing the supports a couple of times and taking some very favorable fights numerical, right? Like 4v5 or 3v5 even.
Yeah.
But PSG LGD, they get that butterfly and they strike and that's it. They make it look so easy. Yeah, we're gonna just go get this one good fight, hook 2 people, eliminate the TA with a Hex Roar and Pango. Everything is set up. It's like a machine. I don't get it. Just way too good.
A machine, yes, but they showed a lot of weaknesses in this game, at least. Like, they were supposed to absolutely stomp that game, come mid-game.
Yeah.
They had such a massive lead, but as Lizard also said in the game, one guy gets picked off here, and gets picked off here, gets picked off here. They never, ever really got a cohesive team fight going until that very last engagement that we saw. There was the first time in like 20 minutes where they actually got a team fight on their terms, and they absolutely destroyed it. So, yes, it's impressive how they ended it, but the time in between, it was very, very sloppy execution by LGD. And maybe they're feeling a little bit comfortable or a little bit too confident, but they got the job done. So does anyone really care? Probably not.
Pangolier.
That's what I was actually about to ask about and say that, well, a lot of the performance, it did feel like they weren't necessarily that afraid of the game going south, and nothing to say is Pango performance, especially at the beginning, left a lot to be desired, let's be honest, but he started to settle into the role as time went on. One of the things I do want to praise XG for, though, is, like y'all are mentioning, the fact that they came back into this game. They were 2 racks down by the time they started making bigger moves to bring themselves back into this one. And a lot of these early fights, this was actually hilarious. I want to see this again. Nothing to say. They really almost killed Paparazzi, but got a little bit unlucky with the timing of when he got Rolling Thunder. But it feels like this game was a game where XG, if they were also a little bit cleaner there at the final third, Lizard, they could have been the ones to win this game out, but they got caught and they were not prepared at all for the reveal of that butterfly on the PL.
Yes, it was also kind of telegraphed as Roche was about to spawn, or could spawn, so they knew what PSG LGD is doing and it still didn't work. It's not like SG did something terribly wrong there by the end tail of it, right? I would even say that XG overplayed their hand throughout this game. I don't think this game was easy for them at all from the draft. I gave what was it, like 60-40 for PSG LGD? I still think that's, just looking at the drafts, I still think that that's kind of fair. They just did so much work on the side of XG, made it to the late game, almost won the game. It's really well performed by them.
Is there anything they could have done differently, like in the game itself, to try and eke out this victory? Or is it one of these situations where you were always going to get to a point with the game, given the draft and the nature of these drafts, was it just a requirement to pick differently in effect, rather than try to make this particular draft work?
You mean XG, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the biggest problem for me, like the way they played, I absolutely loved. Especially Tank on Rubik was absolutely amazing. But the Razor's itemization, that Mjolnir, I feel was pretty game-losing. Like, you saw how useless the PL was, and the rest of them, they couldn't fight the Razor at all. If he had an earlier refresher and Sushiva's guard, I actually think they are in the driver's seat. They can get all the objectives, and they can actually pressure LGD into their own base, and then get the necessary advantage to make sure they don't have that PL problem. Like, I understand the Mjolnir item pickup, but again, it just kind of screams cup mindset to me. Like, he doesn't think about the big picture. It's like, oh, PL is a problem, this deals with PL. But PL is not a problem if you just kill the entire team around them. which you can do with the refresher.
Yeah.
Which is what he did with the refresher.
When he
even though he
eventually
wanted
got to
be
the
late.
refresher, I was about to actually say that once he got to the item, he demolished the fights, and it didn't look possible at all actually to play into him with that refresher BKB. But unfortunately, it helps a lot when you find this Rubik first. Rubik first dying, given the importance that we saw of tank in these fights, practically made the entire game impossible. And it's so sad, man. All of them dying without buyback. We were just talking about this, Lizard, that at this stage of the game, all that matters is having buyback, and half the team gets caught without it. This just shouldn't be happening, should it, at this stage of the game?
Yeah, probably not, but they also bought back a bit earlier. It's hard to amass the same amount of gold quickly enough, so can't really blame them too much for the situation that they were in. I agree with Black when it comes to the Razor and the item builds, but it's kind of easy to harp on Lu all the time because everyone else is very well known, is tier 1, and Lu is the only one coming from pubs, right, more or less. So what's also telling is the fact that he didn't even queue up that. He didn't even queue up that refresher straight up. It was Radiance that he first queued up, and then he switched for the refresher. I still think that there's a lot of potential.
It still makes me believe that somebody told him to.
Yeah, same. But I really think that there's potential in him. I think that they can make it work with him. But it didn't look nice. Even the laning stage, it looked off. It was a problem. Then again, we wanted Old 11 to be a boss, and he was a complete boss. He was balling out of control this game. And,
he tried really hard.
That, I think. Yeah.
Like him and Tank, they worked their butts off. Like Paparazzi also on the tail end, like he had his moments with the Nullifier that he purchased, but yeah, Tank and Old 11, they tried super hard to salvage this game, and almost did. It was very close. You can see Paparazzi's scoreline. He died twice, but scorelines mean nothing in Dota. Ancients. Means
it's defense of the ancients instead of defense of the score, defense of the net worth, defense of the carry items. If the ancient falls first, that's what you need to get the W. And PSG LGD, despite being behind, as you can see in practically every metric towards the end of the game, it ends up being irrelevant because they take game number 1. That's also going to be a great boost for them confidence-wise going into game 2, knowing that they can recover the game from a somewhat poor state. The question is now, though, gentlemen, going into that next game, we've been speaking a lot about Lu, but it's an entire team. Dota is a team game. Extreme Gaming, do you think they have the mental fortitude to recover? Because it's always a little bit more difficult to be in a game where you lose close to winning than just getting stomped. Can they come back into this one? Does Paparazzi believe in himself once more to try and have another dominant performance that potentially results in a victory?
I think so. Maybe it affects someone like Lu more than anyone else on the side.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
Yeah, because he's the more inexperienced one, and we've seen it in the last series as well. What was it? The series versus Aster, he really struggled game 2. Game 1 was okay, but game 2, he really struggled after loss.
That's really bad.
Yeah, way below average, for sure. Like, whatever happened there, hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, pretty much. Hopefully it doesn't happen again here in game 2, but he's got his teammates, all seasoned professionals. If they can't bring him up, they should be able to. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's believe in his squad. Let's also believe in...
Do it!
Black there doing his best impression of TI winning Blink, who is the team coach for Extreme Gaming. And let's hope that he's the one that can sort of resettle the nerves and allow Extreme Gaming to come into game 2 with a strong draft, strong mental fortitude, and hopefully a strong enough game to take us into a deciding game 3. This is a Division 1 of the spring tour of the DPC. We will be back here in game 2 between PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming. So don't go anywhere. Snare, Black, and the main man Lizard will be back in a flash with some more Dota 2 action. See you in a bit.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome, one and all, back to the spring tour of the China DPC. Today, we are watching PSG LGD taking on Extreme Gaming. PSG LGD fighting primarily for recognition. They've already qualified to the major, but right now they're trying to make sure that they're the only team on planet Earth to go back-to-back seasons in the DPC undefeated. Extreme Gaming, they need this game to get to the major, and they showed us some signs of life in game number 1. We're hoping that they can continue that trend here into game number 2. And as we see a draft coming before us right now, I am joined, my name is Sneh, I'm joined by Black, I'm joined by Lizard, and gentlemen, it's Ember Cuddle. It's Ember Cuddle. All right. Should we go home now?
Wow.
Is this done?
They pick a TA into that. That is pretty brave. That is pretty brave. I mean, he did have a great performance on the TA just now, so obviously, like, the hero can always just snowball out of control. We've seen that many, many times. Just Ember, Caudle are two of the heroes that can make the game super hard for TA with that missed chance of blinding light, and of course Ember just like searing chaining you plus the flame guard. It's a lot of potential to really ruin the game of him.
Looks like they really like it anyway.
They do.
Bane,
They do.
Bane,
They pick it all the
TA,
time.
straight, yeah, it's just straight opener, 1 and 2.
Stop.
Phew.
Like they need to nerf TA. I hate that hero. I hate seeing it. It's so annoying.
If you had one hero that needed to be nerfed, that you
Oh.
could suggest, which one would it be?
Probably
Because you can't
Tiny.
have it all, Black. I'm listening to you every day, and you're just crying.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
that.
Tiny then, Lizard. Tiny.
Tiny. More. You think
Yeah.
Tiny's worse than Medusa right now, bro?
Yeah, I do. In pubs at least.
Oh my god.
I don't play pro games right now. I don't care about just have pro games. What? Just pick AM and mana burn him, bro.
Yeah, we have our own meta, you know? Like, we have our
Yeah.
own pub meta that we care about.
Our
That's it.
pub meta is way worse than this tournament meta. It's so bad, man. Like if you would just see, Invoker Tiny every game. Electricity Tiny, he 1v5s. Woo!
While Black is still dealing with some PTSD over some of his games with the Tiny, we see that XG have evolved their draft somewhat. They've taken out 3 of the 5 heroes that LGD had in game 1. So the Pango one, we're all discussing whether or not that's a viable ban, but they want to protect this TA. It seems like they're going to be putting this TA safe lane because they've banned Beastmaster and Jakiro. So they're like, the crazy lane is no longer available. Does that mean Paparazzi gets to play something a bit more tempo controlling from the mid lane?
He might. We might see something different on mid lane, like you said. Storm Spirit banned out already would be my favorite. But there's maybe a Puck in the pool, maybe some Void Spirit as well left there. We'll see. They get with the Shadow Shaman to deal with the Ember a little bit. It's also... It's PYW and DY. Like, when PYW can play Shadow Shaman, I'm a happy man, as he brings the hero to a different level completely. I need to say though, from PSG LGD, these two supports don't strike me as they're great, but it's a completely different approach to the game from Kotal and Treant than what we had with Jakiro and the Clockwork. So
Yeah. Much more defensive. Like
Yeah.
those two are very good at working together with other heroes in tandem, but they can't really make anything happen by themselves. But Treant in general is pretty nice against TA. You can pretty much nullify the Deso plus Melt minus armor, which is nice. But yeah, overall, I think I actually like Extreme's draft a little bit more, right now at least. And they
I mean, the Extreme
man, they have
draft,
so
they
much
have-
disable. Look at that, Doom, Shaman, and Bane. They can just grip a guy, hex the other guy, and Doom the next.
I mean, more so than just having that ton of disable, they also have access now to very quick Roshan. You know, take it super fast with the broken wards. Yay, fun times. You know, got this Doom hero. Black, you keep actually talking about how this Doom has been given too much free reign here in China in the laning phase. So is this a game where you think that PSG LGD, do they have the kind of setup between Tree Coddle? We don't know what the safe laner is just yet, but can they put pressure onto said Doom the way things are looking right now?
Definitely, yeah. And they're gonna keep their carry for the last pick to make sure that he has an absolute perfect hero for the situation, which is gonna be hard to imagine what hero it is, to be honest, because playing against so many disablers, it's gonna be tough no matter what. But it's gonna be Cuddle, DK in the off lane, which I absolutely love. It's a very strong dual lane. And then Treant +1 can definitely destroy a Doom Shadow Shaman.
But shouldn't really,
looking at options.
if TA is safe, right? Safe lane versus Kotal and DK, I think she should be fine.
She's fine, she's fine.
She'll be farming, so at least they have that opportunity now to put Lu on the TA and pick a playmaker mid. But I do like the
Shouldn't
DK.
they win the lane even?
Yeah,
like Bane TA wins that, right?
I feel that they should. Yeah, exactly. One thing that I like about the DK in any way though is they get some instant disable. They didn't have that before. Like, you had Ember, Treant. It's all very wonky, and any sort of a spirit would. Well, there's like 2 left, but whatever. Would have a blast playing against that.
Yep, definitely would be the case. Last picks here, XG try to make sure that they have carry protection against Ame. We see them banning the PL as well as the Naga Siren. So the only illusion-based hero that's really left is the TB if they're going to go for that direction. Maybe CK, but I doubt it. What's the last pick here? Because it looks like they need the mid hero for Paparazzi. He doesn't have the Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit to play. Void Spirit doesn't feel that great in this game. What's a good option to... Also feel like they want a little bit more reach on their side here for XG. Or do y'all think that they want to play a more holding style hero in this mid?
Just Pac, probably. Pac or Crosswax Invoker comes to mind for me. Would make a lot of sense with the draft they have right now. They're not really lacking damage, but like more control and just like enabling your TA. So I think either of those 2 heroes would make perfect sense. But maybe Paparazzi has something else up his sleeve, like a Bad Rider or something like that.
Winding down onto the reserve time, 10 seconds left, and there we go. You just mentioned it, the Crosswax Invoker. Lizard, what you think? You feeling this Invoker?
Yeah, I like the Invoker maybe a bit better than the Puck, as there are some shenanigans. There were some shenanigans that you could do against the Puck. Okay, avoid.
I don't like that. Again,
No
you're kind of you're giving the Doom free farm,
and you're giving him the best target to Doom in the game.
Yeah,
Ember is there as well, but harder than Void to do Doom, obviously. So
they did this. No, some team did this against LGD. The same thing. Like LGD picked Void first phase. Doom first phase, and then they picked Void into it, and I was like, man, that's terrible.
Didn't XG do it against Aster? Or did someone do it?
Did they also do that?
No, I'm not sure. I did see a Void pick into the Doom recently.
And it was terrible.
And it was terrible, yeah.
Yeah. The one I saw was also absolutely terrible. Doom had like a minute 7 Midas face boots. I'm like, all right. He literally showed you what they have. Why do you do this? And now LGD does the same thing. Like, they're still the better team on paper, but like, I can't go with their draft this game. It just looks extreme favorite.
Ooh, extreme favorite. Earlier on today, I was asking B-Cop what he thinks the score will be, and he thinks it was going to be a young 2-1. It looks like you're on this bandwagon as well. Lizard, how you feel about this? Does a draft at the very end?
I'm all in for 2-1, for 3 games. I'm all in for that. I still believe that PSG LGD are going to do their magic, take this one out of the bag, but I'm really down to watch 3 games. If the second game is anything like the first one, I'll be happy as well, though.
Well, we're all going to be happy because we're about to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. This one could potentially get Extreme Gaming into the potential zone of going to the major, but let's see how this is going to roll. Lizard, Black, and another Black, Sounds like a beginning of a bad joke, but let's get into it, boys. We've got this one. Void. I'll be honest and say I also don't really like the Faceless Void. There's no damage into the bubble. Great Doom target. You don't do anything to Doom in the lane. And the hero is just very, very volatile right now. Like, it's not one of those heroes I can just see you picking, and no matter how good you are, you guaranteed win the game. It's also very dependent on team performance, which game 1 was a bit shakier than I'm used to seeing from PSG LGD. But we'll see how it pans out. We're in this one right now, and we start things off with the usual question I ask y'all. Where's the action? Where's the hype? Which lane should we be focusing on?
Wait, before we answer the question, let me ask a return question.
30 seconds.
Where is the damage coming from LGD, like ever in this game? Until mid-late game? What do they have?
Look.
Dragon Knight, Void, and Treant.
Usually I would agree, but you use the chrono, and then you use fireball inside. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy cut.
But it's pretty late too. 15 minutes. You know.
No, I agree. The moment they picked Void, you look at this draft and you're thinking to yourself, where do they have chrono damage? And the answer is very straightforward. No, they don't have it.
Yeah.
But Void will have chrono damage once he's farmed enough. That is their thought process. Now, what lane is going to be the most exciting? Honestly, all lanes should be really boring. I just can't see anyone die anywhere in this draft. Like LGD's draft is so defensive. You have time, and you have the time walk of Void.
Yeah, I'd be a bit more bold and say top lane, as there's
okay.
Yeah, there's a bash chance. You know, you get time locked a couple of times. And
yeah, and a 3 and 2 with like Leech Seed maybe. Well, Old 11
they're trying to actually show like that action in the top lane. Yeah, they want to kill Old 11 and they will be able to bring
on my
it down.
level, scrubs.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
With the prediction. Alright, nice.
No bashes needed though. Yeah, he took 50% of his HP before he even got to the lane. That was yikes.
Old 11 has been this kind of player for so long. Like one game he's an absolute boss, and the next game he looks interesting in the laning phase.
He has a battery, you know, he needs to recharge it. And he recharges it by feeding, yeah.
Nah, listen, not the thing with Old 11 is, every time I've seen this guy, it's one of two things. Like you say, it can be very on and off. Oh, Lu almost fell down in this bottom lane, but will be able to stay alive. I feel like Old 11 plays better the harder his game is supposed to be. I think the problem here is the game's too easy, you know. Good lane for Doom, good targets for the Doom later. You were gonna get practically uncontested, so under these conditions, you can't expect Old 11 to perform. It needs to be like last game, where it's like, this game is actually impossible for you. Then he's like, oh, sweet, I got you. This is what I'll do. So
thrives under pressure, yep.
Exactly. You know, he thrives. You gotta make it hard for him.
Yeah, but thriving under pressure is very great, but you can't succumb under normal circumstances.
He'll be fine. He's just making this game slightly harder for himself so that he can perform at the highest level. So
right. So would be
yep.
too boring too for the viewers otherwise, right?
Why is he saving Devour, by the way, on top lane?
I don't know. Eat the range creep, please.
It's been off cooldown for a really long time.
Yeah, I don't know. He would easily have it ready again for level 3.
I guess he wants the... Yeah, he can get the ghost, right? Yeah.
Can get the ghost, yeah. The witch is so good in this lane, so...
Oh, it's amazing.
Can understand this.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's take a quick look at bottom lane though, gentlemen. So we see Lu here on this Templar Assassin. Obviously, this is a game where it's the safe lane TA, so there's more space for Temple from the Invoker. He is gonna obviously have a lot more responsibility on him to dish out the necessary damage. And of course, there aren't that many ways to deal with this TA in this game. Does he have that kind of... Well, actually, the question is, how soon does he need BKB in this kind of situation to flourish on the TA in this game?
Probably third item, as always, right? We go Dragon Lance, Deso, BKB.
Mid lane?
Oh, Paparazzi!
Paparazzi! Oh no! Okay. Got soloed by nothing to say. We see Tank also getting chased down by Innocence and Ame at the same time. But the Ember Spirit getting a huge boost to his overall gameplay.
To happen.
I was about to ask you, how on earth does Invoker die solo to Ember Spirit?
Lizard! What's happening to the script? It's off script.
It's completely off script, but it looks like my mid lane, so nothing strange for me. I don't know what you guys are... Yeah, nothing strange.
He even has this Ring of Health too. Like, Quaswex Invoker is... how do I avoid this nicely? It's a bad player's way of not losing the lane, usually. You know, you just pick this and you can't lose the lane, like by default. And I don't want to say Paparazzi is bad, I'm just saying you shouldn't lose with Quaswex Invoker, like ever.
DY
might lose his life in the river.
No mana?
Body blocked right now by NTS. The Chakra Magic will provide mana for nothing to say. But DY, he does get some of this bonus armor from the tower. Almost survived, but the Sleight of Fist comes in at the very end. They get the kill. Bane is gone. That is yet another kill for NTS. Pre-5 minutes, he's already 2-0. Oh, great start for the Ember Spirit. That's exactly how you want to start the game. And I think Black, he's a bit upset about the Pango performance. He's like, let me show you all while I'm still a world-class player.
Yeah. Let me show you what happens when I'm not on Pangolier, because that's by far his worst hero.
And the worst thing is, like, Ember benefited so much from Kotl rotating in with giving him mana, and DK doesn't care.
Man, like Armor's bashes are not on point. Like he's gotta go back to the practice room. If he gets a single bash on either old 11 or tank, they're just dead.
He's saving it for the last
back.
hits.
Or to ruin
Nice.
the last hits. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, or to
He's waiting
ruin
for
them.
that first chrono, you know? He's gonna use all the bash buttons when he's actually trying to get a big hero kill, so it's fine. Everything's fine.
How would Dota be if
But,
you could like activate bash? It's an active.
Ask Admiral
Why is
Bulldog,
Zim
man. You
there
could
again?
basically do it. And Y
Armor's
is most
coming
likely
through.
gonna die here. Old 11 dishing out the damage. One more right click. Doesn't even need it. Burns him out with the
Oh, the
Scorched
wolf,
Earth.
the
But it will
damage.
cost the life of Tank as well. Ame did take about half the HP in damage. Decided to leave. And yeah, the Alpha Wolf really helping a lot with this output. But unfortunately,
Pretty
it's just
alpha.
1-1. It's fine. It's okay.
And how's TA doing? Should be completely fine, right? Yeah, same CS as Dragon Knight, but once DK is 6, lane is a little bit more tricky for the TA. And they don't
We'll
have
see
the
some
best amount of
rotation.
damage to kill him level 1, right? Well, I mean, early
Yeah.
levels.
And we'll see some rotation probably the moment Fate Beyond hits 6.
From
3 and Kotl,
both mid laners,
yeah.
probably.
Or the mid laners, yeah, and you just pressure the tower, perhaps try and kill the TA.
Yeah.
Well, right now, that TA, as mentioned, she's doing pretty damn well. The one core hero who's not enjoying his life so far is that DK, but he's okay. He'll recover eventually, just getting towards level 6. I think as well for Extreme Gaming, we saw last game that they had a couple of issues at times, sieging objectives and taking down towers. This game, it helps a lot that they don't necessarily have to commit bodies on the line if they do want to push, just having access to these massive
It's taking
rewards.
so much damage.
Damn, it's a lot of hurt. Not as much as I thought. It hurts. I'm looking forward to the Spirit Vessel
Fabian,
emerging
bottom
from
lane?
the Invoker, though.
Never
Fabian?
mind. It's just sleep and
It's
that's
fine, dude.
Yeah, ruin all his
Fabian
CS.
is gonna... He's gonna start struggling once they do have the Spirit Vessel. At the very least, Nothing to Say does show up. Came back in from the TP, going
Top lane,
home,
Doom.
shows up to get some additional mana, and that will lead into a kill. But unfortunately, another kill is happening with a Doom able
And
to take
another.
out Arme, able to get a double kill, in fact, utilizing the Scorched Earth. We saw Innocence try to run back to the Faceless Void to deny him, doesn't get there in time. And that's 2 heroes brought down in the top lane. Great usage of the first Doom of the game. And like y'all were mentioning, in the draft, that's going to be his primary Doom target every single time that the spell is online.
Yeah, I'm very scared for LGD because Lou is also on his most comfortable hero, or maybe second most comfortable after PA. There's no way you're gonna bring him out of his comfort zone this game. And then you have this Doom already. He's super close to his Midas if he wants it. Game is gonna get really tough, and Nothing to Say. It's like, all right, guys, I'll put you on my back this game.
He's coming top, he's trying to do exactly that, perhaps get some counter kills, tank.
Oh, gets
First
2
one out
chains.
here. Nice 2 chains. And there's going to be a Hex out onto Nothing to Say, though. Maybe buying enough time for Old 11 to escape. Doesn't seem like it, though. And Tank almost certainly
kill.
going to find up getting brought down, too. Dominating streak so far for Nothing to Say. Turn it into a mega kill as he picks up 2 in the situation. All right, great stuff that we see emerging here from this mid lane. Really showing that it was a fluke performance on that Pango, not his best work. Bottom lane, they're looking for Faith Beyond here. There's no grip, but Paparazzi has made this rotation. They want to find the kill. Cold Snap already out, and they burn him down with the damage. Nothing to Say cannot interrupt this from happening. Might not have a defensive remnant out either. So needs to be a little bit careful here, but Lou and Paparazzi do not want to dive beyond the tower. They will allow the Ember Spirit to live.
It's like they realized on the bottom lane, DK is always alone. Kotl is just rotating between mid and the triangle, stacking up camps and giving mana to Ember. As he understands that DK is pretty safe, so Invoker does that rotation, moves bottom, actually helps out with a kill. Very well done by XG, but yeah, the shining bright light on the side of PSG LGD, like you guys said, is the Ember. Can he do it alone though? So far he has been.
Yeah. Been phenomenal so far, actually. They find Lou here in the jungle. They know that the refraction is up. There are ways to burn through it with these 2 heroes, but they do not have clean vision on the rest of the squad, so they're not going to take this very risky engagement. So far, though, we expect XG to be a little bit ahead at this point, right? They've got the Doom for this net worth boost. They had a fairly, well, not as easy as it should have been in this mid lane, but it was supposed to be a fairly decent lane, and Lu has been practically unbothered. The one bright spot here in the back of my mind here, Black, is having access to this living armor. Make sure that XG, even though they have gotten a good start generally, can't really accelerate their timings because it takes so long for them to get past these buildings.
Yeah, you said it, but Doom is actually chewing through it quite nicely at this point. Paparazzi's here too now. I mean, Extreme also know, like, if you want to get a tower against Stream, you got to commit a lot of resources. That's what they're doing here perfectly. They should be able to get it. There was a chrono expended to kill the Bane, but at this point, if you're this Void, you want to just kill whatever you can. So, makes perfect sense.
They end up taking the top lane tower. Void got his first kill of the game. DY is down, and we're all talking about like the fact that he's not going to have damage into the bubble for quite some time. What's the build in this game for the Faceless Void? We'll talk about it in a second. Lu might be revealed middle. He's in a lot of trouble right now. DY comes to bail him out. There's no grip though, so nothing to say. Can play this very riskily, but he got Nightmare. He's gonna get hexed up as well. The Shackles will follow this up. Paparazzi's here too to help burn him down, and they should be able to get the kill. DY, what a time for him to respawn. Comes in to kill, nothing to say. Ending the mega kill streak and just stalling out PSG LGD. Faith Beyond at least claiming the tier 1 tower bottom, but things are looking really on the up and up for XG.
Yeah, and that shining light that Lizard Bro spoke about has been snuffed out.
Yep. They turned off the light.
Hey, does anyone know where the light button is? Oh, here. Probably grip
about to
on
turn
the-
off Faith Beyond's lights as well. As they grip him in this bottom lane, there's no way out. Living armor did come in, but not going to be good enough.
Hex,
Hey, man.
grip, shackle, everything.
We will commit, and they might be needing to commit more though. They found a Nightmare onto Shin-Q. Another Hex was out. The Ame shows up, doesn't have a chrono
Hey,
just
Ame,
yet.
whoa,
He's in a
okay.
dangerous position, got himself doomed up right now. Forcing the fight to run away from him. Nothing to say though. Did get a quick pickup onto DY for
Ame.
some revenge. And between himself and Innocence, they are able to kill Tank as well. Ame came very close to dying, but Paparazzi got himself shackled up and chasing the Faceless Void too far. He doesn't have
my
a way
God.
out, unfortunately, either, and nothing to say. You know, they say you said that they snuffed out the light flag. Well, the light is still shining quite brightly as he's back in play, getting these kills, committing fully and making sure Extreme Gaming get little to nothing out of that fight on bottom.
I hate LGD. Did you guys did you see how Armin just jumped in there, like completely baits out the Doom and the Invoker
And then
too?
move
Like,
past. Yeah.
he tried to like get the last vessel charge on him. They're just, like,
That was
playing
just
with the food.
ridiculous. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. The fact that he does all that to enable nothing to say and what he's doing on the other side of the fight, it's just way too damn good. As he knew he had no chrono, there isn't really a lot that he can accomplish in the fight. So.
Yeah. It's I don't know, man. This team is really operating on the next level. Even though this draft is not that great, it's just a joy to watch them play.
Best team in the world for a reason. There's a reason we keep hopping on about them, being like, wow, they're so good. That was
they're
really
so good.
miraculously good, honestly. There's no excuse for being able to win that fight, but they make it happen anyway. And now they're going to be trying to push their advantage towards middle. This time they do have access to the bubble, and Paparazzi might be the one that gets sacrificed into it, pushed back by the blinding light of Shin-Q. They don't even need to pop the chrono for that one. Just a quick kill onto the Invoker, opens up space to push onto the tower itself. DK is here as well,
There's more
committing
to
the first
do.
Dragon Form, and they found Old 11 here. Nothing to say, making
There's just-
sure that XG remember who he is,
If you-
setting up yet another kill in this mid lane, and then leading into a tier 1 tower, taken down right now by Faith Beyond.
Now you look at XG and you look at all their heroes before this fight starts. You know those little cubicles that show the ultis, like the little squares? All the squares were empty, so they had 0 ultis. And PSG LGD, because of the Ember, because of the fact that he had such a good game, are able to just run at you constantly, and they're playing this extremely well. They're just keeping the pressure on.
Oh, again, Lu might be in trouble here.
Yep, they're making this run happen. Oh, thank God. DY,
Thank
shout
you,
out
DY.
to you, my friend. Thanks, fam. Doing the right thing, tanking this gank once again. Good job. And had he not done so, Lu would have been dead for sure. Getting caught farming in this triangle right now. But unfortunately, because of the fact that the DY Bane is dead, that means Lu cannot be farming this triangle.
Yeah, Paparazzi
Not
again
getting
gets
the farm
cornered
that he
here.
needs. Papa,
Oh, no, he can't die
on
again.
the edge. of the Chronosphere. Is he gonna get brought down? You bet he will. No way out for this Invoker. Dead again. Bottom
Shadow
of the
Shaman
net
too.
worth right now. And they're not done either. They found Tank in front of the tier 2 tower. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do. Doom was thrown out onto the Ember Spirit,
grip
though,
too, but
XG
no damage
just
now.
don't have the damage. There was a grip as well going on to
Tank
Shinkyu,
fights
but
back.
no damage. Innocence will at the very least find himself getting brought down.
Oh
by
no, Lu, you almost
Tank
tapped.
brought back, but Lu, oh no, if he dies here,
dead?
he gets
Tank
shackled
brought
up,
back too,
pushed
no.
back by the blinding light.
God.
Tank is gone. Lu's gonna follow him into the grave. A triple
Doom.
Shinkyu, and they found all the high ground. Everything going to hell in a hurry. XG getting demolished and ran over. PSG LGD off the back of this Ember Spirit of nothing to say. Just too damn strong right now.
That begs the question though. Like, this is exactly what happened when Extreme played against Aster. Like, Extreme is really bad when the enemy team forces the issue with them. Like, the decision making is something, oh, one by one. Like, they have this, like, save my friend syndrome.
You see this ward
No?
on the cliff next to Kotal? Like, that needed to be devoted instantly.
Look at Paparazzi again.
is gone again. Yeah.
No, Papa, no, Papa, no.
Oh, the combo is
no.
so nasty. Double slide, double
God,
searing
dude.
chains. It's so nasty.
To make it worse is that the pushback into
DY?
searing chains from the blinding
DY,
light.
you can't
He's
be
actually
alone.
been playing this
What?
so well. DY, poor guy. You are gonna get pushed back into the Illuminate Blast. Nothing to say. Actually, not gonna be able to get this full chase. They slow him
tanky.
down inside this Nature's Grasp, but he's tanky enough that they like, well, we're not gonna gain that much by diving you, so you're allowed to live for now. For
One
now.
Bracer, one fluffy hat makes him live.
Narrowly missed the steering chains, unfortunately.
Do you like the
He's probably
Dragon
dead.
Lance on TA, by the way, first item D-Lance?
Most TAs do it.
Yeah, it's like standard these days, yeah.
They're looking for the DK, but he's pretty tank at this point. And they're already ready.
How about this? Innocence is coming in, and so is
Oh,
Ame.
Lu,
They
no!
found DY dead, and Lu caught by himself on the far north side of this fight. He was the one chasing Faith Beyond, but he's the one that gets brought down.
And LGD
Two heroes yet again dying. They're not done just yet. They're still chasing for more. They don't have the chrono available, but they will force them away from this tower here. Nothing to say, just picked up
No Doom
BKB.
up
What
yet.
a time to get this. Faith Beyond also blinking past the tower to get the stun out onto Old 11. They should be able to find that kill. Tank with the Mass Serpent Wards and the Hexes. At the very least, they bring down
Paparazzi
this
again.
Coddle, but it will cost the life of the Invokers. Paparazzi dies behind the tier 2 tower to the power of this BKB Ember Spirit. It's enough at the very least that they're not going to continue the push, but you've just lost all 3 cores again, gentlemen. And this keeps happening in these fights.
Man, Blizzard, look at this discipline. Like, they're diving you like mad, but as soon as they know it's not good, instantly everybody goes out.
And the fact that he
crazy.
popped the BKB and TP'd away, yeah, it's just...
So much discipline.
So much discipline in all the chaos that they're making. Like, when I asked about the D-Lance on TA because something was wrong in my mind. Usually I see at least a Dez or a Blink at this point, right?
Yeah,
But
he's very underfarmed.
yeah, he just doesn't have anything.
Most of the time, Dragonlance is the go-to item build, but I think in this game in particular, I would have loved just a Deso rush into probably a BKB. Like, Dragonlance is more like a comfort item in my opinion. It's not a necessity, but like a faster BKB and faster Deso is absolutely crucial. But honestly, like, they're just all getting overrun. Like, so many
It's not
mistakes
possible
are
to
being
do
forced
anything,
from
yeah.
Extreme Gaming. Yeah,
It's
like
not-
Paparazzi, his last 4 deaths, they looked so foolish. But that's because LGD is so fast.
His last 6 deaths?
Sure, last 6 deaths.
Oh my god.
But LGD is just like so quick with heroes that have no damage. Like we said, where's the damage gonna come from? They just make it happen. Ember Coddle. Working
Yeah,
perfectly
man.
together in tandem.
We're seeing why they went for these heroes as their opening salvo of picks. It's working out magnificently for them. I mean, we've already seen many times in the past, nothing to say on this hero, do incredible things. Shinkyu on the Coddle too, fairly accomplished, but together this is something else. And they are running completely over this game. They've barely even needed Ame. Sure, he's been able to provision a chrono or two. That's been quite helpful. But for the most part, it's just been nothing to say, making everything happen. And Ame, as we just speak about him,
Tank
he
is
might get some
tanking.
bonus gold from Tank's life. And Tank, sorry fam, you gonna tank the gank this time around. DY is on the other side of the map, so he's not available for this. He's gonna lose his life towards Ame. And this faceless void is just getting huge right now. Just look at him.
Regular TP. Oh.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
They just can't get anything. Look at Invoker's net worth. Quaswex Invoker falls off so easily. Same net worth as Coddle already.
Oof. It's
Poor
not supposed to
Paparazzi
happen.
too. Had like the best game ever last game and now completely down the drain.
Yeah. How far is he from the Spirit Vessel actually?
He has it, but...
Does he at least have that? Okay.
Yeah, and then he went into the Midas after, but it's just so much less impact that Nothing to Say can provide at this point in the game, of course. And now Roshan, Doom's biggest enemy, taken down.
Thank you. And of course, they're going to smoke up immediately because they still have access to all of their ultimates. So might as well go and find a fight. Paparazzi, oh no. Might be the one they run into first. Oh no, this is not going to happen to him. Paparazzi, will he live here? Thankfully, they're going the other direction, but all 11 and tank might not be as lucky. No BKB, 2 hero steering chains, easy way to connect onto them both and bring them down.
Look at
BKB
Paparazzi.
from Nothing to Say. Honestly, wasn't even necessary. Paparazzi can just run. What else can you do?
No, look at he had literally 20 gold away from Midas. If he died there, they'd GG out.
You're looking for Lu? Blind Chrono, Oh no!
Oh,
Get right.
Just off the mark.
Plays. Do they have vision?
left.
Do they have a gem? They know
No,
he's
they
here,
don't,
dude.
they don't.
Oh,
They know.
They know. They have awareness. They're even slowing him down right now. There we go. Dust gets popped. They have figured this out. Lu, I'm sorry, my friend, but there is no escape. Ame with the game sense, understanding where his opponent is. Even if he whiffs the chrono, still sets up for the kill. And I think he scouted out with the time dilation there. Might have hit through meld. I'm not 100% sure how they exactly knew, but yeah, it does, right? Okay, there we go. Finds him, kills him, and that's Lu down for the count. Even more farm for Ame. And this game, I don't know, gentlemen, what's the option here? At the very least, they did get the Midas for Paparazzi. You know, hashtag space created, but now he doesn't have buyback. And he could very easily die and leave his team in a 4v5 scenario trying to defend the base.
I'm surprised by the fact that XG is still in it. Like they're still giving it their all, you know, like just playing the game. So many teams would be so broken by this time.
I mean, they look kind of broken. But we'll see if they can piece the things back together or not. But the comeback has to happen on the back of the Doom now with the BKB, right?
And that
but
Doom,
who do you Doom? You gotta Doom the Ember Spirit. Oh, 2 again.
Let's see.
It's always
Oh,
2.
No. Can't find anybody here because Doom has BKB out, but he can't get the Doom on the correct target. They've already lost tank early on. Innocence will die on the backside of the fight, but Lu in danger. Nothing to say. Here with the BKB burning down DY and Lu. DY is gone. Lu's gonna follow him. Paparazzi also in danger right next to Ame. Funnily enough, his only viable item is the Spirit Vessel. Coddle threw it in against him. Old 11 try to survive the fight, but he gets taken out. You were saying, you complimenting them for not being broken just yet. PSG LGD are like, watch the space, young lizard.
Well, they needed a
break
couple of
them even
extra
further.
couple of extra
What a
seconds
demolition job from PSG LGD. You know, we were thinking that the damage inside the bubble is going to come later in the game.
Wait, guys,
Nope. Came very quickly.
I'm nothing to say right now.
Are you turning on the skill? Just the flash of lights, the inspiration, the hype.
Crazy. No, but really, Nothing to Say and SyncQ this game, the way they played together. Sure, LGD as a whole, but especially the two of them, absolutely amazing. Like, it was a pleasure to watch. They just ripped the whole map open. Like, he TP'd bottom on the Ember, and after that moment, I think they never left each other again. They were like a loving couple.
Yeah,
Very, very
I mean, I
lovely.
think they saw the impact of having the Ember Spirits with all these mana leaks, all these Chakra Magic. They were like, wait a second, this is actually pretty pog. Why don't we just keep doing this and see if the enemy team can respond? And when XG's response is to just keep dying, makes it very easy to justify continuing this combo, doesn't it, Lizard?
It 100% does. I mean, especially from the get-go, right? From the beginning of the game. You're doing it. You're stacking the Ancients, you're giving him mana all the time. Dragonite is completely free on. It didn't look that badly, and right, we were watching the lanes. TA had a normal lane. Doom had an amazing lane. He had the 9-minute Midas. It's only Paparazzi that fed a couple of times, but he was keeping up with Network. It doesn't matter though, because when you feed a couple of times to a player such as Nothing to Say, and he also has mana from Kotal all the time, he's just moving everywhere. He's just all on the map constantly.
Nothing to say. This was the one time that XG felt like they could mount some
He
degree
had
of
time to stick
response
with it
against
closely.
them.
He could have,
You know?
but even gods make mistakes. Unlucky.
He's like, well, next time, don't worry, y'all. But I think that's the last time we actually saw him getting caught and killed like that. Every
This
other
is
fight just looked so
first
good.
and only
This
death.
fight was incredible. I mean, look
Look
at the
at Arme
map,
here.
right? Arme is coming in, yeah.
Arme is literally
Arme
salvaging this
shows up.
fight just by running in and out. He's like, I'm hitting you once, oh! And then nothing to say, has all the free space in the world. If they doom the Ember here, this fight is completely lost for LGD. But look, Paparazzi is also getting baited in because he wants to vessel him one more time for that kill. Can't quite get it. Also dies because of it. Like, this is how you have impact without actually having any abilities up on Void. So good.
Void just did decently. Unfortunately, though, we never really got to see Paparazzi show any kind of the skill that we know he's capable of on this hero. He just kept getting overrun. The entire time it felt like he was in response mode, never able to actually press the tempo. And Lizard, you play mid a lot. Isn't Volker a good response hero, or is this a hero that needs to be proactive to do well?
Yeah, you want to be active. He can be reactive as well. Like some early rotations punished by a wild tornado into EMP and whatnot. But you always want to be active no matter what. If you're a playmaking hero, right? You want to be the one setting the pace. You want to be the one moving across the map, making madness, creating enough space for your TA. Like this TA heat map was more in the dire jungle than anywhere else, and it wasn't one of those I'm in the dire jungle because I want to be here and then farm the ancients. No, it's because everywhere else they'll hunt me down and they'll kill me. So there was, this game was a slaughter. Really, it's hard to analyze. It was just nothing to say, and everyone else together with him dominating XG. I expected more from them, I need to say. I'm a little bit disappointed, but that's
Pure
life.
outclass, right?
Yeah.
Like pure outclass. Which is also very worrying to me because so far both the losses, both the one-sided losses are from Aster and from LGD now. They haven't, like, all the wins they've had was from the bottom four of the bracket. And of course, now eHome is 4th right now. They'll have another match, I think, on the 23rd or something. But yeah, like the top teams in China are dismantling extreme gaming left and right. And I'm a little bit worried for them because of that.
Yeah.
Certainly is a big problem. I mean, we've seen them outside of the DPC in the Dota Pit tournament as well as the Intel World Open get to grand finals twice. And in, I think, OGA Dota Pit, they went past RNG to get there. In the Iowa tournament, they went past PSG LGD to get there. But since the DPC Dota has started, they've looked several steps behind some of these top squads, dismantled by Team Aster, dismantled now by PSG LGD. And it's not like at this point in time, they have the easiest road forward. They still have to play some hard teams. And, you know, is this the point, gentlemen, where we start thinking about change-ups in the team formation? Obviously, other squads that we've seen here in the DPC, in the Division 1, that have had decent results, but unsatisfied. Teams like RNG have still wound up making changes midway through the season. Are Extreme Gaming at that point just yet? Or do they just need more time to try and acclimate Lou and everybody else into the same squad so that they can play at the level that we see LGD is capable of in games like this?
It depends on the team mentality, how they feel, what they think, right? It's always, it's easy and hard to just harp on what they should be doing as a team from distance. For us, it's obvious. Like you can see that perhaps Lou is struggling, but maybe they believe differently. Maybe they believe that he just needs a little bit more time, and that's it.
Nice XPM.
Yep, nice XPM indeed. Not on Doom though, and not 420. If it was 666 420, I'd like it more. But this is nice as well. Yeah, it's hard to say. You can see IG sticking together for a really long time, even after. Oh man, they are staying in Division 2, aren't they? After today.
Yep, guaranteed Division 2 for IG. And, you know, in terms of bad news being out there for Extreme Gaming, they needed to win this one. The fact that they lost ensures that they're not going to the major just yet either. They still need to get another win under their belts. But Black, right now, right? I was about to say that now their last game is going to be against RNG. Fortunately for Extreme Gaming, I think, RNG hasn't looked the strongest in the first game that they had without the God King. Unfortunately, though, it does mean that with the win from eHome yesterday, this kind of result for Extreme Gaming could actually result in them not being able to go to the major if they don't get that last and crucial win. For a team as young as this, and for a team with as many, maybe communication/mentality issues as they do right now, what are you thinking? Do you actually think that you saw enough out of them today that you would still put them in that major qualification slot?
Probably fourth. Like, this is where I put them originally, also at fourth, because I just didn't think they would be able to beat LGD, RNG, or Aster. Yeah, but now it's hard to say. Like, whoever wins, whenever they play, I'm not entirely sure, between eHome and VG, there's a very, very real potential now for a tiebreaker with Extreme Gaming. And I can't say with full confidence that Extreme is going to win that. Every time Extreme loses game 1, they just get completely demolished in game 2. Like, they don't seem to be able to recover after a bad loss, which is a very big problem in a BO3 format, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of thing where IG, for example, that Lizard brought up earlier, that's a team where, you could still be confident, provided the series isn't over, that they might be able to mount a comeback. Obviously, a previous incarnation with Kaka, but we've seen them make like reverse sweeps. But like you say, whenever they lose on Extreme Gaming, game 1, the series is just curtains from that point onwards. This does not bode well. The future is a little bit dim right now, but Lizard, PSG LGD, they only have one series left against Team Aster. Is this going to be a double season for them, going completely undefeated here in the China DPC?
Well, it's hard to argue against that. You don't see any team as dominant as PSG LGD still. Aster is good. They've been playing really well, but they're still not as strong, in my opinion, as PSG LGD.
How many games has LGD lost? Just one, right? Just one overall game, even.
One, yeah. They lost one game to Vici Gaming.
And that was on the first week. Since then, they've looked insane.
Yeah. Stellar.
Yeah. They've looked very, very good. But actually, speaking of, we've seen before, not this season, of course, but last season, or 2 seasons ago, where Team Aster was the one that was looking very dominant in China, but obviously they couldn't translate those results into the international scene. Having seen a lot of the other DPC regions, do we think that come the major, PSG LGD can still look this dominant against some of the upper echelon teams in other regions as well?
I believe so. I truly believe that perhaps all regions have been a little bit weakened. It's not only the Chinese one. I think overall the regions have looked a bit weaker than in the last year. What's the reason? Is it the post-TI? We had a later TI, right? Last season. Is it
post-TI depression?
Post-TI depression, the post-TI blues, it's possible, but I think that still Chinese region looks the strongest once again. And
LGD, they did win the any major, right? Everybody expected them to, because they came in as like the strongest quote-unquote team, and they absolutely demolished that tournament. And right now, it's hard to argue against that again. Yeah. Right there, baby.
Yeah.
But like,
PSG, LGD,
I don't know why they wouldn't be able to,
Yep, no reason. Given the performances we've seen from them in this division, given the performances in the regional finals, and just how good the squad looks overall, we can certainly expect great things from them. And they continue to be dominant here in China, going now clean 6-0 with only one map dropped, like Black mentioned. Unfortunately, though, fortunately for Extreme, they're just glad they're out of the series and don't have to play against LGD anymore. But sadly for us, we don't get to watch PSG LGD further from now, as we now move towards some different Dota. RNG will be playing Team Aster next up, and between the two of them, very important, because they're also trying to book tickets into the major. With Extreme Gaming having faltered in this series, this opens up the chance for RNG. If they win, guaranteed to the major themselves. If Team Aster win, then they keep themselves in contention and not have to worry about some very iffy tiebreakers. With that, gentlemen, I'm going to ask for some quick predictions for the next series. Black, who's taking it, and how long is going to be the average games between Team Aster and RNG?
I'm going to say RNG is going to win 2-1. 2-1. 35
Brave.
Lizard, you agree, or are you going to be backing the more whole roster of Team Aster instead of the stand-in or flyby for RNG?
Wait, before I answer, Lizard, did you see their games against eHome?
I know they lost. I'm aware. Yeah, it happens to anyone. Aster, it was 0-2 as well, right?
2-1, 2-1 actually.
2-1.
So game 1 was
Then
really
it's
one-sided. Aster stomped them, but then game 2 and 3, EO made them look like absolute fools.
No,
Yeah,
I believe that Aster is a sort of a team that does drop the ball every now and then, but they recover from it really fast. So I'll be going with Aster. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that makes it exciting. So 1-1 split on our panel members. Personally, I am gonna say Team Aster myself as well. I don't think they looked that great in the eHome series, but I think there's also one of these teams that I think they play better depending on the opponent. So I hope that they're going to be having a good time. And I'm just looking forward for that mid lane matchup, Ori versus Somnus. It's been a while since I've had fun with that one, so I want to see it be hype.
I'm sorry, is that the cat spot right there?
Yeah, it's his favorite shelf spot.
Nice.
He's just chilling, hanging out, man. You know. Well, if you are like the Black Cat, make sure you get yourself in a spot because in about an hour you'll be seeing some incredibly important Dota as we see Team Aster taking on RNG. Hopefully that one goes the distance because this one was a pure stomp in favor of PSG LGD. Well, since we have another long break, I'm going to be releasing you gentlemen. Black, thank you so much. Lizard, thank you so much. And make sure everybody at home that you are following them. I've made them shill so many times on this particular broadcast that today we'll just let them go in peace. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been Snare, Black, and Lizard for the China DPC. And when we return in about an hour, RNG versus Team Aster, a big matchup. You don't want to miss it. So come back in about an hour, refreshed, watered up, and prepared to enjoy this incredible Dota 2 action.
Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. Feeling so right. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. Feeling so, 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 feeling
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
shadows from your skin and cast them aside. Black out the windows above us and cover the lights. The feeling of an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. In my peripheral vision, you whisper goodnight and tell me where to find you when the silence is heavy, when we're losing our mind. Feeling of an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude. Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost night time, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that, I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Maybe I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Feel the spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. That I'm overdosing. Overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love
just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up and down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent, such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Oh, hello, and welcome to China DPC, where we are in Division 1 with our third and final series of the day. And by golly goodness, it is a bit of a stomper. We have ourselves RNG and Aster on the cards. These two teams battling it out in a very, very critical game for both of these teams. RNG, with this win, would secure themselves going to the major, which is absolutely key for them. It's vital. Meanwhile, Team Aster, they are looking to get themselves out of the yellow zone. They want to pull themselves above the waters and get themselves to the major as well, and not just sit in Division 1. No one is going to be relegated anymore. Okay, LBZS and Magma have already tanked that bullet, and now it's just kind of between these teams to find out who's making it to the major and who is going to be staying in Division 1 and staying home, which none of them want to do, especially looking at Aster here. But guys, Aster actually had themselves 2 losses under their belts. Black, why don't you tell us what happened there?
They lost to eHome yesterday, which was a pretty tragic loss, honestly. Like, game 1, they absolutely stomped the entire panel, all the casters, which was us 2 plus 1. Expected Aster to completely crush it. But no, eHome game 2 and 3 was completely one-sided. They actually destroyed Aster completely. And who was the series they lost at the very beginning? Who did they lose to?
That was Vici. When we
they lost
first
to
came off the
VJ
break.
as well, yeah. Who we all consider to be on the bottom of the whole league. But yeah, they had 2 losses that should have been prevented, honestly. They've beaten Extreme Gaming in a very one-sided fashion, but at the same time, Extreme also was just taken out by LGD in a very one-sided fashion. So I don't really know where that leaves Extreme and Aster. I guess we'll know after this match now.
None of us know anything. I think that's what it's coming down to.
We know LGD is really good.
We know LGD is really good. We know LBZS and Magma aren't very good, at least by Division 1 China standards, which are very high standards indeed. How good then RNG, Ricky?
Yeah, Ricky, that's,
I mean,
that's up to you to
RNG,
figure out now.
Yeah, I think RNG is definitely solidifying themselves as like the second best team in China right now. Like season 1, it was a little bit of like a mystery on like who it was really. Like Aster was there right with them, but after tiebreakers, it ended up kind of going RNG's way. And we're like, all right, well, Aster had previously won before, so maybe it's a little bit more even. But I think with what we've seen between the end of last season through some like regional tournaments and then like some online tournaments, and now here in division or in Tour 2, it's really starting to look like RNG is like solidifying themselves as like, we are number 2. We are the second best team just behind LGD. And we'll see if they can hold it, though. It's, again, a really important match, like you were saying, for both these teams.
Yep. Do you feel like the changes they made to RNG has been an improvement for the team?
It's hard to say that they haven't been, which is like weird because it's... I hate to say that like about God King, right? But... from what we've been seeing, like they've had a really good performance. They've seemed more stable for the most part in like this tour than they did in the previous one. So it looks like whatever changes they did make seem to be working.
I'm going to be mean cookie here. I'm going to say God King was not the right fit, but Fishman is also not the right fit. Like I do predict that after this season, whether they go to the major or not, there is going to be a change in that team. Because like you can just see how he really is more of an offlaner than a carry. Maybe he can mold himself into a carry player, but it usually takes months. So I do think they're going to take the easier way out and just like recruit like an actual carry player down the line.
Alrighty, well, we are into the draft for this game number 1 here. That's right, the brakes are off. We are flying straight into this series. I'm going to start things off with Aster grab themselves a Bane and a Pangolier, so plenty of lockdown coming out from these two duos. Meanwhile, RNG, they're going to grab the Grimstroke and the Sand King. It's becoming a bit of a classic between these two heroes, and this is going to be pretty much their off lane just sorted out. Chalice Sand King, is this something which inspires hope within you, Black?
Me, Sankin generally doesn't, but then you told me the actual statistics and there was way above 50%, which impressed me. And then yesterday it also had 2 pretty good performances when Ehome picked it up. So I am more of a Sankin believer than I was before, but after seeing today what the Sankin did against LGD as well, it's always one good performance and then one terrible performance. Like I don't know what to think about this here. Okay? No. And then you tell me Grimstroke, here that I consider as super broken, has a terrible win rate. I also don't know what to think. No, Matt. What are all these stats? You're confusing my Dota brain.
Apologies for that, but I can tell you that across all of the DPC, these two heroes together, Sankey and Grimstroke, despite seeming pretty strong together, they got like a 51.5% win rate, so it's okay, especially when you consider Grimstroke's win rate is pretty low across all regions. That is an increase of like 4% of their averages together. So it does make the two heroes stronger to put them together, at least when we're looking purely at win rate in the DPC. But it's a pretty restricted metric. But that's over 35 games, so we've got a deep enough pool to understand that it is getting picked a decent amount, and for good reason. It's a strong combo.
Yeah. I noticed the ban right away here from Aster, the Pugna in phase 1. It's a little bit of like PTSD from them yesterday, where they had to deal with Ehome's Pugna 3 games in a row, and it's really interesting because this hero has been borderline completely ignored by the CNDPC, but it has one of the highest pick rates in North America. It is like literally contested phase 1 every single game. This hero is like unbelievably broken in the support role that we're seeing. So it's really funny because I was actually talking with some of the teams and they were like, oh yeah, it's gonna get like, they're like, it's super broken, like it's gonna get picked. And then I looked at Ehome's games last night and I was like, oh my boys, they got it, they got it. They know what's up.
They figured it out.
I mean, it is super broken on paper, right? The reason why Pugna is not picked or was not picked up before, because it was always widely considered a core hero with like 50 different counters in the game. But if you put him at a +5, you have like a free E-Blade and the Nether Ward for team fights, right? It's so insanely strong.
And the heal and the mana regen. I mean, my goodness, this guy's he's got a wide toolkit.
Yeah. The fact that you just dump mana into your mid laner, like you just buy Tranquil Boots and then just dump mana into your mid laner whenever like you're about to fight and you just drop another ward. Like it's
double Tranquil Boots.
Yeah.
It's the only hero I've ever seen build 2 Tranquil Boots.
Yeah, Dude, I've seen the literally 4 Tranquil Boots Aether Lens build on this hero. Like, it's insane.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I am absolutely not surprised. But I'm also not surprised by the Zelina pick. Wow, smooth transition. I'm on fire today. Because Somnus loves Zelina. Oh, also, what I wanted to talk about. You know my biggest problem with Sanking, right? Nomad, I told you many times. I don't know if I told Ricky.
I haven't heard it, but I want to hear it.
Like, you jump in and then you die, right? It happens to so many players. Because it's very hard to get out once you initiate. But why Grimstroke is really good with that, you put the shard on him, or like the ink spell with the shard, and he actually gets dispelled and then has a higher chance of making it out alive at least. Because if you can go in and out, that's when the hero is really strong, right? Like, you played a lot, I'm sure you also experienced the same.
No,
Nothing worse than jumping in and dying. Sure.
If I jump in, I'm killing the whole team. That's the difference, you know. Just kick it, chat it.
Yeah, last time I saw that, it worked out perfectly.
I'm gonna quickly jump in. So, something interesting about the opening duo of Aster is that Pangolin and Bane actually have around 19 matches together in the entirety of the DPC with a 68.5% win rate. So that's pretty damn good. These two heroes
I need something else
very
from you,
well
man.
together. What's that?
Ember Spirit and Coddle. We have just seen PSG, LGD abuse the crap out of it. What's their win rate together? It must be super high.
Ember Spirit and Coddle over 25 games is 48% only. It's actually
They lose
a minus win rate average. Yeah.
What the hell? Well, not everybody's LGD, right?
Yeah, that's the LGD effect, right? They play something, you're like, oh my god, this is so broken. This must be ridiculous. And then you look at other teams and they just can't do it the same. Like, LGD are built different.
They are. Just like Ricky.
True. I mean,
honestly, you should message RNG Ricky. Can you do that? Be like, yo, Chalice, let me play this song. I got this.
Chalice, no chance. I'm not even gonna pretend. I'll just say,
guys, I'm immortal now. You know, I'm a pretty big deal. Time to step aside and let me in. You know, it's what it is.
This is really my debut to the pro scene, of course. Yes. No, I was gonna say, when it comes to Ember stats, it's really misleading because the hero has like a really low win rate, similar to like Grimstroke. Like, he doesn't have a very high win rate in general, and so like all of his like combos, despite them being like really good, the stats on them are kind of whack. Just because like Ember's general win rate is like 40%, despite him being one of the strongest heroes of the patch.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, why do you think that is? Why is he doing so much? Is it just like because a lot of quote-unquote weaker teams pick it up a lot too, or?
I just want to clarify, like, it's 45% in China, but overall the regions it's 52%. So it's
correct.
It's much weaker here than it is in other regions, which is very interesting. And
and that part
it should be the highest
in
SAG, I feel like.
NA is pretty high too. NA has a lot of Ember players in mid lane.
Oh, true. Yeah. Quinn,
that is like one of the heroes that they play. Like, everyone in mid lanes there plays Ember.
Quinn, I bet, and does Bryle love it too?
Bryle and Gunner all play it.
They all love it? Yeah, of course. Because it's broken.
Yeah.
Look at all these people picking
like
broken heroes, man. I would pick Zeus Bill and win.
Dude, right?
Flex on it.
God, I wish that hero was playable right now. He's so fun. He might be.
Zeus is actually good. I think he's very unexplored.
You think so?
Like, this jump is not bad.
Dude, Heavenly jump is super good.
Yeah, you're borderline unkillable. You get one level early on, you can't get rotated on.
You just press E and they're just like, oh, I guess I'll not walk.
Boing.
Oh, my boy.
Okay.
Only boy coming out.
What's his win rate?
In China or
Check it
all
out
regions?
Quick. All regions, please. Because I think the hero should be really strong.
Oh god. In all regions,
awful.
he's been picked 9 times, and he has won once.
Alright,
no, twice.
Great win rate.
Apologies, twice, but yeah, 22% win.
Still not great. Still not great.
That's a 100% increase in wins, though.
Yeah.
Quick.
I can't believe that.
Aster like picking these heroes, right, with no win rates. They pick Alchemist, they pick Klings.
Yep.
Alch has not found his place yet, I think. I see a lot of people experimenting with it. A lot of people have been experimenting with it. thinking that it can be played in a couple different roles, but I have yet to see it really do well.
Yeah.
All right, but
people are going to give up on it.
What makes Klinks the pick in this game though? Like it seems like they've got a decent amount of catch, a decent amount of get on top of him ability, but is he really a hero that cares about you getting on top of him?
He is one of the heroes that has the highest HP in the game. Like once you get Skadi and level 18, you actually rock like 3.5k health. So there is a chance you can actually survive a Chronosphere, especially with like a Bane Nightmare, maybe keep up blinding lighting a bit.
Yeah, you
So,
got the disarm as well. It's a lot
I
to
like
help
it
you out
because of
inside
that.
the Chrono.
Shaman. Okay, yeah. They need the support. Gets through until the end. It's a perfect combo with Grimstroke too.
Yeah.
Those two heroes. Yeah. This draft looks quite scary.
I hate playing against Shaman. I like this hero has become more and more one of my I would say favorite fours currently in this patch. Like this hero is bonkers.
He's
and
busted.
When it comes to the Klinks too, like you have a lot of lockdown for him now, which is like normally something that like you hate playing against as a Klinks. Like initially, like you'd have the Sand King, and like maybe you could get away after that, but if you get shackled, you're just screwed.
Yeah, I mean that's every hero in Dota though, right?
Yeah.
That disable is just so ridiculous.
What's the shackles timing now? It's like 7 seconds or something. Yeah,
5 seconds.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
And then with the talent, it becomes like 6 if you want to skill that. But the talent used to be like plus 3 seconds. So it's like 8 seconds shackle. It's like,
That was very funny.
But hear me out here. Why I'm gonna say Aster's gonna win. Okay, you guys ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Throw
Earlier
me a
today,
curveball.
lost 2 games already. He is not in the right mindset right now to win this tournament or any DPC game. Aster got this.
That is some interesting logic there, Ricky. What way you going with this game
Psychoanalyzed.
number 1? Yep.
I'm gonna go with the RNG on this one. I typically see Sand King, and I know Black is not a super big believer on this hero, but I think this hero is so broken. And even though it's into a Klinks lane, I think he's gonna have a good game. So I'm gonna go RNG here.
Yeah, I'm going RNG as well. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised about that one. These guys, their draft makes so much sense to me. Also, are we just ignoring the fact that it's Somnus Lena? Do we remember Somnus Lena last season? Like, he was the guy just tearing it apart, like, solo rampage inside his own base. This guy is the second highest kill average player in the Chinese region, just behind Yi in Div 2. In Division 1, he is the highest. Like, he's ready to put this team on his back and carry them. And yeah, I never doubt Somnus Lena. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. You all got your great points, but I still think my psychoanalysis will prevail.
We respect that. We respect that. Let's get into a game. Number 1 is Aster versus RNG on the cards. These two teams battling it out for a major position. RNG, they just want to secure it. They just want to make it nice and safe and remove any doubt of them going. Meanwhile, Aster are fighting for dear life here as they jump in onto Baboka. He's taking a couple of hits. It's just a little bit of a trading around the middle lane. Don't get too excited, everybody.
What was this? You're literally just giving the free water away.
Yeah, that's why they play aggressive there, right? Like they go for the burrow strike because they just need to push them off the ward.
But what was the play from Baboka? It's like no aggression at all, so he just walks up and starts shelling.
I don't know.
It's like, are you guys AFK? You're on the keyboard, bros? That was
I think
wild.
they realized their ward got scouted, and they were just gonna try and push someone off the ward or something while a sentry came out. I'm not quite sure.
Jigs up, huh? Yeah. Either way, that looked pretty funny. But yeah, Cuddle Pangolier is a very strong dual lane. We've seen it many times. It's like on paper, the lanes of Aster are pretty good. They should win the side lanes and probably lose the mid lane.
Yeah, I'd agree. Sand King definitely one of the weakest off laners right now. He's just one of those people that plays kind of like the shove the lane and try and pull / just farm as fast as possible. But
yeah, I just
not a hero.
What, the 2-man though. 2-man Burrow Strike is a lot of damage. I was about to flame the Burrow Strike because it's usually a very useless ability in lane. But if that happens...
Yeah, if you get 2-hero Burrow Strike, you're okay with it for sure.
Still feels like though it's not gonna happen again and you will suffer because of it.
Yeah.
Do you ever skill this level 1? I hope not.
No, I never. I don't. I think there's been one of the last 30 games of Sand King I've played where I've gone Burrow Strike 1. I almost always go Caustic Finale.
Yeah, see if that punishes them or not.
But
so far, so good.
He's doing alright with it, so it's fine.
So
I think the only
Ori
time
has been underperforming a lot lately. Why do you think that is?
Dude, it's hard to say. I don't think it's been his hero pool, honestly. Like a lot of times you can say like maybe like their hero pool is a little bit off like meta, but
yeah,
his hero pool like definitely fits in with what we're seeing in a lot of the picks right now. So it's definitely strange.
Yeah, it seems to be more mental than anything, huh?
Yeah, because yeah, exactly. Like it just does. It's I don't know. It's not like there's not like a good excuse for it or anything, right? He's just been struggling.
Yeah, Somnus is really taking it to him right now as well. It's not an easy lane for Ember Spirit, of course, but I do believe that if Aster is going to win this game, it will have to be on the back of Ori.
Yeah. Somnus has just been bodying everybody he's played against in the mid lane, though. That's the other thing, too, is Somnus has been one of the most consistent mid laners. Nomad was just talking about it, right?
Yeah. I mean, his. I was talking about his kills, but yeah, obviously you don't get a lot of kills without doing well on the lane. And this is Lina versus Ember as well, so I'm expecting big things from Somnus this game.
Somnus is mean.
Yeah.
He's not letting Ori get anything. Another deny.
Dude, he is just so disciplined with like everything he does in the mid lane, like Somnus. Like the LSA, he knows like it's not going to connect, but it denies him a CS. Like,
and now he psychoanalyzed him, so next time he's going to cancel the LSA and hit him with the LSA afterwards too. Like that. No. All right, mid lane is over. I'm looking at other lanes.
We haven't really talked about bottom, right? That could be next on the list here.
Sure.
Fishman Void.
Yeah, it's. I think it's one of his more comfort carry picks. Again, he's not really a full-fledged carry player, so you always want to make sure that players like him are in their comfort zone. I know he likes to play CK a lot and Void a lot. Heroes that can kind of just go in and tank up a bit for your team too. Oh,
there's a first blood coming out of the top lane. Monet able to draw first blood, but that is unexpected.
Yeah, I did not expect that lane to get any kills, honestly. Bane Klings are really good at harassing you out of the lane, but they're not great at killing you in the lane.
Okay, you're gonna have to somehow break down this build on the Sand King for me. Because I don't.
Borrow Strike 2 level Sand? I don't know either.
Remember
last time we spoke? Oh, the urn! Oh yeah, I just saw that. I don't know.
Because like I was like, that is just not an item I ever see Sand Kings go nowadays. I mean, I've seen it once or twice maybe, but
right.
That is a new build for me.
Deals DPS. Urn of Shadows deals DPS. It's just too much. Now he goes Radiance. Just so much
Lots
DPS.
of DPS.
And Kaya Sarge after.
Yeah. Yeah. Charles is doing it. Big brain play. But no, seriously, I don't know about this. It feels like he's like, all right, we're just gonna get loads of kills in this lane. I'm gonna build an urn, and then he died, and now he's like,
this like Sand King is not a hero that ever kills anyone in lane. Like that is like the staple of this hero. That's what makes him like actually somewhat balanced in the game right now. Is the fact that his lane is so weak, and unless the enemy like seriously misplays, like you're never gonna kill anyone. Which is why urn is just almost never picked up on him.
Yep, agreed. So it's a very interesting choice. Yeah, Monet right now is absolutely free farming, so he's gonna be a big boy. Like Klink's free farm can snowball so hard with a fast Maelstrom. He actually chose to go Treads first though. He just wants to dominate the lane.
It's working.
It is. I just hope he doesn't get ganked by Alina or something and then his game suddenly falls apart. I mean, look at Ori. He's 1,000 gold behind almost. Sheesh.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That is
destroyed.
not good.
If the rune spawns top now and Lina somehow gets it.
Yeah.
Nah, Ember gets it.
Nice
Ori's jumping across
Lina.
hit. He's looking for Somnus. I mean, they get the kill, but Ori's going to get summed up for now. If he really wants to go for this, he's going to have to commit hard, and he decides against it, turns his attention towards Felix instead, and he's going to look to cut down young Felix here instead. Yeah, he's going to sit there for a bit, get licked by the shaman tongue.
Shackle is so annoying.
Coddle's got it. Baboka will tidy it up.
Probably closer than he wanted,
off
though.
his mana, too.
Didn't get the kill on Ember, though. He really wanted the kill on Ember.
Yeah, that would have been a nice bit of recovery for him. Instead, he has to give it to Coddle, and he's missed a bunch of CS whilst doing this as well. That's not going to feel good for him, honestly.
It also gave Fishman a lot of space. So we said Monet is having a great lane, but Fishman and Somnus are leading the chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fishman's doing something right down here. And I would have expected this lane to actually go pretty favorably for Faceless Void, but not this favorably.
Yeah, like playing Coddle into Void is always kind of weird, because he just time walks all the damage off all the time.
XXS seems so scared. He's not going anywhere near the Faceless Void in this lane at the moment.
Yeah.
Weird.
I'm not sure why either. Like, there's no way he can die to a Chrono. Unless there's like 2 or 3 more heroes. Lina's TPing top right now.
Yeah, they've got a Shackle onto the Bane. Quick pick off there from Somnus is maybe going to look for more, but just really far forward on the Bane there.
Monet should not get caught here. Get
Monet's
stunned, but there's no
caught
follow-up.
Yeah.
It's
not quite close to the gap.
And now, here's the problem, though. Like, you went for those fast threats, which is basically your Javelin. You could have almost had your Maelstrom already, but now you're being pressured. So your overall farm is going to slow down quite a bit. Which isn't worth it.
TP's coming into mid. They are going in on this right now. Somnus getting moved upon. He's got to. I mean, that's not going to help him. That is a dead Lina. And now they move across, looking for more. Felix once again on Ori's kill list, but this time he wants the kill. Will he be able to get it though? Yes, he will. Nicely timed by Baboka. Shout out to Baboka, actually. You know, he could have taken that with the Illuminate, but he fires it off early and says, "There you go, buddy. That's for earlier."
Dude, they're doing so good at recovering Ori's game right now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Level 4 Flame got 2.
Scan the stack. Oh, they're like, guys, no, my stack is gone.
Wait a minute, he's taking it.
Like at the very end,
so
too, like they were like really slow to realize it. And they're like, oh.
There's no worse feeling in Dota, I'm pretty sure. Like, of getting your stack stolen. It's dehumanizing.
Yeah. Yeah, some thievery at work.
Do they have any stacks on the side of Aster yet? Oh, we've got an Ancient stack.
Yeah.
And a Heart stack. Okay. Jungle is being stacked. And that is big. They need that for Monet, which, speaking of which, it's caught top with an Epi. Felix the Shackle as well. Ori rotation on in. They get the kill. Chalice will pay for this one. Question is, can he get another? Of course. He's got a Coddle behind him. There's the Shackles.
Oh?
Well, Felix about to go for the double Shackle. Dude, he's getting so much health back. And now rotation from Somnus? Okay. What a hero.
Did we just witness?
Yeah. 2 levels in Shackle. 260 health back to him.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can just see how much of a hard counter Leash is to Ember Spirit. Like, he can't slide a fist, he can't do anything. That Grimstroke Bolt absolutely destroying him there. And now maybe let's do some stacks back.
Approaching the 10-minute mark here, which means kind of look at the last hit compared to averages here. Faceless Void is super far ahead. Ooh, hold on, we've got a little bit of a kerfuffle going on here. XXS going to unleash onto Mr. X Nova here and just try and take him down. This should just be a clean kill and move themselves on, I think.
Yeah, so it shall be.
Anyway, back to our lane review. Yeah, Fishman obviously doing very, very well in the Faceless Void. He's like 20 CS over average where he should be, so great job on him. Clinks as well, sitting about 5 last hits over average, which is very, very good. Lina, surprisingly, she's below average. You know, been moving around the map a lot, so that has actually affected her CS quite heavily. And she is below where she should be, where you'd expect her to be on Lina, who's such a lane-dominating hero. So perhaps not doing quite as well in Sacrifice for the team as they move here onto XXS. They're looking for the Pangolier, and he is definitely dead. Surrounded by heroes, they'll grab that kill easily. And beyond that, you know, obviously Ember's still struggling a lot, but everyone else pretty much on average.
So I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but they actually scanned out the rotation, and they assumed it was going into the other side of the jungle, and XXS was like running across to like go meet up with the Clinks because they thought they was gonna like get his stacks contested or something. Ends up just walking right into all 5 heroes of RNG instead.
Yeah, I also saw a scan. That's why I was surprised XXS actually walked there, but the reasoning makes sense, and he wanted to be a team player.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry, I'm coming, guys.
Exactly. He finishes Maelstrom on Clink, so that's step 1 to greatness. Coddle is spamming out the top. Oh, they want to dive him. Little dive-erino.
Oh, the tumbler boy! Dude,
they will never find him now.
Yeah, I hate this item.
It's so broken. Oh yeah,
I actually
illuminate those
so
snakes.
hard by this time. Yeah.
Baboka is just flexing on them there. He's firing out the illuminates, and they're like, where is he? Where the hell is he? Meanwhile, they are going to get the kill onto the Bane here on the side of RNG, so you know, they're going to secure this tower for themselves, absolutely.
They're still back there like, where the hell is this guy?
Yeah. I love how he's throwing out illuminates, just tempting them, like, come on, come find me.
You will never find me.
Ori?
Yeah, Ori's making his way up
poking his head over. What you up to, Ori?
Yeah.
What's your game?
Pops a haste rune. Sees Felix,
careful
though.
with the
Probably
Crimson
Ooh, they can get double
They
hex
got Grim
here.
ulted there.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah, they are. Oh, the double
My
Laguna! Oh my
gosh.
goodness! Get yourselves back. I mean, they don't have the stun to follow up from the Shaman. If they got off the Hex there, that would have been awful, but actually, it's not too bad. And now they turn around, look to Ori, they get the shackles off
Oh,
their
the
him.
bash,
He's a goner.
what?
XXS comes in, kills him off, but a little bit too late, unfortunately. Oh dear. Ori just feeling
How
a little bit
lucky is
overconfident
he?
there.
Or unlucky is Ori. There was like 3 bashes and 3 hits.
Yeah. 2 double bash. Yeah. Dude, Somnus played that super well, just right on the edge, like with that keen optic, just close enough to hit the LSA, but like without them thinking he was like a threat anymore. But my gosh, that double Laguna right to the face, and I'm surprised they went back in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, because you feel like they've already used Laguna, they've already used Soulbind, like we still have a decent amount of health left. Let's go, but yeah, as you say, Ori getting a little bit unlucky inside the shackle there. And that's going to put an end to him. Crowd up in the top lane, they're looking for the kill into XXS.
No bashes this time, though.
No bashes this. Oh, there we go. Just when he needs them. Let's see if he can finish the job here with the Inkswell. He will be able to, but X-Nova will secure that one for his carry. The Phantom's Embrace there.
He used all his RNG on the previous engagement. So much like you talked about, Black, we now have Monet at the top of the network chart thanks to that good old Maelstrom.
Great item.
So good for Clinks.
Fun. The question though is, can he really do it alone? Because Clinks is not a hero that generally can. Like he doesn't have lockdown. He has a ton of damage and health, but lockdown or slow, nothing. So Ori really needs to get back into this game somehow, or XXS. Like the reason why this game isn't completely one-sided in terms of net worth right now is Boboka, but you're just a coddle. You can't really help your Clinks too much.
They're picking up a big stack here on the side of the RNG triangle. Most of it going to be going the way of Lina here. And they smoke up right away. Chalice does have his Blink Dagger completed, so he's looking to get active.
Shaman what's in the pit? Of course! Woo!
Classic.
300 damage per barrage.
Can't tank this. There we go. Chalice is just like,
The
yeah, you're
funny
fine,
bits
bro.
noted
Don't worry,
it's
bro. You're
Russian,
fine. Just tank it. Don't worry about it. All good.
The funny part about the Shaman wards is
Guna
they technically
blading
can
Roche.
attack. Yeah.
All right.
Well, there it is.
That was
At
a
least
Roche
there's
attempt.
like a pen which have some sort of yeah, Ember Spirit, especially with the item for so hard to recover.
First item BKB. Yikes, yeah. I mean, you have Coddle at least to make your damage output a little bit better, but yeah, first item BKB on Ember always feels really rough.
Yeah.
Dude, the thing about Shaman wards and Roche that makes me like the most frustrated about it, because like if it just did that much damage, it's like, you know, it's still broken, but it makes it more broken when they can attack Roche outside the pit. And so you can just like pull Roche back and forth, and then they'll just keep killing it, and you can never actually get hit by it.
Yeah, you can solo Roche as Shaman.
You just like attack it and then like walk outside the pit, and it chases you, and the wards just eventually kill it.
You can also like ward trap yourself, and then Roche can't get to you, right?
No, Roche should have free padding over the wards, I think.
Does he?
No, I think he just got blocked and started hitting a ward like a madman. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he can hit inside the wards. Maybe his attack range
I think he
is
has
just
enough
longer.
attack range. Yeah, I think he has enough attack range.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
I've seen someone trap themselves in wards and nearly die.
Yeah, true. I've seen that as well. Actually.
Yeah, there was.
We saw it in the game.
Was it Boboka?
Yeah, it was Boboka. That was exactly who it was. Coddle mid lane, dude. The
get him, Boboka.
Nice.
My boy, you talking about me? You talking about me? He is in some trouble here, though. Oh my god, I mean,
They've got a fiend grip. Yeah.
They want him dead.
They're gonna drop it, but the
down.
damage.
Yeah, they do have enough.
Comes
He's
through
gonna dive, but
Fishman.
Fishman comes
Oh,
in from
no.
the side. He gets it off. Ori taking
Does
the
he have
heavy
damage,
hits here, and they are gonna be able to finish him off. Nice timing on the Inkswell there. Gets him the kill into Ori, and also PQ will fall as well on the Bane.
Yeah. It does look like RNG is out moving Aster by quite a bit. I don't know why they're only doing this move with like 3 heroes. Your Pangolin just picked up the blink. If you plan a big move like that, you really should coordinate together.
Bit of save your buddy syndrome there, I feel like. You know, Coddle got the tower and they're like, oh, help me, guys. And then the Ember was in trouble and he was like, oh, help me, guys. And then, yeah, you know how it'd be. We've all been there.
I don't actually have friends. I have no idea. Dude, look at us. We make good jokes.
Great, man. We're just too smart, you know?
Yeah.
We take
You
it to the next level.
intimidate people too much to have friends.
Yeah. Which isn't necessarily bad. They're intimidated by our confidence.
Sure, guys, sure. Okay.
Right, Ricky?
Yeah, exactly. I've been trying to, you know,
I know,
take notes
yeah.
after spending so much time with Black here.
Alright, smoke up. They're moving onto the Clinks. This is a huge target, and they're going to be able to bring them down without too much difficulty here, I would imagine. The amount of lockdown these guys are just pooping out is ridiculous, and the Clinks can do nothing but stand still and get his biscuits baked.
Good news for the Clinks, though. He was pretty tanky.
He was. It didn't cost a lot. Like, he absorbed 2,000 damage there, so.
Yeah. Bunch of mana here and there. Felix is looking for his next target, probably PQ. He has an additional night vision though. Is he gonna sniff him out? Look in the trees, my friend, the trees. Don't go to the lane. You're dead.
That's your blink from the Shaman.
Yeah, but I already knew that because Monet died to it.
Yeah.
And PQ likes to die, we know that. In game.
Oh, he loves it. He loves it. Yeah, not sure that one is the PQ death though. We like. You know, he loves the ones where he can, you know, break a smoke or ruin a gank or just kind of throw a wrench into the plans of his enemies.
Now, how is
the bottom
Ember
lane?
Pretty close to BKB? Yeah, Felix is just waiting for someone to show. If Ori shows, it's lights out for him.
He's hunting the Sankey, but also the Shaman is hunting him, but then he's also... I think he just wants
It's
to
so
creep
crazy.
hunted.
Like, the 4th position just has so much impact. Like, this hero, like, he gets a Blink Dagger and suddenly every hero on the map is just terrified. You're like, alright, well, we can't show anywhere. Oh, nice attempt. Felix went for it.
Is he gonna pay now?
That's the real question. Coddle is here, but on the backside, it's going to be Chalice, the big Epi, onto the Keeper of the Light. The heal, though, from the Illuminate will be able to finish off Shadow Shaman and stanking wall as well with that Spirit Vessel from Bobica. So 2 for 0. Nicely done in the bottom lane.
Then Blast here, keeping himself alive and also helping Ori out. And also killing the Shaman.
Yeah, Aster popped on their dancing shoes. That's for sure.
They're smoked up. They're down here with more. The question is, will they see it? They get vision for the moment. XXS goes in.
Oh, that's good one.
The shard.
Oh, what a stun.
Able to roll up, get the damage out onto X-Nova. BKB force already from Fishman. And Coddle is just completely destroyed. That TP is not going to last.
Getting out of this. Oh my goodness. RNG are getting torn apart here.
There was no chance of that TP. That BKB was completely wasted.
Yeah,
Chasing
the
after a
BKB was
roll up
also running
Pango.
out.
And those
Yeah,
are
the
great.
BKB was over with like a full second and a half left on that TP.
Look,
even
don't
Ember
ruin
could've
his
canceled
dreams,
them.
okay? You know, sometimes you just
There
gotta
are no
go for it.
dreams. No, it could be realistic. You can't tell your kids whatever you want, you know? They need to be realistic. Santa Claus does not exist.
Oh,
God.
Well, we just
Oh, you've
some
ruined it
kids.
for Ricky now. Black, come on.
Come
I'm
on.
so sorry. I'll be
dude.
your Santa, Ricky.
It's gone
All right,
this
thank
far without
Only if
without
I can
anyone
still
ruining
sit
it
on your
for
lap.
him. Oh,
Of
God.
course. Why do you think I've got big chunky legs?
You know, as the host, I should move this on, but I kind of want to see where it goes.
Aren't you glad you
Oh, you're
joined us
good.
for this one, Nomad?
It's so glad. Always. And Aster are not done with his aggression here. They're looking at Chalice, but will they do more than
That's
look
a
at him? Oh,
BKB.
yes, they will. They pop the BKB and they go for the kill, and they're going to absolutely find it. Ori, he picked up this BKB and he says, I am no longer an Ember Spirit, I'm an Ember God. And he's just running around doing what he wants.
I was just waiting for him to get instantly chrono then die. That didn't happen.
Nope.
I'm
Black,
the Ember God.
You are very correct on what your assumptions of Sand King are. It's seemingly that is what is happening this game. He walks in and dies.
Yeah. Or blinks and then dies.
Yeah.
I've seen it every game.
Ever reliable.
Yeah, Pig you, thank you. Were they smoked up for this one? They weren't, right? They were just dewarding.
I think he's going for a D-ward, yeah. Just dies. Dude, Somnus is so farmed. He's actually out-farming the Clinks, which I don't know how he's managing to do that.
Well, being 8-1 definitely helps.
Yep.
That is true.
What
travel
else
subs as
helps?
well.
The items. He's going for Lincolns because of the Bane grip. I don't like that. I don't really agree with that. Because to begin with, the Bane should never be able to reach you. There's so many targets in front of you.
Yeah, but they don't have anything
just
else
be
to
like a
cancel it,
Daedalus.
so... I can get behind it.
I mean, they have a lot of stunts, right? Like literally every other hero on the team can cancel it too.
The thing is, Somnus isn't
like
thinking...
the grip.
Somnus isn't thinking like, oh, what's going to happen in a team fight? He's thinking, what happens when my 4 teammates die and I have to solo carry this game? And he's like,
Right,
Lincoln.
right. That makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Because that's literally the only targeted spell they have. And, like, Nightmare. And I guess Solar Bind.
Good old
We'll see,
Solar
we'll
Bind.
see. Could potentially be game losing. And if it is, I'll call it out right away. And if it's not, I won't talk about it.
I'm sure you will.
The smoke's not going to net them anything. But
No. It's also a little bit awkward. Just Pango and Coddle together.
yeah.
Now,
Roshan
Klings has yet to get
respawned,
involved.
by the way. Yeah.
1-2-0. Monet likes to hit the creeps, we know that. But I feel in these fights, Klings would be dealing a lot of damage. He has like so much room to hit.
And he's got the BKB done on his way to a Scotty, which, I mean, is pretty much the standard Clinks build, right? Like, I think every single time I've seen Clinks, it's pretty much Dragonlance, Maelstrom, BKB, Scotty. Like, there's just no alternative to these items.
Yep, and then after that it's either Daedalus or Hex. Pretty much also always. There's not like a lot of versatility when it comes to item builds on him. Those are just the best items.
They're smoked up here, and they're gonna find Fishman.
He didn't
Can they
BKB.
chain stun him? Oh my god, they got... Wait, he got out?
The Grimstoke shot, shot, man.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Senku,
Ori's
is that
able
again?
to take down 2, though. Really well done. His BKB doing some pretty heavy lifting.
Along with
Anyone
the
else
Harpy, of
still
course.
have the Fiend's Grip sound going off right now?
Yep.
What's happening?
It's great. He's Fiend's gripping the,
He
the
Fiend's
Void
Grip the
still, I
Faceless
think.
Void. Yeah.
Just immediately after it got the shard of the Grimstroke went off, I guess, so it took it off.
It was, yeah, it was
Is that
like
right?
almost the same frame.
Yeah. And, well, the sounds did not like that. Yeah,
That's
just want
why
to
it
point out,
lasts
by
for
the
30
way,
seconds.
MVP of the fight, you might have thought it was Ori, you might have thought it was Clink, you might have thought it was PQ. No, no, no. It was the Harpy, as always, just doing its work.
But then it died.
Is there a Harpy there?
It did die. That was a Harpy, yeah. It died, though.
okay.
I'm pretty sure Roshan killed it, actually. He was mad at her.
Good.
It's like, what is this pesky bird doing in my lair?
Maybe that's a balance to Harpy. If you just go anywhere near Roche Pit, Roche just pulls out a gun and just shoots him down.
Welcome, welcome to the neighborhood.
You're the wrong neighborhood.
Chose the wrong neighborhood,
son.
bitch.
And look, another one. Look at that.
I can't.
Oh yeah, 'cause
okay,
every
now
camp
he has
has two
Shiva's
of
guard
them.
on Ember.
Wow.
He's pretty damn tank.
Dude, Ori's been dumping damage in these fights.
Yeah. It was pretty much without Monet again.
Playing
Monet,
with the
when are you
Harpy
gonna
here,
start
and they
killing
CX
us?
Nova.
Monet's gonna be like, pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, that's
And Group's
balanced.
like, I hate that. X-Nova did not like dying like that.
He didn't. He doesn't like being barraged.
Guys, I'm steering chain, I'm being rocked. I'm done. Bye back. 5-man smoke. They do have everything available, but they're also fighting into a very prepared Aster.
Yeah,
They're
they
super
think
ready
they're
for
in the
this.
pit, but they're not.
There's gonna be a big chrono, maybe? Oh, he didn't pick him again.
They got the grip up on him.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, that's too much damage. Chalice now
Big
jumping
epi
into the
from
back line.
Chalice.
He's trying to
He doesn't
take
have the
down
damage.
PQ. He's just taking too much. Monet gets the double kill from this. RNG. What has happened? This game's just completely 180 for them. They were dominating and now they're being dominated.
I mean, you guys know how critical I am of carry players, but the last two fights, Fishman just refused to pop his BKB preemptively and gets punished for it super hard.
I mean, can we talk about
He's like,
Somnus
it's just
and
steering
how, like-
chains, I'm fine. But XSS just punishes him every time.
Yeah. But at the same time, Somnus just kind of like got off a few right clicks, popped BKB and left.
Yeah, he tried to help the Shadow Shaman because Pango was on top of him.
Right.
They also just like had a
It was
massive
pretty
vision
awkward.
disadvantage, right? Like they're going into the Roach fight where there's 2 wards set up on the high ground and the Harpy. So there was just nowhere that they could approach that they were not going to get. They were not going to be like playing under Aster vision, right?
Yeah, but what made them believe that they were doing Roshan so strongly to begin with? They
That
don't have
scan.
the best Roche lineup.
They scanned the
And
pit, right?
Roche
Is what it
scans,
was.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
Roche
scanned the pit
scans,
and the Pango was on the backside just sitting there. So they happen to think they were in the pit.
This game is going to get really difficult from this point on. He's going MKB on Faces Void. I'm not entirely sure why. I pick you doing his own thing, as always.
Alrighty.
Bails out a BKB, not bad.
He's warding, you know, just doing his thing.
But yeah, why is he going
Warded, I'm sure.
MKB on Void? What is that about? I'd much
don't
rather
have
he
an
just
idea.
tank up with like a Scotty.
I
It's
mean,
all about
you're
surviving these
also
fights.
against Clinks too, so Scotty's pretty good here.
Yeah, it's just a completely wrong mindset, right? Look at the Lina's items. She's gonna deal so much damage once the Daedalus is out. You don't need more right-click damage on that Void.
Oh, bottom lane.
Oh, Chalice
Fight
again.
breaking out, Chalice.
Oh my God.
And
Fishman just jumped
X-Nova
into.
instantly dead. No BKB on Somnus. He used it in the last fight. Top.
Oh, he's dead too.
He's super dead. The damage from Monet plus the Scotty doing work. Or on the backside,
Fishman's trying
chops
to kill
down the
Boboka.
Shaman.
He used BKB.
Dude, he's gonna chrono.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a chat line from Boboka for sure.
And he's
Fishman's
stuck in the trees. When you're giving up? No.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
Done.
RNG are done. They're mentally checked out. That's it.
Yeah. Like Fishman tested and duration worth chasing Cottle and then another like plus 5-6 seconds on top of that. And then the Chrono Sphere to top it off. Yeah, you're done. Let's go next, guys.
Shout out to PQ, by the way, carrying the fight even though he wasn't even there for it, just because he forced Lina to use a BKB earlier.
Yeah.
And then they could just take it down.
Well,
Alright.
you say forced, but
Yeah. Look, I'm
He's like,
trying to give PQ some credit, man.
what's happening here?
My Lincoln's
Look at this
got immediate
Harpy.
BKB.
Pretty cool.
Where's Harpy? Oh, she's chilling.
She's just vibing, you know, having a good time in the trees.
She was beautiful.
Must
as
feel
well.
so bad though being RNG. Like the last 3 fights, they have gotten like 2 kills or 3. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Yeah, now they just retreat. The Aegis is still up for another 2 minutes. Ori is almost into its Aghanim Scepter. This game might just be completely out of reach at this point. I really don't like this Void item build. It's been griefing him throughout this entire game.
Yeah.
Usually when you build this, you go Mask of Madness, Maelstrom into just BKB.
Yeah.
Like, not having Maelstrom with Mask of Madness is so counterintuitive. That's where all your damage comes from.
I mean, maybe he was anticipating like a butterfly out of the Clinks, but like
on whom?
Clinks it doesn't ever go butterfly. This hero just builds straight burst damage. And we're going to see it right here.
Instant BKB. Whoa!
Lord. Fishman has
he's
to back
got a feed
himself
trip
away.
in 3, 2, and 1 in a blink. Does he go
He's
for
got
it? Yeah, of course he does.
my
Why
God.
not?
Interrupted.
And everybody
but-
jumps in to save him.
Yeah.
Felix gets 2 hit. I mean, you saved your Void, but yeah.
They got a gem.
At what cost? At what cost, Ricky?
It's a pretty big cost. They just grabbed X-Nova's gem and 2 supports. Feeling pretty
And
good.
25 on Clings, 25%
Yeah.
burning barrage damage. That talent was not necessary.
I love it though.
I
mean, the
you're
hero's
saying
not
like
strong,
this in general didn't need to be added to the game.
Like, yeah, why is it there? It's 90% times 9. It's literally 810% of your damage in, what, 2 seconds? It's ridiculous.
Sounds good. I'm here for it.
Oh, are you? Did you see what happened to the Void that was pre-25? He would have
Yeah.
actually died there.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Dude, I
I
mean,
love
it's a 18-second cooldown. You only
The
get to do it
Mindbreaker was so
once,
big
maybe
though, because he
twice
had to
per fight.
BKB, right? Like that was the whole reason. Like the Void actually BKB this time. He just gets silenced and was like, "Wait a minute."
I need to get out of here. Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for poor old RNG here. They're not really to get them. Ready to get their feet wet. 18k gold advantage. Aegis now taken, but Clinks doesn't really care. In fact, they're going to smoke off the back of this and
He has
maybe
4k
even
HP right now.
Yeah.
Look at that Clings.
Not a
He's
care
big
in the
boy.
world.
Well, he's actually a
Okay.
small boy, but big bones.
Yeah.
Strong bones.
All right, hear me out. They've got
Hearing you
a
out.
pretty good high ground defense on RNG.
They do.
Well, unless Fishman gets found right now, or if Somnus gets found right now, both of these would be really bad. But
Happy
as
is like-
long as they don't like get wiped out front of their base, they're in a pretty decent spot to hold the high ground.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think Aster is afraid of going like late game and just out farming them. They don't have to go high
Yeah.
ground. And I think Aster is
Yeah.
a team that's definitely experienced and disciplined enough to just really starve them out. Why wouldn't they?
Get that 40k lead next Roshan.
Yeah. Like they know there's not nearly enough farm on the map for Void and Lina to get rich. Like both of them. One of them, sure, but no way they can get both of them fat.
I think my favorite thing about the Harpy is that, you know, takeoff, it costs 2.5 max mana per second, 2.5% of your max mana per second. And he's got 5 mana regen. 2.5% of 200 is...
I'm gonna go off
5?
I'm gonna guess 5.
Yeah,
Is it 5?
yeah, correct.
Okay, nice.
He literally can't run out of mana.
Yep.
It's permanent.
That's what makes it so nice. Yeah, that's the Helm of the Dominator, right? Like the Helm of the Dominator gives every unit 4 mana regen, so it just pairs really well.
Mm-hmm.
Pairs really well, I see.
I mean, I do kind of like it as like a new
5-man
sort of
smoke?
vision mechanic, but it does feel a bit scuffed.
5-man smoke versus 4-man smoke. The 5-man smoke usually superior, but maybe in this case it's gonna be different.
RNG back
Monet. Monet.
They want to keep
Dude,
to the high ground
Bane is
here.
just running in here.
Both teams having
He's gonna
vision on
do
that
the-
high ground.
It worked.
Start out. Somnus. He's taking to the
Chrono,
back line. They
Chrono,
get the cross off onto Monet. Monet
no
taking
damage.
some hits, but they get the grip off onto the base of Void. Is it going to matter if Somnus just tries to get up the damage, but he's just beleaguered, surrounded by heroes, turned around, tries to with XSS, but he just disassembles his Aeon disc. They've got
Yeah,
the grip
game's done.
onto the Clinks. They can take him down as well. No, they cannot. It is 5-man white, and GG's are called. RNG are dead. And Aster take the victory. Honestly, a pretty close fight to finish this one off on XXS and Monet. Both just surviving with little clutch plays there, but in the end, you know, it is RNG that just end up dropping 5 heroes.
Black, you were right.
Well, I
Big tanky
psychoanalyzed.
skeleton boy.
Yeah, and I psychoanalyzed Fishman. He was not ready to win this game. He really, from start to finish, like after his laning phase, it felt like he was completely out of his comfort zone. Didn't really find any chronos. Like itemization was interesting, let's put it that way. And he just didn't pop BKB preemptively like in two of the most important fights in the game. I'm always very critical of carry players, I know, but today I've seen Lou and now Fishman, and both just don't seem to be quite in the element today.
So, what do you think the thought process behind the MKB was? Right, we all agree it wasn't the right item.
Don't
Do you
know.
feel like he's in his own head here, and he's just thinking, "What do I need to get kills for myself?" You know, he's in that kind of pub mentality where he's like, you know, what do I need to kill stuff in Chrono? And in actuality, the team plan should never be for him to kill stuff in Chrono. It should be for him to get off the Chronos and let his Lina do the heavy lifting.
But to begin with, Maelstrom is your big damage item with that Mask of Madness, not the MKB. So I don't know why he didn't go for the item that actually lets him farm efficiently and also adds more damage per money spent. So I really don't know what the thought process was. The right idea should have been you just tank up for your Lina, jump in, give information, and a good Chronosphere. Because Somnus was dealing more than enough damage.
Yeah. Dude, Boboka was super farm this game too. I mean, this guy...
He was super rich.
Yeah, he had a Hex at the end game. Like, you see the Scythe reveal, he just, finds the Grimstroke at the very end, and he's just like, bonk, you're a pig now. Good luck.
Yeah.
Ori had probably one of the best recoveries we've seen, considering mid lane was pretty rough for him, but they did a really good job setting him back up for success in these early game fights.
Yeah, the early game looked so rough and very commendable by Aster that they were able to mount a comeback like they did. But inconsistency seems to be still plaguing RNG. I thought the carry swap might make up for that a little bit, but not quite.
No.
I mean, that's what we were saying right before the series even started. Is that's what we thought they were getting, right? Like a little bit more consistency, and they were playing a little bit better as a team. But this game was really rough. They looked really, they were struggling a lot.
Yeah, agreed. But inconsistencies also mean that in game 2, potentially game 3, they could just completely blast Aster away. So.
That is true. Could happen. This was like good old save your friend syndrome. I mean, as we see, all of these early game fights really go the way of RNG. This might honestly be the area right here where Ori's game is completely turned around, because he gets himself a ton of XP, he gets the kill on the Chalice.
Yeah.
And then they end up
I think the game-losing fight was before this one, but we don't get to see it. Here he just didn't pop BKB preemptively again, has to jump out right away, can't utilize his Chronosphere. So 2 supports are bleeding off, and then I think right after the next fight, same thing happened again. He gets Searing Chained. Yeah, we see it here, and Pangoli does the same thing. You gotta pop that BKB preemptively. You really have to.
You see Somnus, every single time, he's so hyper aware of his positioning, right? He knows what his barriers are, he knows what his boundaries are. He's not going to hard commit to a fight where he knows that he's just going to get jumped on and killed. And a lot of the times, he sees the mistakes his teammates are making, he just says, all right, this is not a fight I can commit to, I have to back away.
Look at Boboka here, kiting the void.
Yeah, you're just running him in a circle.
Yeah.
He also doesn't just have any damage on
Fishman. With the, what is that thing?
And then Chrono
Solar
2.
Blind, whatever.
Frustration.
Solar Blind, Blinding Light, yeah.
But right. And then the Lina's dead, and she's like,
and then
why has my void
into
just used Chrono in the backlands to kill a Coddle when I'm dead under my tier 2? Hello? You've got to feel frustration for Somnus at that point.
I think that's when you can kind of see that they're mentally checked out of the game.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't happen unless you're probably talking about the next game already, kind of just digesting the loss. Yeah. But well played by Aster. I liked how they came back into this game. Usually a team that I thought if they're not ahead, they're just going to crumble, but they're showing they still got some fight left in them.
Yeah, it was well done.
Definitely was. Do you think the conversations they're having now are going to be something along the lines of, breaking down the last game on RNG, or do you reckon they're just saying, we know we play better than this usually, we know that it's, water under the bridge, let's just go next?
Yeah. You can't talk about this.
Yeah.
Because it was really, you could see the struggles, right? Everybody on the team knows, I think, what went wrong. Talking about it now with the 500 break that you have in between probably is going to breed more problems rather than solve anything.
Yeah.
Just talk about next game's draft and what you want to do differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, the last pick Clinks ended up doing wonders. I mean, you were right, man. Like, he got chronoed and he had 4,000 HP, 30 armor, and they're like, oh, we're not doing any damage. Like, the Lina, normally a hero that just melts anyone in a chronosphere, was even struggling to do damage to the Clinks. And
I mean, it was
as
Void
that
and
chrono
Lina
ends-
hitting him, right?
Yeah, Lina took a moment to get on top because she had to pop BKB. She got I can't remember what stunned her at the beginning of the fight, but she ended up turning around with BKB, started dumping right clicking, and Clinks like went to half HP. Like he was still
turned
very
around.
healthy. Yeah, and he just turned around and pressed Q, and Face's Void died.
Yeah. I don't know. Clinks, I think, is definitely gonna gain some popularity. It's a pretty big investment, though. Like, the hero is not strong early on. It's more like a mid-late game investment. But once you get there, this hero is absolutely busted.
But, after this game, he goes from 22% win rate to a 30% win rate now. So, he's on the rise. He's trending upwards. That's 3-7 he's at. Yeah, the hero seems good. Especially, when you get a nice big creep with that ultimate of his. He kind of feels like half a hero until you get that ultimate, but the uptime on it is just ridiculous. It's like 100%. So you're good. You're good, basically. I do want to see, if Valve are listening, release an Arcana for my boy Clinks, where as he eats creeps, he like gains more skin. So they're not listening. Okay, thanks, Black. Thanks, Black. Appreciate it. He should gain skin and become less of a skeleton. He should become nice and meaty when he eats some creeps. The bigger the creep, the more meat he gets, the more back towards his human form he becomes. That'd be cool. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to a
curse than run the road, or whatever. It's better to run the road than curse. Now, what does he say?
Better to curse than run the road.
Yeah, I still know what that means.
Well, maybe one day, Black, you'll figure it out, and you'll be a better man because of it. But until that day, you'll remain as you are. And we will show it over to a break, and then we shall be back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere, my friends, as this thrilling series may come to a conclusion in this next game. See you in a bit.
I know that
So, who wants to play a game?
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC. My name is Nomad and joining me we have Black and we have Ricky as we jump into game number 2 of Aster versus RNG, battling it out in this best of 3 to determine who's going to be making it to the major, who's going to be staying at home. And right now Aster are off to a flying start in this first game as they take down RNG, contrary to what the scoreboard might tell you. Of course, if you look at that scoreboard at the moment for Division 1, RNG are in second place, and Aster, they're stuck in that dreadful three-way tie down at position 4. So it's really important Aster to get this win, but they started things out on the right foot with this first game. Let's see if they can repeat the same thing as they start off with Pugna and Sand King as their opening. Meanwhile, RNG, they're going to grab the Hoodwink and the Ember Spirit for themselves.
All right, Ricky, go ahead. You said you're a big believer in this Aster draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, I actually, you know me, I like Sand King already, despite what we saw last game. I think that was a little bit of an awkward build there from Chalice going for the urn. But pair that baby up with a Pugna. Dude, this hero, these two can kill any hero on the map, pre-BKB. It is unbelievable, the amount of damage that they have.
But now I throw an Ember Spirit at you, and it hard counters both of these heroes.
That is true. Yeah, that does make it very rough.
Yeah. Do you still think they have the better opening?
The Ember Spirit makes it difficult for sure. I think if they address the Ember, I think their opening's pretty good, because Sand King's catch onto the Ember Spirit is great until he has Lincoln Sphere, because he has to go Lincoln Sphere against the Sand King. So
Right.
I think it's a little bit of like a double-edged sword, like who gets who, but Pugna is a deceptively tanky 5 position. Like, this hero is not easy to bring down, and he amps so much damage. So I think, man, I see Pugna, as long as it's a 5 position Pugna, I think this hero is going to own.
I gotta admit, I really don't know the power level of support partner yet. I know it's really strong, but I don't know like what the scenario has to be for it to be really strong. You know, because like everyone's first picking and first banning it now, or like a lot of teams are. So obviously there's some merit to it. But yeah, I wasn't able to really form an opinion yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not sitting at a super high win rate. I mean, it's 44% win rate across the DPC, so it's not like this hero is super OP, you know, it's not like, say, Medusa's win rate or anything like that. He's got a very humble win rate, but we do see this hero sometimes just absolutely own from the support position.
What's Medusa's win rate again?
Medusa's win rate currently is 57.2 in the DPC as a whole, but in China, it is 76.
Wait, 76?
Yeah.
Damn. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, but when the patch came and they nerfed the level 20 talent, a lot of people were like, oh my god, Medusa is so bad. What they don't know is the level 10 and 15 talents actually made the heroes so much stronger early on.
Yeah.
Which means you just snowball into a much faster item timing as well. Abaddon. Okay. Against the Shadow Shaman and Sand King.
Yeah. I was going to say, as soon as they pick the Shadow Shaman pick, like Ember Spirit is kind of a little bit sweaty now, where he's just like, guys, they're
However,
really coming for me.
Hear me out. You ready?
I'm ready.
Wait, I'm just checking real quick. You get the... Okay, it's quite late. At level 20, you get the Hex Break talent, and then Abaddon, when he gets hexed, he actually can't ult. It's super hard counter.
Holy crap, yeah, I didn't think about that. Wait, what's the alternative? What's your other...
Shadow, the tech Serpent wants max HP.
Oh yeah, they get 1 extra attack, right?
Yeah. But that break mechanic can absolutely destroy a Baron.
That's cool. I've actually not seen that before.
I've experienced it the hard
it's
way.
pretty good. It's pretty good.
And Tiny, okay. Now, Lifestealer looks amazing, but they banned it themselves, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
Ah, Snake Lady, sure.
There she is. We're talking about her.
it.
Outcomes-based Snake Lady.
And this is the real problem now. They don't have great burst damage. Like, all the damage is kind of slow. She will always get Stone Gaze off.
Yeah.
And what offlaner are they gonna try to pick to really pressure Medusa? Because Medusa is not a weak laner at all.
The Mars, just to prevent the arena stopping attacks, is really smart.
Yeah.
There's not a lot left that you can honestly go with here. Like, that actually like lane well against the Medusa. Is Pango banned? Yeah, Pango's banned.
No, it's what's this challenge like? Tidehunter? But that's not super great against Medusa. Same thing. The break talent comes in handy again.
And it's not a good DK game either, because like you said, there's no burst damage. Like you go in and you stun Medusa, and then like no one, you have like Hoodwink, right? Like,
yeah. What about like? Oh my
Doom,
God,
maybe?
it's such a tough pick, man.
Yeah, it's
Doom
really
can
hard.
work, but the lane isn't the easiest. And also Doom against partner is a little bit sad, because you can never really burst the target. It will just mana drain it, or like life drain it back to full. It's a tough pick. They kind of picked themselves into a little bit of a corner here.
yeah. I mean, I'm like thinking like Beastmaster would have been okay for sure. Good vision plus the roar is not bad.
Yeah.
But also just generally strong laner. Dude, you gotta go super out of the box here from the offlane. Offlane anti-mage, it's banned. Never mind.
What about offlane Nyx or something crazy like that? Or offlane a bad and you pick like a Nyx 5 or a Nyx 4. I feel Nyx is super good this game.
It is, yeah.
It does seem.
And then you put the Abaddon into the off. They can actually pressure Dusa decently well. I feel like if you just play it normally, you put the Abaddon 5, Hoodwink 4, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't know how you deal with it otherwise. Like, because there's not like an off lane here that addresses this Medusa problem at all. Is maybe Beastmaster and just Tornado her? Honest, or Brewmaster's banned. Oh my gosh.
It's banned too. The off-lane pool is done, man.
Dude,
Yeah,
they
it's so
actually have
small.
removed everything.
Yeah, and RNG also, they're like, ooh, we're sweating.
I want to
It's
see them pull
gotta
out
be a
Omni.
Dude, no.
Oh,
No.
They fell into the trap, man.
Like I was saying, I was like, DK's the only hero that's like left in the offlane pool that's like meta, but it's not good against Medusa.
Wow.
And they insta-picked the Lash too, they didn't even think about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean that.
Well, they-
I'm assuming they thought the exact same thing. Like, watch them go DK, and this hero absolutely destroys Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, it's also really good with Medusa, right? Ever since they removed that penalty, you don't do magic damage anymore. It's really good with Pagna because it just keeps you alive for so long.
Dude, there's no way RNG win this game, right?
It's a super rough. Like, they have to snowball lanes. They really have to. They have the opportunity to. Like, Lash against Ember is not one-sided, right? Ember can definitely snowball, but that has to happen. Like, if this Dusa just gets Skadi, I feel this game is just over. You get Manta Skadi minute 21, 22, this game is over.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I honestly don't know how they shut down the Medusa if this goes like even remotely well for Aster in the lane stage.
It feels tough. It does. I mean, you do have that kind of burst potential, as you can say. As you said, the snowball is there for RNG. If they start to get ahead, they're going to absolutely destroy. I mean, look at their tower taking ability. You've got Dragon Knight, Abaddon, Tiny. These three heroes alone are going to absolutely destroy buildings. That does give you like some kind of way to take over the game. You can take over this map. You can take over this game. If the lanes go well, there is an opportunity for RNG. But I agree, like, this is looking so damn good for the side of Aster for this game too. Like I really like this Medusa pick, and I don't feel like it's been answered at all. So let's get into the game. Game number 2, RNG versus Aster. Let's find out who's going to be taking it home for this second matchup. Can RNG force the tie, or Aster going to be bringing it home and getting themselves this really important win? And I got to say, like
a tip. What?
Ooh. Yeah, a
right out
little
of the
bit
gate when they
of
just tipped this, man.
Yeah.
So the question I want to ask you guys, do you feel like Aster approached these games differently to how they approached Vici and eHome?
In what capacity, though, right? Like, I agree they play a lot better, but I don't know why.
But do you feel like they have a better strategy and game plan? You know, they've kind of like taken these games more seriously than they took RNG and eHome. I just find it strange that they're doing this well against RNG, and they did so well against Extreme as well. Yet they dropped both series against Vici and eHome, who are considered to be worse than them.
Their drafts are definitely much more, let's say, they're willing to risk more with it, right? Against both teams, they picked like this Alchemist, and just overall, as you said, the drafts don't look as polished.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's because they underestimate them, or if they just every now and then have like an off game or off series, as Lizard said. But it's very strange how a team can be so on and off.
Yeah, I think it comes down to preparation, honestly. Like, you know, I'm not an expert in these things, but for me, it feels that way. As we're going to start out with they're just chasing away this pesky little squirrel. Chalice as well. Okay, maybe I can steal a bounty. Nope. Back to work we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it's a lack of preparation, honestly, from Aster for the kind of middleweight games where they underestimated Vici and eHome, but they're taking it like 100%, you know, full preparation, full preparedness against RNG and against Extreme, which is why they look so good. So, yeah, one of the symptoms of the DPC there.
Did you guys remember when Netherward had like the negative regen aura on it?
Yeah, it was so broken.
Dude, I like mid lane Pugnas would just go like 2 points Netherward, just like set it on their high ground, and you're just like, cool. I guess I just won't be able to cast spells this lane.
Yeah, I'm sad they removed that, honestly. That's what I did.
Yeah, it was very funny. Now it has a very interesting mechanic though, the spell damage reduction, and that's one of the reasons this hero is getting picked a lot. Like anyone in the aura not only just gets like nuked super hard, but they do 25% less spell damage. Like, and it's spell damage, not magic damage. So it is very good. And it's one of the reasons we're seeing like the 5-position Pugna, like you said, they just walks in, drops a ward at the start of the fight, and just kind of sits back, protects the ward.
Yeah, and then he's an E-Blade, a free E-Blade.
Yeah.
After that, that can be used defensively at no cost, really. Well, I guess you do take 25% increased magic damage, but most of the time you don't really care about that.
Dude, it's more than E-Blade. It's 20% more magic amp than E-Blade.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I actually was looking at
a lot.
Yeah, I was looking at it, I was like, damn, 60% is a lot. I was like, there's no way E-Blade's 60, right? It's only 40. Oh my gosh.
And also, Pugna's like right-click trading is not bad. Ever since they gave him that agi boost, he has gotten a lot of armor and attack speed.
He's good range too. Like Pugna's super high range, really fast as well. So it's like he's just annoying. Like, he's super annoying.
High MS too.
Little kid running around being annoying, asking to play with your phone.
Yeah.
Go away.
Betrayal, man. He's that one fast kid.
Oh,
Can I play games on your phone? No, go away. You can't play games on your phone.
What is the kid's name in Betrayal? I can't remember.
Me neither. Maybe Jester.
I should know this. No.
Professor Reinhardt.
My favorite. Alright, we should talk about, I guess, a different lane besides just top. Mid lane.
Alright, let's talk about bottom.
Bottom lane? Okay, I like bottom.
Yeah.
Let's talk about bottom.
Alright. And then we talk about mid. Bot lane, why are we even talking about bottom? There's no kills gonna be. Let's talk about mid.
Okay.
So, you have... It's pretty much just a skill matchup, right? How many stuns can you land versus how many stuns can you dodge? Don't expect either of them to die before level 6, and once they're both level 6, there's definitely more kill potential on the Leshrac side, especially with support rotations.
And one of the things
it becomes really hard to lane.
Yeah. I would say one of the things we see with Lesh a lot is he likes to just stay in his lane, right? He's not usually a hero that rotates like the Ember Spirit, right? He wants to be able to just like wait for him to leave and then edict down the tower.
Yeah, which he didn't even skill yet, which is interesting. A lot of times in a lane like this, we just see like 1-3-1, but he's going heavy into stun and lightning, meaning he wants to control the lane just a little bit more.
Too, right?
I hope so. Like you need that edict to punish movement. And just to begin with, it's really strong against melee heroes. So how is Dusa looking? That's the big question. Completely free farming. I mean, DK is also completely free farming, but he won't have nearly the same timings, obviously. So, yeah.
He needs a raindrop and stat. I hope he's sending one out. He is not. Oh boy, that is going to be rough. It is like this. I've played this Medusa matchup multiple times as DK because I've been playing him a lot this patch. Dude, the only thing that makes this lane unplayable is Mystic Snake, and it's like once you get a raindrop, you actually just don't mind, then you just farm pretty easily. But
yeah,
he's actually just opting for a stick instead.
And Dusa is one of the only heroes that can actually like out damage Timber's region, even at level 5 with that snake. It's just how like well it scales. That's why I keep saying that Dusa is not a weak laner, despite how strong she scales. That's why her rune rate is so ridiculously high right now.
Yeah.
Like, imagine an anti-mage lane, and then you have like a Dusa lane. Dusa's just like 20 times stronger, man. It's kind of insane.
She is so good.
And her stats gain is so good too.
Yeah, In's like 3.4 per level. It's ridiculous.
Ooh, Pugna?
Yeah, stun up, but he's got the
Felix though?
Stick, yeah, very
Bobica walking over, like, don't mind if I do. I'm just gonna yoink that kill real quick.
It's level 2 Shackle, but he has no boots. You won't be able to reach him, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. They won't even try.
Dude,
But yeah, daily reminder.
Being Monet.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that kill.
Like, bro,
but then again,
come on.
You're TPing for it, you know, you kind of want a piece of the pie.
Well, interestingly, Baboka didn't TP for this one. He's just walking around the map. He's just leaving his Sand King to suffer.
Really?
Yeah, but he's not suffering. I mean,
classic lane pull. This makes sense. Samus with a nice kill there in the river, going for these runes that are about to spawn. But Jackal, Ori here as well. They got a lot of damage. He doesn't have a Remnant out quite yet, but X-Nova's rotation in might be able to keep him alive long enough. Remnant now to the high ground. But Leshrac still just burning down these supports. Raindrop, plus the Fairy Fire will not be enough to keep him alive. And Somnus gets an Arcane. Ori on the run. He's trying to get to his Pugna, maybe to refill the bottle. Does in time. He's going to be okay.
Ooh, he did not want to go for that Remnant.
That'd have been so
Man, so
greedy.
far, so good. So far, so good for RNG. Like, the lanes are going quite okay. Which is what you need.
Double bottle refill.
Oh, he walks up the high ground here on Somnus. He's going to get stunned up and taken down by Ori and Baboka.
No.
He saw Felix and the PQ having a little bit of a trade there, and he wanted to get involved. But yeah, really bad path that he took to get to that and just gets himself killed off.
Yeah, he definitely just wasn't looking at the mid lane. He's like, oh, they just TP'd one support mid. They're not going to TP another, right? Like, he just didn't. Like, he definitely had vision of the TP. He just wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah, but that's just Shadow Shaman too, right? Like, every mistake you get punished so hard against that hero.
Yeah.
I hate playing against Shaman. One of my least favorite heroes in Dota. Unless I played.
Same.
Yeah, you both seem to...
So you just go and you're like, liar! And you shackle him forever. I love his voice lines too.
Yeah. Shaman actually does have some of the best voice lines, that's true. Push back top lane. Shadow Shaman doing what he can, but Dragon Tail out from Child's
big snake,
rotation on in.
Oh, didn't bounce.
Does do a decent chunk of damage with Ori here as well. Gonna be a little bit more careful. Somnus trying to sandwich them out on the backside. Dragon Form does come out. Bushback will catch the Medusa instead, and she has a stick. Throws that.
Oh, it's a big snake. Ow,
Gotta hit more.
Oh, look at that
mana back. Ori's gonna go in instead, and honestly, like we said, does a lot of damage on over to the DK, but he's falling fast himself. He's gone. Chalice will survive, and now Monet out of mana. He has another stick left, but not gonna get enough mana to drop that Mystic Snake, and that's gonna be two heroes out in the top lane, and potentially a third as Bobica TP'd up here for this one.
Coming.
He's healing, he's healing, he's healing. Not enough.
He's dead. Wow. I mean,
I'm
when it
so
rains,
surprised.
it pours.
XXS? You have so much time to rotate there. One good epi. They was so free when they chased the Dusa there, no?
Yeah. I mean, Dusa got chased for so long.
And then I think it just switched nades. And then Dusa just TP's bottom and she's happy there. But yeah, it didn't happen. And very good rotation from Somnus again. And Ori just like thinking he's a little bit more tanky than he actually was.
Yeah. Classic Lesh syndrome.
Yeah. Like, if I stay alive 2 more seconds, they're all dead. I didn't.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of Lesh, though. Like, Lesh is a hero of resources, right? The more mana and the more health you have, the more damage you can generally pump out in a fight. And you want to try and maximize that where possible. Yeah.
If they're gonna stun a Fishman, he might just die. So he has to be very careful. He doesn't just walk up the creep. Oh, he walks up the
That's
creep.
exactly what you say.
But he didn't stun in time. Epicenter's coming through anyway.
Nah, he's gonna hold the epi. Oh,
He plays
nice
so
damage.
defensively and patiently, and then he just walks up.
Dude, he's a carry player, you know? They're the most...
He's not a carry player, that's the thing.
True.
XXS.
He should have known better. He doesn't have the excuse.
He's deep
Yeah.
here. You're just gonna play in the sandstorm, right? Yeah, that's exactly what he's
Careful
gonna
with
do.
the sandstorm here.
Sentry down.
They're bleeding away. Oh, Somnus though. Somnus.
You should get them. 2 hero chains.
Two.
Beautiful remnant. Ori has a stick, but he's not gonna get a chance to use it.
Nice.
Sniped by Felix.
Good rotations.
Yeah. Somnus is doing pretty dang well.
Yeah. That's what we expect from Somnus Ember. It's one of his better heroes.
Yeah.
Honestly, like most of these household mid-names
Global Snake.
across all regions, they're all Ember experts. Or Spirit experts in general.
Oh, pushback does end up snagging the Shadow Shaman, but yeah, dude, just
Be
the
careful.
threat of him just turning around and shackling you is so much.
You're not going anywhere.
Dude, the Macaw.
Oh, he's pumping the epi.
Going for it.
Azure
On to
Blink
the Ember
reveal,
Spirit.
Somnus.
At the middle lane. I don't think he's escaping from this
He
one.
didn't shackle him.
What?
He didn't shackle him, yeah.
Alright.
He didn't lightning him either. Either spell would have killed him.
Yeah, that's surprising. Just doing that in front of a shaman and getting away with it, I'm amazed, guys. I'm amazed.
Boboka dropping Zabal.
Unusual.
Yeah. He's usually very consistent. But Dusa still is getting into her sort of pace game that she loves. Just farm the jungle. While her supports
Lots of stacks
and
too.
Yeah. This is Dusa paradise here. I'm always gonna flame Dusas that don't max Mystic Snake, of course, so I'll do the same here. Max Mystic
Really?
Snakes, please.
Do it.
I always leave it at
Yeah.
3 recently too. I've been doing the same thing. I've been maxing split shot, leaving Snake at 3.
I always wonder, honestly. I've never done the exact math on it. I just always had better results with maxing Snake.
Yeah,
Like faster
Snake
results.
is pretty good.
Because it gives us additional bounce and more damage and more base damage. Lets you
Yeah.
defend towers more easily.
It sounds
Whatever.
bad, but yeah, I don't know.
It's probably like
better.
2% or so. It's probably like
Yeah.
2% or 1%, so whatever.
All right, quick reflection on the end of the lanes here. So at 10 minutes, the Tiny was like really far above his last hit average because he just got left alone in the bottom side of the map. So he was absolutely fine. So having a great time. Medusa as well. She was sitting about 10 over her last hit average as well. So both carriers doing extremely well. DK actually massively above average as well. So that was good for him. And then the only one who was really below average at all was the Ember Spirit, but he's just been moving around the map and getting tons of kills. So, you know, he's 5-1 at 12 minutes into the game. So we'll let him off for not having the amount of CS as he should.
Yeah.
His net worth is
Somers has been-
it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, he's been breaking open the map for his team. They have no vision over the Sanking right now, so a surprise epi could come out at any moment.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, I'd say this is a laning draw for both these teams. I don't think anyone came out with an advantage or a disadvantage particularly, and just that fact alone kind of means like the overall strategy advantage is probably going the way of Aster for me. I feel like RNG needed to do a little bit better coming out the lanes, but you know, this is the early mid where I want to see them make those rotations, make some action happen. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I expected them to have like if they were to win this game, I thought they would have like a little bit of a bigger lead. They might kill Piggy again.
Oh, he missed the bushwhack.
Oh no.
Unlucky.
All right. Well,
And this is the scenario where Dusa just walks middle. Or doesn't, because it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's too much pushing power.
He'll finally get the tower. Dragon
They don't
Form makes it pretty
have
rough.
they don't have Nether Ward to defend it with. If they had Nether Ward there, I think they would have done it.
They're looking for the Dusa here. Or for the partner.
Casual
By partner.
sacrifice. Or
Not
not.
yet. Life drain creeps maybe? Or the hero? Okay. Oh, dual stun.
Dude, Chalice
Chalice is
just getting
gone.
destroyed by this Lesh and X-Nova as
Yeah,
well.
X-Nova too. Now, these kind of rotations again, like if you make them, you really need your Ember Spirit and your Hoodwink there as well. We have seen that last game as well. Like, they're just not bringing the resources they need for these engagements. I don't dislike the move, but you gotta bring more people. Like, your Dragon Knight has a Blink Dagger, gotta make use of it. And this is exactly the game Dusa loves to play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because now she just gets to go farm triangle and like bottom half of the map and just completely unpressured. She's got the Manta.
I mean, RNG have taken
This
the
is
middle
the
tier
puck,
1
man. Look
tower,
at this.
which, you
So
know, it
gross.
does open up the map a little bit for RNG, allows them the possibility of making more plays, but yeah, I mean, whether that's actually going to happen or not seems to be no at the moment. They're elsewhere on the map, but I'm saying there is a chance for them to kind of move on this Medusa and try to shut her down a bit after they've dealt with this top wave.
He went Blade Mail on Ember. Oh,
what?
wow.
That is not something I've
Lash
seen
counter.
before. I
It
guess
is a
so.
Lash counter, but only if you actually snowball with it. Which right now...
Yeah.
Oh! Now here's a remnant, it's fine.
Ooh,
Dude, if he chased it, he would have been dead.
Yeah. If
What?
you see where he went.
Ah! Why is everyone doing this? It's playing with my little heart. I have a big heart.
It's true.
But I just wanna, you know... You guys know what I'm doing. I wanna make myself look more
Talking
approachable.
nonsense. That's what you're doing.
Hey. We don't spoil my secrets here. Thank you.
Apologies.
If If Shard coming out, he does. All right, Sand King's actually so farmed now. He's like...
He is.
This is like... We say that and he's like bottom of the 6 cores, but like Sand King never has a lot of net worth usually, like early on. But like getting Blink Shard at 15 minutes is usually pretty dang good. Like that is like the timing if you can get it.
Okay, so apparently we have had one Blade Mail Ember Spirit before, and it did win. So I don't have any more information on that. I'm assuming it was against a Leshrac as well. That makes sense to me. As
DPC China or?
I don't know, just across all DPC regions.
Okay. Yeah. No, it does make sense against Lash in particular. It's just a very hit or miss item, right? Because it takes you away from that BKB timing, and he's going Mage Slayer next, just completely trying to counter Ori.
Wow.
I feel if Ori just buys one BKB, like 5k of your net worth is just down the drain. But
I mean, he's
speaking of Ori,
definitely
he might
going to
get
get
caught
BKB eventually, but right now he's just got the Yules queued up as Shivas. He might
Ori.
change his mind on that Shivas eventually.
Hey friend, how's it going? Using that Blade Mail a little early there, so
Yeah.
he's just gonna get Yules up instead, but yeah, it's still a dead goat on my screen.
Yeah. Sand King's pushing top, Hoodwink is pinging that out. Ember's to ping top now, just trying to make plays all over the map. It's so hard to find the Sand King though. It should be, at least.
Oh, they found him. And they
He
keep
just started
finding
to
him.
be playing in a sandstorm, which is
this
not
is
easy.
beautiful.
He's got
This
20
is
sticks,
just so
but
nice.
he's dead.
And
Blade
Blade
Mail,
Mail also
man.
helps against Sand King.
What the heck?
Yep.
Dude, Somnus is just... He's mad, dude. He's mad. He's like, alright, you know what? I want my
He
win.
was mad last game. And didn't win though.
Well,
Dude,
Lina
that's a
can't really
huge
do
kill
as much
as
as
well.
Ember can.
When Boboka dropped the wards for that too, he tried to solo kill the Abaddon. Oh, this is Aster just getting super overexcited, like 1 by 1 by 1 pickoffs.
Space for the Medusa, Copium?
Yeah, sure. Tiny Shadowblade online now, so the map is becoming even scarier.
I feel like if Aster stem this bleeding, like they're still in a pretty good spot. But if they continue to kind of like throw a lot of these deaths over to RNG, like RNG can definitely start snowballing this.
I need Ori to queue up a BKB right now. It's giving me anxiety. That Shivas does not seem very useful.
Yeah. I don't know what like you're trying to counter with the Shivas.
Moving on, Chalice here. They're going to see him. Epicenter, well, not coming out. They'll just use the Burrow Strike. They want to be it. There we go. There's the Epicenter we were looking for, and they are going to be able to bring down Chalice with ease.
I think they were worried about the reinitiation there, and they're like, okay, no, let's just throw the spells, like get the kill. We don't want to deal with more heroes showing up.
X Nova got ult.
Nice D-ward. Mid lane.
Fish
Good
On
Ember.
this.
This could be bad.
Oh, Sanky might just be dead though. Oh, they're both just dead, I think. Oh, Fishman's in trouble actually.
Actually, no. The cavalry is coming in for Aster. They want to turn this one around. Fishman just trying to avoid the Medusa. Tosses her away. There's too much damage coming out from Ori, and they are going to be able to bring.
And XNS survives too. Stun. Anyone?
Yules? He's got Yules.
Oh, nice.
Jesus, very last frame there from him, but they will get the kill.
And
onto
Monet's just sitting
Nova.
still. Just look at him.
Dude, look at XXS. Back to full health thanks to the Pugna. He's ready to go.
And with that
Only
fight,
one Tranquil Boots though. Not efficient.
Not efficient, true.
With that
You
one
should be
fight,
able
the
to
game
mana
feels so
drain
hard.
from creeps too. It feels really hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, like she's basically got Skadi now. That was your one chance to try and take a fight without Medusa Skadi.
Yeah. And also just
She got
Pugna was just
Medusa
randomly in the fight. Everyone feels so bad casting spells. It deals less damage and you just take so much damage. It's like so sad.
Yeah, 5
Well,
position
Dusa got a
Pugna,
Skadi
man. The
coming
max
too.
ward is ridiculous. It is absolutely
It is.
ridiculous how good this spell is.
It is. I still can't believe that he's not queuing up a BKB. He sees the Mage Slayer even. You see everything.
He's going Sanj Kaya instead. He wants
But
status.
Fishman
boost, I
wants to
guess.
kill Monet. He has no Stone Gate, so this could be a weak timing for them. But Fishman, you're all by yourself. Oh, I got your bad, I guess.
That's tier 2. Open up the outposts. It's the first. They don't have any other tower taken, but they have tier 1, tier 2 bottom. X Nova.
Oh, it's a big Epi set down too.
Big Epi.
that is
catches
huge.
2. Felix dead. Chalice on the
getting
run.
Scotty up too.
Somnus has to be careful
Yeah.
as well. Stone Gaze is available from Monet if he wants to use it, and he's going to X Nova in trouble. They
Fishman
caught
again in
the
trouble.
Tiny. They can't help him. They're completely severed off. Fishman falling low and fast ends up going down to
Chalice
another
too.
ward, and Chalice burns to Monet and Ori as well.
Man. This stinks. Like, you know exactly what's happening right now. Like, RNG is not happy. 100%. They know what position they're in. Oh, you got to do. Can you get stun timing?
Oh, nice save.
Yeah. Look at Boboka, Chad. He just double brace the Shadow Shot.
He's just like, as long as I live long enough, I'll be fine. Yeah, double bracer, just going for the blink now, dude. This is a super Giga Chad build.
Yeah, he's chatting up. He almost has
I love
blink
it.
too.
Comes online in 4 minutes.
I hate farming this little stupid camp that breaks you.
Yeah,
So annoying.
it really is.
Is it every auto attack that breaks you?
No,
Yeah,
it's just
it has an ICD,
Oh,
but both
look
controls
at
can
Dusa, guys.
break you.
Back to full mana. Thank you, partner.
Very cool. Very cool.
Oh, fuck out of hero, dude. What's his strength gain, actually? If it's 2, I'm leaving this game right now. I'm leaving.
Medusa?
No, partner. Why does he have 2 strength gain per level?
Yeah.
He has more strength gain than anti-mage. Do you see anti-mage is so ripped, bro?
He doesn't have a lot of agility, despite being really fast.
Well,
He's just
you say
really
that,
smart.
but his starting agility is actually one of the highest because of the
Yeah,
buffs he received back then.
Yeah.
I thought anti-mage has 24 starting agi. Pugna has 24 starting agi.
Very cool.
Very cool. Right, so now the map becomes super scary, right? Shadow Shaman blink, Sand King blink, BKB soon.
Yeah, we saw this last game, right? What happens when Shadow Shaman gets a Blink Dagger? Like, everyone becomes very scared. And
yeah,
Ember Spirit does not have, like, a really standard build. Blade Mail, Mage Slayer, now going for the Halberd. So he's, like, playing the anti-gamer role here, right? Like, he's like, rather than me deal damage, I want you to not deal damage.
Yeah, but we cited their lack of damage and he itemized into literally 0 of it. Who's gonna deal all damage? Tiny can't do it alone.
It's gonna be the Hoodwink, dude. He's going for the Ags.
Ooh. Yeah. He'll get there before the game ends. Probably.
True.
Probably. Maybe.
Hopefully.
Quick tier 1 snipe there by the Leshrac.
BKB on DK now. Is it go time? It's gotta be go time.
BKB on Sand King.
You can't wait much longer though, man. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. We've seen the story before. Into the pit with the Shaman wards? Or do they want to take a fight?
They have to take a fight first, right?
Smoke action, baby. Let's go.
Oh no, they got the vision.
Oh, what a stun. What a stun coming out from XXS to start off this fight, and Felix is going to lose his life straight away. Chalice, he's trying to run, but you cannot escape the Skadi. The
Fishman is
Dragon's
also
gonna
stuck.
fall. He's going to lose his life. Meanwhile, on the sideline of the fight, the Tiny trying to get in and get a bit of damage off. Maybe they kill Baboka, sure, but now Monet moves on to his next target. Fishman trying to do something, anything, but no one cares about you, Tiny. They're going to run themselves away. Oh my god, no one is dead. Nobody dies on the side of Aster. X-Nova to 4. Monet gets a triple kill. Absolutely cleaning their plates here, Aster. Ridiculous.
Pugna! He just life drained Baboka for like half an hour, man.
I watched. They're gonna no. Oh, they better not. You're supposed to give the regen to the Pugna, and he life drains your whole team back to top max HP. They misplayed it. Anytime you see a regen rune with a Pugna on your team, you just give it to Pugna, and he just life drains your whole team back to full health and mana.
How does it actually work? Does a life drain count as damage and dispels the life?
It doesn't. No.
Okay, that's sick. That's sick.
You just like keep doing it. You just keep vomiting health and mana back into your whole team.
Man, like,
very funny.
Medusa is also going for her Silver Edge just to have a break mechanic for the DK. It's getting gross, man.
Best possible initiation, honestly. Like, Chalice.
Oh, Dusa!
They could find it here. Let's see.
Yeah, Stonegate though.
Yep, unleashing onto her. She's holding for now. Not going to use it just yet. Still holding that Stonegate. This is just Monet completely unscared. He doesn't care at all. Finally going to pop it now with the Manta. Now they turn it around. Stun out on the Tiny. Fishman's in some trouble. And he's going to end up going down. Somnus looking for the backlines. Finds the Pugna at the very least. But Somnus, I mean, he's just picking up scraps. The main meal is just not making it.
They don't have the damage for the Sand King.
And now they move across. Oh, beautiful. Well, no, it's an enemy Yules, actually. Helping out Somnus a little bit here. He's running himself away. Out of remnants, though. Could actually be in some trouble. PQ comes back in and just heals up his Medusa. Yeah, giving all that mana back.
Yeah, probably want to backpack that Skadi while you do that. Otherwise you're gonna be hurting the little skeleton more than necessary.
Yeah.
Telling you, the lack of the second Tranquil Boots. Oh, the Mango delivery service. Bottom like 5. Thank you.
And here comes
Look at this here. Look at these supports, man. This is what everyone dreams of when they go when you queue up for a game of Dota. You want these two guys. You're Baboka and PQ.
And Roche.
Oh,
also Roche needs 4 hits herself.
Yeah, okay, it does path the rewards. I thought so. That's okay. He just walks right over them.
And he also needs 4 hits instead of 2. Why?
Because he's not a hero, technically, right?
Yep. Yeah, I know, but why?
I don't know. Good question.
How is he not a hero?
He stole something. Heroes don't steal, Black.
I mean, he's gotten punished for it, though. I'm sure he regrets it.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. He's still not a hero. You can regret it all you like.
Hey, did you ever watch, what's the movie with the bad guys becoming heroes?
Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 versions of it. One was good, one was not good.
Yeah, the good one.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. Very enjoyable.
Which one was the good one?
The new one.
The new one was the good one?
Yeah, with like Peacekeeper and
with John Cena?
Yeah. Quite funny.
Right,
I remember John Cena. Okay, go ahead. Let's talk about Dota instead, not John Cena.
Well, I see Chalice just utilizing the shard to again, but RNG actually engaging on this. But yeah, they've broken up. They're not going to be able to get on top of that. XXS is always there, but
well, it's late BKB, but gets it off.
Yeah.
Monet's just standing his ground.
Somnus on the side.
Dude, Chalice just can't do anything here.
Yeah. This DK
Alright,
pick
Medusa has Aegis, like...
Almost taken out, though. Half HP, Copium.
Ori just walking in here, just seeing what he can find. Almost catches Fishman with that split earth, but just off the mark. I can't wait to watch this Medusa's health and mana just go up again.
Or Baboka's.
It's Baboka's turn to receive the Pugna treatment.
Or region rune for the Dusa.
Oh, even better. There you go. That's one way to get your mana back up.
Yeah. I really don't know what happened in the RNG draft, but they really drafted themselves into a corner early on. It's like not even a... Like, Aster's playing well, don't get me wrong, but it's just so simple for them to execute at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, how do you jump this Medusa? You're gonna send a Tiny and
Like
toss
that.
it back? He's got an Aegis still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shadow
and you
Wave
have
out,
no
they didn't have
BKB.
protection.
You're tiny, you have no BKB, you can't do this. He did it.
Ori, low under the tower, but he's gonna survive. Monet just being the frontline tank here, XXS. Considering going in, nice remnant to cancel out that Blink Dagger, and Medusa finally got to burn down here.
All right, guys, we got her. Good job. Hit the showers.
Let's do it again. Woo.
There's just nothing you can do to this Medusa twice.
Yeah.
They're gonna try though. They actually DK form on
Bring from
Chalice.
top. No, they have wards.
Wow.
They both have wards.
All right.
Right,
XXS
well played by him.
ends up
Two
going
heroes to
down.
pick him
Somos
off.
takes a second as well. He's looking for another target here. The Blade Mail doing a bit of
You gotta
damage.
disengage.
Not really enough to threaten them. He needs some backup. He needs a team, but the team just aren't quick enough to keep up with him. So he'll do it himself. On top of Ori, he does go. X-Nova trying to help out here as well. TP out, going to
Really
cancel
not.
by Felix. And with the sharpshooter, they will put an end to Ori. So it gets them another kill on the exit here. Not the Medusa they were looking for, but still a big win for RNG in this game. Finally going their way.
Can I ask how DK just instantly stunned the Sand King? What was that? They have no ward.
Didn't they D-ward though?
Did they? Not even.
No, they didn't. I actually
He
have
just
no
blinked
idea.
right on top of him and stunned him. I was so confused. Like, you could see that XSS was also like, what? Because that won him the fight, basically.
Yeah, I'm like looking on the left side here to see if there was like a D-ward. But there's just not. Like, they definitely didn't D-ward them at all. And maybe it expired, like last second or something. I don't know. I think they
Or
would've
maybe it
seen
was just
though.
like one of those where, you know, you just click at the right spot, luckily. You know? But he also BKB'd before he blinked up. So that was a full commitment.
I think Chalice. that.
We caught him.
Crazy.
We caught him. He's a hacker. GG. Reported. No, of course not. Yes, of course not. It was good though. Like, there was minus 5k gold lead. Dusa problem remains, but it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going Radiance Ember, by the way.
Wow. Somnus
Why
really
not,
does want to
man?
be the solo carry.
I mean,
at
it is
this point,
pretty
he's
good
gotta-
against the Medusa, but she just got a BKB.
Dude, look at Somnus, man. He's 13-1. He's actually trying so hard.
I don't think Radiance is worth buying anymore, to be perfectly honest. I always thought like the mischance on Radiance was overrated. 17%, that's kind of like, eh. It's okay. Now it's down to 10%. I just find that like...
It's more evasion for you.
Yes, it is.
Than it was previously, but it's less evasion for your team. And the other thing that's weird is I don't know how this is going to stack with Heaven's Halberd, because if it stacks at all, because they're both from null tiles or talisman evasion, so it might just stack diminishingly. But
Well, yeah,
it's diminishingly.
It's diminishing, yeah. All evasion stacks diminishingly, doesn't it?
Yeah. You can get like 5 butterflies if you want to.
Yeah.
Which is
I
pretty
think
cool,
the,
honestly. You get it to 80%. It's pretty cool.
I mean, maybe that is... Oh, we actually disassembled the Heaven's Halberd. Interesting. And I was going Sanjing and Kaya. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. I'm a fan of
This
that.
makes more
Guy's
sense.
going
I
ham,
like
man.
this a lot more.
Guy's going ham with the 5-head.
Yeah.
Okay. This
That's
is
pretty
much
cool.
better. I'm okay with
Now.
this.
Now.
Well, I mean, now you
Now.
just have to like sell a halberd recipe, which is like whatever. No, wait, he's going back for the halberd.
Yeah, I think you still need it against the Dusa, probably. Dusa has BKB now, though. So...
That's
The
what I'm saying.
goal
Like,
is
we saw
really-
her got BKB now. Yeah.
Somnus gotta kill the backline, but Shaman has an A on disc. So he's gonna get a Hex and Shackle off no matter what. And Ori also finally bought his BKB, so he doesn't care about the Mage Slayer anymore. This game just got a whole lot harder, even though they just came out on top of a little fight. Look at DK though, 4k health. Got the Black Dragon upgrade too. Pretty strong.
Somnus is funny, man. This is the second Blade Mail game. This is the second Radiance game we've had on Ember Spirit on this patch in the DPC. But it's the third Mage Slayer game, so, you know. Come on, Somnus. Stop doing what everyone else is doing. Stop copying people.
Yeah.
Do your own build.
He like
Third
went on
Mage
to like
Slayer?
the stats thing and like sorted by least purchased items and was like, I'm getting all of these.
Now he just needs an overwhelming blink and a Scythe of Vice, interestingly. Is also in the only picked up once category.
Honestly, I could see him just go late game Hex, you know, at this point. After the Axe, of course. But yeah, he's got a Kaya, so he is gonna go back for the Kaya over the Halberd, it seems.
Oh yeah. Keep that up immediately.
Double damage rune. Whoa, Boboka? He's just playing around with it, man. If that got to the Tiny, that could have been really scary. Where's Tiny's net worth, by the way? It says he's 17k,
Yeah,
but...
I've been wondering that. I mean, the map's been small. He doesn't really have that kind of get out of jail free card like the Ember does, so being able to farm in dangerous parts of the map for Tiny is a little bit more risky. Therefore, it does affect his net worth. And this is a long Roche respawn. Does this favor RNG then?
Yeah. Well, Tiny finishes up his BKB now, at least.
Yeah, that's critical.
And... yeah, like the next fight is obviously gonna be the game-deciding one.
Yes, yeah. Still a big advantage for Aster. 8k gold advantage, almost all of that on the Medusa. Very, very tricky.
The Netherworld
to
breaks
take
the
this fight.
blink.
Yeah, that.
That's annoying.
Oh, they managed to find Shaman. Hey, on this though, like you talked about.
He gets off.
They didn't see that.
Success. In the
Oh,
pit, I
XSS,
mean-
you're stuck with the Tiny. Who's stuck with
Fishman?
who?
Oh,
Tiny
I
got
don't
cut out.
know. Fishman's the one stuck. He's trying to get away. He will escape from this one. Somnus on the backline.
Somnus
He's
is
been
all
caught.
alone.
Doesn't have a BKB. Does it matter? I think it might try to get away, but gets caught out. The crit finds him, and he goes down. Chalice trying to make himself a way out of this one, but I'm not sure there's anything he can do. He's going to sit up here and roast the Sand King, but it is Monet who just tears through the team fight. This Medusa cannot be stopped.
Oh man, I can't describe how bad I feel for Somnus, man. He has been owning so hard this game, really trying to make it happen. But you're just an Ember Spirit against the Medusa. There's nothing you can do.
The thing that's super frustrating too is like he's obligated to go to the backside and kill Pugna Shaman every fight. He has no option. He has to do it, and he does.
Yeah.
Like he kills both of them, but then it's like you look at your team and everyone's just dying to Medusa, right? Like you said, he can't do anything against that hero.
This is a level 25 Lash, so Diabolic Edict
goodbye
Talent.
towers.
Yeah.
Dude,
They're probably just
Aster
gonna end the
done
game
it.
before anyone respawns.
Yeah.
2-0
Done it.
against
GG
RNG.
2-0.
Wow.
Well played,
Aster.
well drafted, more importantly.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this
the
game
same
2
drafts,
draft,
dude. So good.
so good. Yeah, game 1 draft also excellent, and yeah, maybe it is the preparation, as Nomad said, because this looked way
gotta
better. How is it possible that? But it's not just the draft; it's also the play. It's so much more crisp. Everything.
This was
Yeah,
like
it's
what we
crazy.
saw with Aster like in the beginning of last season, right? Like they were super clean and then like kind of tethered off towards the end. But
Yeah.
this is very much back in form for them for sure.
Yeah, Aster looking absolutely fantastic in this series. They take down RNG, the second place team, in a 2-0 victory. What an upset here. And how do you predict anything in this region? How do you get a read on anyone? Because this is just so crazy. Like RNG now end up dropping a series, which is going to put them down the leaderboard a little bit. Aster going to be able to pull themselves ahead just for today. Of course, we've got eHome playing up against Vici tomorrow, so they're going to join them with the same scoreline later on, so that gets tied up. Like Aster, they drop drop series to both Vici and eHome, and now they win a series against Aster and Extreme Gaming. Like it's a difficult region to really get a read on, so it really does have to come down to that preparation thing, I guess.
Here's the thing, though. Like RNG, they got destroyed by LGD and now also got destroyed by Aster. So it also feels like, just like Extreme Gaming, they are not quite on the same level as LGD for sure. And apparently Aster, when they play against any of those three teams, because they somehow always play way better for no particular reason. But I, as you said, I have a really hard time getting any sort of power reading in this region. I just know LGD's first. I don't know.
The next 5, who
that's the
knows?
bottom. Everything else in the middle.
Yeah, it's really
like what you
bizarre
said with
'cause
RNG being
it's what it is.
second. I agreed with, but now I don't know.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Like going into this series, it really did feel like what we've seen for the last 3 months has been RNG was definitely solidifying themselves as the number 2 team in the region, and now they are going to fall to 4-2, like you were saying. But Team Aster goes to 4-2 as well, so they win the head-to-head now. Granted, in terms of the power rankings right now, and Extreme also 4-2. eHome at 3-3 is actually not out of the running as well. So
same with VG, they're also 3-3.
Yeah,
Oh my
but
God.
let's take a minute
a lot
to,
of potential for tiebreakers.
Oh, there is. Oh, there definitely is. But let's take a minute to focus in on this game and just quickly review what exactly went down here, because Aster, they took the bull by the horns with this draft. They had this Medusa. Do you feel like the Medusa wasn't answered in the draft again?
It wasn't. I'll be the bad guy. You can be the good guy if you want, Ricky.
Okay.
I gotta say, Fishman in both game 1 and 2, no impact. He was 1-7, I think, at the end of this game. He just seems absolutely outclassed against the quote-unquote stronger teams. And it's hard to... as I said, I just feel so bad for Somnus because he tried so hard. But it was he was playing all by himself, It was no backup.
You want to know something really
but
interesting?
Ultimately, it's still the draft, isn't it? Anyway, that was my mean take. Go ahead.
Well,
we're never going to see Pugna again. I'm just going to say that. I am 100% sure that this hero is the best, one of the best 5s in the entire game. There's no chance this hero is allowed to stay in Dota. It is way too good.
Yeah,
especially in a draft like this, where Lesh is always one of those heroes who needs some sort of a save, quote unquote save. But this fight right here, just watch Bobica. Watch the Shadow Shaman. He just gets life drained for 30 seconds straight, and he can't die. This is what makes this hero so broken. Oh, here you go. Just let me life drain you back up again. No big deal.
And don't forget, you can now decrepify while channeling spells.
Yeah.
You can also do it whilst
break life
TPing
drain.
as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. You can literally TP out and decrepify your ally that's TPing out and save both of you. Whatever you want to do.
No, it's pretty sick.
It's an insane buff.
Let's not forget ZZQ playing it 3 games in a row and beating Aster with it. Aster have clearly gone, hey, this hero seems pretty good. Let's see if we can make it work.
Maybe that's the Aster strategy, right? Against
Get me in
weaker
steal
teams.
strats to win series.
Exactly. They give them anything they want. It's oh yeah, we'll steal that.
Yeah, this hero is like I said, I was talking to some people earlier today, and they're it's literally first phase ban to every game in NA right now. No one's allowed to play Pugna. So I'm not that surprised that we see the success eHome had with it yesterday, and then Aster's yeah, that seems pretty good. We'll just take it for ourselves. Thank you. It's just such a sick hero.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of information to give on the decision which RNG made to swap out God King for Mr. Flyby or Fishman. Yeah, it comes to something which God King said in his announcement. When he said on Weibo that he was getting removed from the active RNG roster, he mentioned very much that his net worth to damage ratio was pretty low. And he said, my damage to net worth ratio is much lower than a lot of the other carries in this division and Division 2. Therefore, I understand why they made the kick. So perhaps it was driven by statistics, and Flyby had a much better statistic when it came down to the specific, net worth over damage. Meaning
but
that
he played
the more
off-lane, right?
money he does. In SAG, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they trialed him, I would guess, in scrims and stuff, and they were like, oh yeah, this guy's, he's...
Dude, I would love that. I just play offline for a team, Sanking, get 50k hero damage, My hero damage is higher than yours, bro. I'm
Yep.
playing carry
High
now.
net worth.
I'm in.
Yep.
Tag
Sub
me in.
But that could be
I
it. That could
understand
be it.
that statement. It makes sense. It makes sense. Like whenever we watched him, his hero damage was always really low.
It was.
And we criticized him a lot, right? We did.
Yeah, we did.
And it takes a strong, big man to actually really admit that, it was probably justified because we all saw it coming. And I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that he does that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him back soon because he's obviously going to go back to the grind, figure out what's going wrong, and then eventually he'll have his next chance because he is an amazing player.
He is. Exactly. He is. I mean, he's also like that statement, man. Like he's extraordinarily humble for a guy whose name is literally God King. Like, mixed messages, right?
Yeah,
sending me some mixed signals here, bro. I don't know how to feel about this.
Hey, should I be intimidated or should I be like, what's up, bro? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
I mean, but it makes a lot of sense. I'm excited to obviously see his return, like when wherever that may be. I think most of the viewers for the Chinese region, of course, are because, like Black was saying, he is a phenomenal player. It's just he struggled here on the RNG team, so maybe it's not.
I
the
just
right
want
fit.
to throw out one thing. I briefly touched on it before, but is there a shortage of carry players in China? Because both Lu and now Fishman, they look like they need like another couple of months to be ready for this particular league.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not looking for the league, right? They're looking for TI. They're looking for the next big thing. That special player.
That's the risky part, right? Like if you don't get to majors,
huge risk.
Like you are basically investing, hoping to grow them, right? Which can pay off, of course, but I'm surprised that they're not taking the easy route. Is what I'm getting at, I guess. Which is, oh wow, this player is really good. Let's get him.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the best thing to do is not change your cores and keep your cores the same throughout the season, throughout the years, no matter how bad you're doing. Such as IG have done. They haven't changed their cores at all, and they're doing. Oops, sorry.
Yikes! Still in
not that good, huh?
Yeah. Too soon.
Dude, I cannot believe they didn't make it to Division 1.
Not yet.
That was pretty much set in stone today, right? They are not
set in
making
stone
it.
after the
SAG lost
victory over
SAG.
God. That's it.
Yeah,
they're
done.
for sure third place.
Woo! All right. Well, let's turn our attentions back to Division 1 here as we can see how this win from Team Aster affected things. And now, look at our 2, 3, 4. It's 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, 4 Team Aster, 4 Extreme Gaming, and 4 RNG. Meanwhile, we also have Vici Gaming at 3-3 and eHome at 3-3 as well. And yes, this is getting very, very interesting. And this is not as clear cut as you might believe, my friends. Oh no, because the next series we've got coming up is actually going to be Vici Gaming versus eHome tomorrow. Sorry, on the 23rd. On the 23rd, that'll be. So it's a little bit of time to wait for that one. But that means that one of these teams is going to go 4-3. And then we also have RNG versus Extreme, which means one of those teams is going to go 4-3. So there is definitely going to be a tie somewhere along the line. LGD are also playing up against Aster. I mean, there's a possibility for that. I mean, there's so many possibilities. They could go 4-3 as well, which means you'll have 3 teams at 4-3. But yeah, it's getting spicy. We'll say that much.
It's 2 tiebreakers guaranteed, from my understanding, and then it could be more.
Should be at least some tiebreakers guaranteed, yeah.
Whoever loses between eHome and VG obviously loses the chance at participating at the major because they're going to be at 4 losses, and 4 losses you can't make the cut anymore. So
correct.
I mean, every match from now on is going to be so important. LGD is sitting there, they're like, 6-0, we're already top 1. Let's pick Broop out of first phase again.
Yeah, exactly.
One of these teams not like the other, basically, is what we're seeing.
I love it. All the LGD fans turn up in the last game where it literally doesn't matter. They can do anything they want. And they're like, oh boy, I want to see a Techies. I want to see a Meepo. And LGD is like, no, we are going to take this seriously. We're going to absolutely demolish our opponents because they do not mess around when it comes to DPC.
I got a question for you. I'm curious. If Aster plays like they do right now, tonight, against RNG, can they beat LGD in the last series of the tournament?
No.
Still no?
No, I think they can take a game off potentially, like how LGD lost to Extreme almost today. But then you saw Extreme in game 2, and LGD just looks like completely different level.
They just
Like
are
if-
the best at adapting game to game, is what we've seen.
Yeah. And they don't care about losing. I've seen a lot of teams being very affected by losing in this particular league. Like Extreme Gaming being the worst offender of this. They lose game 1 in a bad way. Game 2, they're completely out of it.
It's a big deal.
And it's rough. Yeah, especially in the BO3 format, right? If you can't take a bad loss or recover from it, it's going to be hard to win against the top dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also agree. I think that LGD have they've looked so effortless, you know, like, yeah, Extreme kind of put the flame to them, but again, you know, there never seemed to be panic with LGD, you know, there never seemed to be any huge mistakes from them. They're just kind of playing it out, and they just seem like they're chill, having fun, playing Dota, and absolutely shredding this DPC league. Aster, they have their moments of brilliance, but they're not. I wouldn't even say they're at the same level they were at last season. I think they were better last season, and they still weren't able to take down LGD. So yeah, I'm definitely saying LGD will take that series. And then of course, I mean, we might as well go through the predictions of the rest of them. eHome versus Vici Gaming. Where are we going with that one?
eHome versus Vici Gaming. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a
Dude,
tough one.
Honestly,
Vigi's
that
looking
series
really
is gonna be
good.
so close.
Yeah, Vigi's looking so good, but eHome just comes off a massive win of Aster. Probably.
I would say.
I'm just going to say VG. I think they looked a little bit more clean.
Yeah, I'd go Vici as well. I think with Yang, they've been looking super, super fresh.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they look pretty dang good, and it's like eHome I think is less consistent, but occasionally pull out just like these massive games. Like, they were one of the only teams that took a game off of PSG LGD last season. So it's like every once in a while eHome have these like moments of brilliance, but when we talk about the DPC, it's always consistency, right? And that's the reason LGD is always number one. But I think Vici have that right now.
Yeah,
I
and
think it's a
Vici
very
were the
good way
ones
to
who
describe Div 1, right?
Yeah.
Consistency issues, which LGD don't have, which is why they're always in the green.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think also you mentioned that eHome were the only team to take a game off LGD last season. Vici the only team to take a game off LGD this season. So they're on track to make it to the
Erica,
major.
though, I believe.
I thought that was the Yang stand-in, wasn't it? That was the first time we saw them with Yang.
No, that was the first game they played of the whole DPC.
It was the next game with Yang.
Like at the very beginning. I think it was on like March 15th or something. Like over
Yeah,
a
it
month
was the
ago.
very first game of the DPC, I think. I can't remember if they had Yang or not.
No, they didn't.
Long
They
time
didn't.
ago.
It was just the old roster. Alrighty, and then what do we think about RNG Extreme? Then that's the other big question mark. Then which way is that one going to go?
Dude, that one's gonna be close. I like, based on this game, what we just saw, I would lean heavily towards Extreme. But I think that game is going to be a big decider on draft, because if RNG drafts like they did again with this one, and like it's just like a relatively quote unquote even matchup, I think Extreme win.
Yeah. Do you agree, Black?
Yeah. I think it's so hard, man, because for me both the teams have literally the same issues. It's just who has the higher individual skill is what it comes down to then for me. And that would probably be Extreme Gaming then. Like maybe even just narrowly like 45-55, but probably Extreme.
It's going to be so intense as well, because like the winner of that series goes to the major. The loser has to play in a tiebreaker with either eHome or Vici, and also possibly Aster. Like, what a situation to be in. That is like, that you basically have to play like another round of DPC games if you lose that series. And also, these two teams have both lost today. So RNG and Extreme, it's a mental battle as well. They need to get it together. They need to make sure they're in the best possible place to be able to take each other on. It's going to be an emotionally charged series on April 24th, and make sure you guys are here for it, because it's going to be an insane day of games. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. Any closing thoughts, guys, before we close this one out?
Do you want to go first, Black? You want me to go first?
Stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you. All right. I'll let the wise man go last. I'm honestly just so hyped for these last like couple days. Like, this is going to be so sick. It's like one of those moments, like the last DPC, we kind of knew what was happening, right? Like towards the end of the DPC, like even though there were some like big games left, we knew where all the teams were going to settle. There wasn't going to be tiebreakers or anything. But this time it's like, we know there's going to be tiebreakers, and every single one of these games is going to be so hype. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I think this has been the closest DPC we have. or have had in terms of results, right?
Yeah,
Where
for sure.
the bottom
China,
two is
yeah.
very clear, okay, the top one is very clear, but the other 5 teams, you have no idea where it's going at all. So the last couple of days are actually all going to be very, very meaningful. And that's, I don't know if it's the first, but it's definitely one of the few times that I've seen the last games being this important. So definitely also looking forward to what all the teams have to offer. And it should be the most intense Dota we've seen all season, right? Like every team is going to be so tense. Like I'm expecting a ton of mistakes that we usually don't see just because there's so much pressure. So
And
it's going to be
also-
absolutely sick. I'm going to flame them. It's going to poke them. It's going to be so
And
good.
to give the other side of things as well, I'm excited to see who can rise from the ashes, who in all of this chaos is going to thrive from the pressure and make a name for themselves, because now is the time to do it. You know, a lot of these upcoming players who we've cast doubt on before, Lou, Shiro, you know, Fishman, maybe this is the time where they pull it out the bag. It has to be the time when they pull it out the bag, because it is so important that you prove yourself right now. And under this amount of pressure, the emotional burden of all this going on right now, I mean, it's huge. And let's not forget the situation in China as well. You know, most of these players are in Shanghai, where they are under a citywide lockdown, and it is getting really, really intense over there. So there is so much on these players' shoulders right now. You can't even begin to imagine it. And I just hope they cope with it, and hope that we see some players thrive from it as well and make some magic happen. But it's certainly going to be a magical few days coming up on the China DPC. Guys, make sure you tune in with us on April 23rd, as that is when the next Division 1 matches are going to be happening. It's going to be LBZS versus Magma as they battle it out for Pride, and then we move into eHome versus Vici Gaming for that all-important decider matchup, which is going to be so critical for deciding who makes it to that all-important major. And make sure you guys join us on the 22nd as well, as that will have some Division 2 action with IGV versus YBB and SAG versus Dandelion. Guys, we are going to close it up now. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and as usual, we'll see you for next time for more China DPC action. Goodbye.